Welcome in, everybody. Happy Saturday. Welcome to another show where we're covering the last 90 days of this Nancy Guthrie case that unexpectedly hit Tucson, Arizona. So come on in. Welcome in. I have like 20 different screens to go over. But thank you guys for tuning in today. We are live. Well, we're getting everything ready. If you could hit the like button, we're going to get this started with just a little bit of um, putting things in perspective, right? As much as everything's being speculated, there is a family still missing their grandma, right? And so we're trying to keep these theories focused on maybe the YouTubers, the public, the community could actually come up with a clue that could lead to finding Nancy, right? So, everybody, thank you for coming in, hitting the like button. We're going to get started as everybody comes in. We're going to start out with this video. I made this just to put things in perspective over the last 91 days. Today's 91 days. So let me see who's coming in the chat. Also, I do have the panel open. So if you guys do want to talk, I have everything set up so you guys can come in. I'll put the link in here in a little bit. Welcome in, Linda from Charleston. Let's go. Who was the first one in the chat today? Who was it? It looks like it was Kathleen. Kathleen. She's always in the chat spreading positivity. But if you guys, any of the mods, give them a shout out. Thank you to all the mods. Also, if you could put a link to this live stream, put it into the Discord, right? We have a Discord. If you guys want to join, you can join the Discord. Just try to keep the drama on the low. So let's see where everyone else is coming in from. We got Deborah, Frenchie, Kathy Callie. Thank you. Thank you for coming in here today. And we got April. April, always a great supporter, spreading her positivity. Sean, welcome back, Sean. Sharon. Hiders, welcome in. Adrian, see you. Welcome from Scotland. Sue, welcome in. Catch the replay, all the replay viewers. Steph, we're getting started here. We're not going to be trying to jump to things too quickly. I want to make sure everybody gets their voice, so that's why we will be doing. If you guys want to talk today, I can see if we can bring you in. You don't have to show your face. You don't have. You can, as long as you just put the mute, keep the mute off the microphone, and you can close the video. See Michelle, Blue Catskills, welcome back. Lisa, see lots of usual suspects in the chat. Welcome in, Linda, Karen, Lori. Oh, nice. Everyone's getting their t-shirts. Very nice. Sorry about the delay. It was kind of a pre-order. Obviously, when I put the link up, they were still getting made. So thank you guys for your patience. Lori, we got lots of people coming in. We're going to get started. We're not in a big hurry, so just come on in. If you do want to chat in a little bit after we go through a couple of these videos, but go get a drink. If you need to change the move the clothes to the dryer, you know, you won't miss anything right now. We're just getting started. I do have a bunch of videos lined up of a lot of different people. Hello, Kate, Southside, welcome in. Cindy, Goodwin, Geraldine, Sue Ellen. Shout out to Sue Ellen. Michelle, thank you for the first super of the day. Super chat. Adrian from Scotland, spreading all the love, support, and coverage from me in Scotland. Always happy to be here. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very, very generous. Thank you for sending the super. Hello, Shelly, 1974. And Pink Chili. I like that name. Debbie's in the house. Welcome in. So we are going to get started. I'm going to go just grab my drink. I put it in the freezer. So, you know, when you want to get it just a little extra cold. So I got to go grab it. But while we're doing that, I'm going to start this video. So Lubbock from Lubbock, welcome in. Hit the like button and let me know while we're playing this video and everybody's just coming in. Maybe put where you're signing in from today. I know a lot of people already did. 207 Maine, Melissa. I know everybody sees lots of familiar faces in the chat as well. So this is also, we're covering things, but we also have a friendly community. And so if you do, if one of the mods can post this up in Discord so we can, there you go. There you go. Hello from Wisconsin. All right, I'm going to go start this. Oh, she got her shirt. Very nice. They're nice and soft. They're nice and soft. That's what's great about them. And also, I think they have a cool logo with the map of Tucson. See if I can throw that up somewhere. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, I put the shirt up in the back in the top left corner there. So you can see there is a link, I believe, in the description. If it's international, though, just message me. I have another link for international shipping. Welcome in Amanda, Karen, Jose, V Miss, Sharon, Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas, Benson. Oh, I love Benson. We just drove through Benson. All right, I'm going to start this, but come on in. We're just getting started. So if you're here, go get your drink. I got about 20 different things to go over, including there was somebody spotted not right in Nancy's neighborhood, but within like a very close vicinity stealing plants. I don't know if you've guys seen that video, but we're gonna play that video of the person stealing plants just this week. Pulls up in his truck, throws a whole bunch of plants. So yeah, let's put the link in the chat. If there is a mod that can put the link in the chat, if not, I believe it's in my description, or you can click this. Where is it? But we're getting started here in just a minute. I'm going to play this. I did have a link somewhere, but don't know where it went. We'll get that up here shortly. Thanks for coming in. This is what we're going to do right now. I'm going to go get that drink out of the freezer so it doesn't explode. We're going to play this video, and this is something I made just to kind of put things in perspective, right? There's lots of crime that happens all across the nation, right? I mean, this one obviously touches everybody's heart and has because of the circumstances. So we're putting it in perspective of we still have a family, and there is some things that are that don't add up. As the title says, they don't add up. But thank you guys. We're going to go over, maybe just put it in perspective for the community too, right? A lot of people get confused. Maybe they get tunnel vision towards a certain theory. And so maybe after today's show, you'll have a better idea with some common sense, and also maybe some as far as the different theories, maybe you can cross out a couple, maybe just change your percentages, or maybe you stay the same and you actually think you know I guess a higher chances of certain things. Like, I'll give you an example before we start this. I personally don't think that the family's involved. I know a lot of people, they struggle with it. I see lots of tomatoes in the chat, and tomato paste, and these kinds of things, and I know a lot of people do. So I'm not here to get in a big argument. And so where we're at today is, we got, I guess, different sides. We got people that think the family is, and people think it's not. So we're going to maybe break that down a little. Welcome in, NES. So we're going to start. I'm going to go get my drink so it doesn't explode. I bet if you ever had a soda explode in the freezer, or in Arizona, if you leave your soda in the car when it's 100 degrees, it'll literally explode everywhere because it gets so hot. So anything new, we're going to kind of go over that, Marissa. There's nothing that's breaking new, but there might be some new theories as far as maybe people are leaning towards this way a little more or that way, but there's really nothing new. I'll be right back. Let me know if you've had anything explode in your one of the sodas in your car or in the freezer. I'll be right back. We're going to play this. Why isn't it playing? Let me see.
Just to walk down here, it's down here.
Be right back.
Just to walk down here, it's down here. It's not really, it's just unknown. Nancy, her family grew up with Savannah and Kenny, so they know Guthrie well.
All right, everybody, we are just getting started here. For anyone new coming in, if you could hit the like button, and thank you. We got a one super chat coming through all the way from across the Atlantic Ocean. Adrian has been here since day one, always putting in good comments, very, always finding out what the latest is, sharing out. So thank you, Adrian, for all the support for all the YouTubers, and hopefully maybe we'll get a YouTuber that will see the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a little bit so everybody can come in here, and if you want to chat, come on in. If you want to talk about what your opinion is. See who we got. We got NES. If you guys get a chance, give him a follow on his channel. Real fun channel. Now, if you have a channel that you're trying to get going, we're an open source community here. So put your channel in the chat, even if it's about knitting, even if you're a knitter. If you're a knitter, if you play chess, maybe it's about your motorcycle or you're a mechanic, whatever it is, soda pop. If you're a soda pop guy, Terry, so that's what it is. We're trying to help everybody. This is a community. Obviously, this is a serious case in our community where I live here in Tucson. And there's been some other big cases. There has been some other big cases, such as the Gabby Giffords case. If you guys remember that. Thank you, Mystic Mom. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mystic Mom. Sending good vibes to you and your channel. Thank you for that. Definitely need it. Need the good vibes. There is a lot. I'm getting used to the YouTube peanut gallery, and it can be a rough crowd. I'll tell you. But we're staying strong. We're trying to keep the positivity flowing. But hopefully we'll get maybe one of the YouTubers in. I'm gonna text a couple of them here in a minute and just say, hey, I'm doing a little pop-up stream. Do you want to come in? If they see the link, or any of you guys see the link in a little bit, we will give you the opportunity to speak as well. Thank you, Matt. Manda Mori, thank you. Gonna get started here in just a minute. I'm getting everything set up here. It looks like court just ended, so I have to end that real quick. If anyone's coming over from court, welcome in. Welcome in. We have a lot of stuff lined up here. I have about 20 different windows, including there was somebody that was caught on camera this week in Nancy's area neighborhood. I don't know exactly how close, but they were seen on surveillance stealing plants. So we're going to go over that in just a minute. Just a minute. But there's another thing, is like the high blood pressure. See right there on the screen in this, this is actually the radio call from when I guess Annie called, and this is how they set it out to their officers, the sheriff. So Nancy has high blood pressure, pacemaker, and cardiac issues. So having high blood pressure too is very, everybody knows it's not good. But let me check the chat. We almost got over 600. I can't see how many have liked it, but thank you for liking it. Hey, Damien, I want to tell you that our founder of the group just sent us the Holly Dasso case. Nice. G Angel, if you could reach out to me, because I'm getting ready to do another show about that. And I could give you some information as far as, but that would be great. We need to get, if you guys could look onto my page, I have been covering another abduction and homicide. If you go to my page and you type Holly Dasso episode 1 or 2, I'm going to type it in the chat. episode 1 or 2, you will find the episodes I've done on that case. And that is right outside of Tucson. She was last seen getting on a Suntran bus. There's nothing else. So, Holly Dasso, justice for Holly, justice for Nancy. And I'm missing lots of chat, but I'm trying to get to someone. If I miss it, type it one more time. I'll try to read it. White Angel. Thank you so much, White Angel, White Haven Angel. Yeah, we're gonna get to the plants the first thing here. It's nothing big. It's just it's good because they caught the guy on camera, but they didn't catch him as far as who it is. But it makes you wonder, do people have good enough cameras? Some of these cameras, oh, I got a camera. Well, you got a camera, but you can't see anything. You see some guy, I mean, so it's better than nothing. I'm not saying it, but we will pull that up here. Make sure I get that one up first. There we go. So we will get that one up first. Man, just give me 1 second, guys. Just getting one. I need to get everything sent because I had it kind of in an order. Um, so we will. Where's the plants? There we go. All right, I'm putting the plants on now. We're gonna do straight jump right to the plants. Just because this is it doesn't have anything to do with Nancy's, but it is the plants. So there we go. There's the plants guy. See if I can make this bigger. But welcome in. We just hit over 711. 711. We got 711. Hit the like button. We're hitting the lucky number today. So thank you. Let's see who we got in the chat. Gregory Walsh, welcome in. Sonora. And this is it. Dasso was last seen. If anyone wants to put any of the mods, I don't know what mods we have in there, you can put a link to the video. But you can search my page for Holly Dasso episode 1. It's spelled Holly with an IE, not a Y. So this is the plants guy right here. So we'll watch this right here and make sure it doesn't play real loud. Or no, there's an ad. Let me play this ad real quick. So thank you guys. We are live on this Saturday. We're trying different time slots. I think morning is good. Everybody's got the coffee going. Got maybe the caffeine going already. Maybe just some tea, which is probably the healthier choice. Tea or water. So I gotta fix some things. We're still in the learning stages, so you guys are like the guinea pigs, and I appreciate that. But this is the pre-show. I guess I'll take that off. We are in the real show now. The real show has started. We got KC checking in, Brown Eyes. We are gonna go over this interesting video. Somebody caught somebody stealing plants. Gonna try to get through it pretty quick. Not a big deal, but it is interesting. Hello, Stacy, Tara, Zen Boulder. I like that name, Zen Boulder. Larry. Everybody, come on in. We're just getting started here. We're going to be live for a while. I got about 15 different things to go over. So we're going to play this now. Here we go. Turn the volume down so it doesn't. Now, let me know how the volume is, if it's okay.
Video from a Catalina foothills home just blocks away from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood making the rounds online tonight. And it was taken just last night, showing a masked person in gloves walking up a private driveway in the middle of the night and taking a potted cacti. News for Tucson's Jacob Owens joins us from the foothills with why this video, Jacob, is causing some concern tonight.
Monica, that's right. If this were any other situation, this video likely would not be getting this sort of attention, but it's not a different scenario. This was less than a mile from Nancy Guthrie's home here in the foothills.
1
It's a
mile.
neighborhood that's been on edge for weeks and actually months. Tomorrow marks 90 days since Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her home here in the foothills, and that's 3 months. So, a video surfacing of a man in a mask on private property is raising some surprise with a neighbor I spoke with. This neighbor who posted, so take a look. The neighbor who posted the video from last night wants to remain anonymous, we should say, but says that the video shows a gray Ford F-150 pulling into their driveway.
Look at how, I'm going to take myself out of this, but look how pixelated that is. I guess it's better than nothing because you can see the truck, but gives you an example of
Just
some of
before
these
11.
videos.
Moments later, a man wearing gloves, a face mask, and a baseball cap gets out of the truck, walks toward the front of the home, and begins loading several potted cacti into the bed of the pickup. The homeowner later posted the video to the Ring app, where it quickly started circulating through the Catalina foothills. We reached out to the sheriff's department asking if they had seen the video, and they say they have not been advised of anything like this, but they do say they will keep me posted. And while there's no indication that the incident is connected to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, one neighbor tells me the location of this, while there is an increased law enforcement presence in this area, makes this a shock.
It is someone walking.
Oh, there's the guy. He's my buddy. He's not my buddy, but I literally saw this guy every day, twice a day, him and his wife. Nice, nice neighbors. These guys are nice neighbors. So this must be really close to Nancy's if they're getting him out. If they are getting him out. Wow. Volume's good. All right. Perfect. Try to not make it too loud.
Late at night, uninvited, committing, it might be a small crime, but committing a crime. And it is disturbing. This drives the point home that we have to be watchful, be aware of our homes, but also of our neighbors.
Monica, again, this is a good reminder for people who live in this neighborhood to check their doorbell cameras, their Ring cameras, because the Pima County Sheriff's Department, now nearly 3 months into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, is continuing to ask people to submit any relevant footage to the case. Reporting live in the foothills, Jacob Owens, News 4 Tucson.
All right, that was it. So that was the plant stealer, guys. That was the plant stealer. So let's just kind of look at something here. We do have Google Earth pulled up and Catalina foothills. So you guys can get an idea, a little visual, right? And from a local, this really helps. But this is obviously Tucson, which the city of Tucson is technically not that big. The city limits of Tucson compared to, say, other cities, right? So as you could see, it's about 8 to 10 miles, square miles each way. Now, Nancy's neighborhood is up here in these little foothills. Let's see, which one is it? So Nancy's neighborhood's going to be right around here. If I can see the roads, but it's not showing the roads. So just so you guys know, what we're going to talk about today is obviously these are the wealthier parts of Tucson. If somebody's committing a crime and they want to target, they could target somebody in the city, but look at it's so densely populated, and these people are just middle class people. So they're going to go up into the foothills like the guy with the plants. Those were some big potted plants. So you know, he was probably either a cactus collector, or his wife is like, "Oh, you got home new plants," and she doesn't realize that he just took them from, you know, the neighbors. But this is Google Earth, so you can see how it's laid out. I know you've looked at this map, you've seen this map before. Let's check the comments. I'm going to put the link in here. Thank you, Lorraine, for putting that link in there. If you guys want to come on to the show in a little bit, I do have the first video lined up here. Since it was the 90 days, did you notice there was a whole bunch of media that did their 90-day update that normally wouldn't do an update? They've ignored it for the last month. And then because it's 90 days, they're going to do a little update. So we're going to just go through what a lot of these people with their new 90-day updates are. So the first one is kind of interesting. I know we wouldn't normally do this, but this is from Chicago. So I want to pull up a couple random news people at what they're saying, what they're telling the nation, right? Because you would think that we have three news stations here in Tucson that maybe they would be trying to break something, but it's everybody is just like vanilla. Everybody does the same report. So we're gonna go through this pretty quickly, and then we do have some good interviews with the interview room and the monk. The interview room and the monk, if you guys remember him, the monk. He was on the interview room. Give me a thumbs up if you saw that. I got a couple segments from that. But this is from Chicago. Chicago. Let me know. Shout out to all the Chi-Town in the house.
Remember this since Nancy Guthrie went missing from her home in Arizona. She's the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. She returned back to work. That was just a few weeks ago. The Pima County Sheriff's Office has been largely silent as of late, but they spoke out today with a statement. All it asks is for anyone with information related to the case to come forward. Greg.
So that's what it is everybody got the same statement from the Nano Sheriff's Department. Let's see. Did you guys read? Let me know. Give me yes or no if you did. Did you read what the Nanos Pima County Sheriff put out a blanket statement for all the media? It was like there was no 91 days, says Kathleen. 91 days. Hello, Lillian. Lillian. And we got this is Lamb is me land. Welcome in, just Peachy Green Cat. So the media basically all got the same message yesterday from Nanos. So Nanos basically gave out one statement, everybody. So this is from Chicago. If you guys are from Chicago, welcome in. Maybe this is somebody you watch, but I kind of pulled up a couple random ones just to put it in perspective what the local media is telling.
San Filippo is a law enforcement and security expert and VP of Doyle Security Services, and he's here to weigh in on this. Thank you so much for coming on. This is one of those stories that has captivated the nation and still no answers. in where Miss Guthrie is. I want to talk to you at this point. Is this considered to be a cold case?
This is such a heart-wrenching case for over 3 months, not only for the family, the investigators, and everyone that's following this. The distinction for a cold case, though, is more administrative than it is just something that you're looking out on a clock or a calendar. So until Pima County Sheriff determines this to be a cold case, it's still an active investigation. And in fact, they made a statement just yesterday and again today that this is an active investigation. But the longer it goes on, the more it affects the resources that are available to investigate.
You know, there's been all kind of allegations about how this case has been handled. You know, if there were some missteps along the way. I want to get your assessment of the Nancy Guthrie case. And do you think investigators made any meaningful breakthroughs in the last few months?
Thank you, Dan. Dana.
It's been a tough go for the last couple of months, right? And initially, I was a defender of Sheriff Nanos and how he was handling those press conferences, and the amount of information that was being put out was very pointed. It was the timeline to get people to jog their memories. It was the video. And then right after that, it just started going downhill from there. A lot of information being put out.
Wow, that is interesting, though, guys. So do you hear what he said? He said he was a fan of Nanos at the beginning. This guy, he just said, I didn't mind what Nanos was saying, and now he changed course. He changed course. So even people that thought he was doing good obviously are seeing Nanos is playing a big part in how it's being covered in the media and how it's being covered inside the case, in my opinion.
For what reason? The other investigators I talked to are very, very critical of that, that DNA was obtained. DNA is being sent here and being sent there. Unnecessary information that's being put out. Every time you're letting the public know about this information, you're also letting the perpetrators know about the information. And it's just not good practice in an investigation. And it's not the investigators that are working this case. It's coming from the executives.
You know, we've all watched, I'm sure most people know this, the first 48, and you all often hear from detectives, you know, the first 48 hours in an investigation of any kind, but especially a missing persons investigation is so critical. At this point, because we're so far down the road, what is kind of going on behind the scenes in terms of investigating still a mystery like this?
That first 48, like you said, is so critical, right? And that's why we typically open that crime scene as far as possible and then shrink it in as facts develop. And here, and within those first 48, the crime scene was reduced. And then as time went on, the crime scene was expanded. That allows perpetrators to be outside that crime scene and evidence to be outside that or contaminated as you're expanding that crime scene. Just not good practice. Again, an executive misstep, coordination with the FBI and resources. And, you know, we're not hearing anything from FBI collaboration in this. You're hearing this bickering going back and forth from the people that I'm talking to. And it's very tough to watch.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know, this is just from yesterday. So this isn't some old thing. This was just from yesterday, Chicago. The reason I pulled this one up is because she did bring on this special detective. And he's frustrated. I mean, obviously not from the inside, just watching how it's playing out in the media. So we'll continue this. The next one we do have is the local angle. This video is actually 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and 32 seconds long. You would think the local people would do it a little longer, but we're going to them next. Here we go. This is from Chicago, though.
I'm sure it's very tough on the family.
Thank you,
Gotta be
Mary.
tough on the family. It's hard for people to even understand, where is more evidence? We want to see more video. We want to see more pictures of, what could have been a suspect. We saw the man on the porch in the video. Are there any pieces of evidence, in your opinion, or leads in this case that you believe may not have been fully explored here?
DNA evidence takes time, and that is not out of the ordinary. Here what's out of the ordinary is that everyone has been notified of the DNA that was collected. We're getting that it was a lead, it wasn't a lead. So, here the DNA still going to take time, right? It's because if it doesn't hit initially on DNA that's been collected in the database, then you have to extrapolate that from other DNA that has been collected, or maybe even DNA that hasn't even been collected yet will hit on a match with what has been collected. So it becomes a waiting game with that.
I'm just curious.
And a lot of people are thinking that the DNA is going to be the next thing. Obviously, we're waiting for the hair back, right? The hair was sent. I guess they sent it to other locations too. Each location might have different skills. There might be new or technology, I should say. Um, so that's what's great is they have it we got multiple places working on it. I even heard there's a place in California, San Francisco, that has a piece of DNA from the case. They're trying to maybe the mixed DNA. So DNA could be something. The mystery hair. Yep, it's kind of like the mystery glove, the mystery hair. Lots of mysteries with this case, but it looks like I just looked. We are almost at 500. Was it 475 likes? We're almost to 500 likes. Hit the share button and maybe get some of your friends in here who you've been chatting with about the case. All right, we're going to continue this right now.
Yes, last question for you. What do you think are the next steps here? Do you think that there will be more reward money coming out? Do you think that there will be possibly more images coming out? Or do you think that if they had them, it would be out already?
If they had any other images, they would have been put out because you want those public tips. I think now you're seeing active on the private investigation side, from the family and from others. Here sometimes those private investigators are able to expand beyond just the jurisdiction where police agencies are limited to. So perhaps we'll get a break from some of the private investigators that are working this, or just as what happens a lot of times, it just comes from the public and just being a reminder that this case is still active. And
there we go.
Eventually, someone hits on something that was out of the ordinary.
Well, we can only hope that this case is cracked wide open. I know so many people across the country and beyond hoping that Miss Guthrie will be returned safely. Thank you so much for coming on and talking.
All right, so that's it. Someone says the captions. I think the captions are on that channel's video. All right, just sharing this out to a couple more places. Get this next video up, which is the local angle. Now we're looking at the local angle. Obviously, the locals, I think, should be on this every day. Every day. Thank you, Dana. Thank you. I just got the Cash App. Thank you, Dana. This is the local. I think they should have someone on this case keeping these guys are the ones that are they got degrees. They could really be, setting their career up. trying to get different angles, trying to get over there to Annie and Tommaso and get an interview, try to find friends with the family that want to do interviews, neighbors. I mean, but it's just went silent. All the media, it's like they got a Zoom call together or they were in the same group chat and they said, everybody's leaving. And then, as you notice, what happened as soon as the media left this case, right at the end, they started doing hit pieces on the YouTubers because they didn't want us to stay because they knew it looked bad for the media to just walk away. They knew. And so you saw those reports coming out about the YouTubers. So the YouTubers, we united, we stick together. But they tried to start making the story about us, and it wasn't about us. We're trying to keep the story awareness for the world because this could happen to anybody. So this is the local angle, Monica Garcia. It's only 2 minutes and 43 seconds, but let me check the chat before we go. I'm going to put the link in a little bit if anybody wants to come on and chat. We're going to test that out. Popcorn Jurors, welcome back. Turn up the browser volume. Okay. I'll turn this one up a little bit. Sometimes it's been so loud that it shocks people. So thank you for letting me know on the volume. I don't think all police are, though. I don't think so, Mrs. T. I think a lot of them are good. But I hear you. People are skeptical, right? But I think generally most of them have good intentions. Pump up the volume. All right, I got this one pumped up. Here we go. This is Monica Garcia. This is Savannah Station, so they should be doing a little bit more in-depth coverage, maybe. Here we go. Let me check the volume, though.
Since Nancy Guthrie was reported missing from her home in the Catalina foothills, Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show co-host and former KVOA anchor Savannah Guthrie, taken from her home in the middle of the night. And here is the latest on that investigation. So both the FBI and 88 Crime say while the number of tips coming in is lower, people are still calling. More than $1 million in reward money is available, and investigators tell News 4 Tucson that the masked person that you see right there on your screen, we had showed you earlier a little bit more about this. Investigators tell News 4 Tucson reports a masked thief caught on camera stealing plants that happened 2 nights ago near Nancy Guthrie's home are not related to the disappearance. Now, the Pima County Sheriff is giving us a better idea of where things stand right this minute in that investigation. News 4 Tucson's Andrew Capasso has covered the case since the night it broke.
And that was the thing, this guy, Andrew Capasso. Shout out to Andrew if you're watching or if you hear that we were talking about you. He's a great reporter. He was there literally since I remember seeing him on day 1 or day 2. When I first got there, he's been covering this case. And here's what he has to say. This is from yesterday. This is not an old interview. This is from yesterday.
You're live outside the Pima County Sheriff's Department headquarters on the south side. Andrew.
Yeah, Monica, good afternoon to you. I sat down with Sheriff Chris Nanos just a couple hours ago. He says the bulk of this work today, 3 months into this investigation, continues to be in DNA labs all across the country. As you likely know, DNA has been a central focus in this investigation since it started 3 months ago. From DNA inside and around Nancy Guthrie's home to figuring out the DNA on things like gloves found miles away. We know things like genetic genealogy are still happening. Of course, that's as investigators use that DNA to kind of backtrack and create a family tree to potentially link them to a suspect that way. Sheriff Nano says as that work continues, the need for people to call in tips is still as relevant today as it was 3 months ago. Listen.
888.
The reward money's still there. It's there for a reason. We think somebody out there knows something. We know they do. We know that someone out there knows what happened. Call us.
Wow, that was just yesterday. Have you guys seen that? So we've been waiting for Nanos to say something. He just said it. I didn't even see that part of it. This is from yesterday. Let's watch that again. This is from yesterday. I got to clip that. I had no idea Nanos did that. Do. Where is that? Okay. Let's play this one more time. That up. Get my face out of there. All right. This is Nanos from yesterday. He finally spoke.
As it was 3 months ago. Listen.
The reward money's still there. It's there for a reason. We think somebody out there knows something. We know they do. We know that someone out there knows what happened. Call us.
Boom. We think we know. Wait, say that again. Let's quote that again. We'll continue. All right, we'll
And I
watch the
reached
rest.
out to leaders at 88 Crime today to see where the number of tips stands right now. They say 360 new tips have come in over the last month. That brings the total number past the 3,000 mark. Meanwhile, the FBI tells us their agents and PCSD continue to work together in an FBI field office here in Tucson. They're following leads and continue to look at thousands of pieces of video evidence. The numbers have not changed. If you have any information, 88 Crime and 1-800-CALL FBI. That is the latest live from the Pima County Sheriff's Department on the South Side. I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson. Monica, back to you.
All right, everybody.
The search for Nancy Guthrie is nearing 100 days, and her friends and neighbors are starting to lose hope of her ever being found.
This is the next one.
We think about it not getting solved, and yeah, we a little worried. Yeah, that it's a worry for all of us, for sure.
And now there.
This is from 100 day, almost 100 days, she says. Now look at this photo though on there, how they have, this is when it was taped up for the very short time. Look at the tape on the screen. Do you see the tape? That's a rare shot to have tape up. So this must have been like, because they brought the tape down and then they brought it back up and then they brought it down and then they finally brought it down for good and they left a sheriff's office deputy there. We're going to play this in the full. This is from News Nation. They've been the number one as far as covering the case with Brian Inton. Everybody give me a actually we need to get a Brian Inton emoji. I think we might have to get a Brian Inton emoji for the chat in here because he's been covering the case so much. But that might be the next thing. Inton needs an emoji for 857. But I'm missing a lot of the chat. Yeah, the sheriff, he finally spoke. I'm going to post that up so you guys can watch it in full later. It seems like they should show the whole interview. They only showed like 20 seconds of him talking. But welcome in, Kimmy. Jason Wells, hello, welcome in. We're just getting started. We do have some people I missed that did give some super. This is a viewer-funded channel, so any support, I really appreciate it. We got Mary. Thank you for your dedication to this bizarre case. April, back when we were doing the plant stealers, for anyone new coming, there was a plant stealer in Nancy's neighborhood. Thank you, April, Mystic Mom, and Adrian. So we're going to continue going here. This is News Nation. In about 5-10 minutes, I'm going to put in the link for somebody to come chat. If you want to chat, I'll have that link up in a minute. Start thinking about what you want to talk about. Welcome in Sean from Texas. All right, let's get this started. This is News Nation from yesterday, I believe. Yep. We'll start it over.
Days, and her friends and neighbors are starting to lose hope of her ever being found.
We think about it not getting solved, and yeah, we a little worried. Yeah, that it's a worry for all of us for sure.
And now there are renewed calls to allow the Cajun Navy search and rescue teams to assist with the investigation. All of their previous offers to help have gone ignored. My question to the Pima County Sheriff is, what do you have to lose at this point? Many others agree. There's an online petition imploring the sheriff, Chris Nanos, to accept the help. Joining me now is News Nation's senior producer and the author of the brand new book, Murder and the Media, Allison Weiner. Allison, great to see you tonight. So you were out there outside Nancy's house for weeks. Now, of course, after 88 days, Pima County needs to respond to other crime in the area. Tucson is notorious for crime. They need manpower to go out and handle that, which, of course, shifts resources away from Nancy's case. As we mentioned, the Cajun Navy is a large network of people who are trained and willing to help with this. Why not use them?
I don't really understand why they're not saying yes. I think the fact is they're not only not saying yes. I spoke with Brian Thrasher, who is like the spokesperson for the Cajun Navy, and he has, been on News Nation quite a bit. And we talked about this on the phone last night, and he said, we haven't heard anything. He's not even responding. And people should know that the proposal that they're putting forward is something that they would have dogs, they would have drones, and they offered this before. They would work with the sheriff. They're not going to do any publicity. I mean, they are used to working with local law enforcement and letting local law enforcement give them tips on where they might want to search. They don't care to search around the crime scene. That's not the point. I mean, I went out to the desert with a retired detective to look at, how dense it is and how difficult it would be. And they need people like the Cajun Navy if they're going to look. And possibly,
there's a lot of territory to cover.
And shout out to the Cajun Navy. They have been laying it on the Nanos show, the Nanos Circus. Welcome in, Bullhorn Betty. Give her a follow. She's been following the case. Shout out to Bullhorn Betty. She's been doing at least daily, maybe every other day. Very great community over there. Thank you, Bullhorn Betty, for tuning in today. Night Blue, that neighbor did say to go to his house. Thank you, Barbie. Thank you, Barbie. We're trying to keep the positivity flowing. I know I'm new to this YouTuber community, and there is some drama, but we're overcoming, I should say, and we're not falling into the drama. So thank you guys, keeping the positivity flowing, the hope going to lots of victims. Right, there's as I always say, if you guys have a case in your state, put the name in the chat so other people in the chat can look it up, and let's get the awareness going for other cases. But this is from News Nation. We're kind of doing an update. Everybody did their 90-day update. The media, they had their business meeting and said, hey, we need to do our 90-day update. So here we are, News Nation, but they have been doing about everyday updates. So this is probably the best news, big media that's been covering it. Shout out to the Cajun Navy. Maybe we'll see them out here. But I say tell them to come out. If you guys know someone at the Cajun Navy, tell them to just come out. Start searching.
Yeah.
Let's go, Cajun.
The crime scene you just mentioned, of course, Nancy Guthrie's house. You and Brian Enton were the first people in the country to spot the blood outside of her home and walk right up to it and document it. Can you tell us what you think the blood spatter reveals about her last moments at the home? We haven't heard anything about this really from law enforcement.
Well, we spoke to, Brian spoke to Jim Clementi, who's a retired FBI profiler who did an analysis of the blood splatter, and he said some of those rings are clear, and there's like a ring around the outside, some of the drops, and that means that there was air in them. And he believes that Nancy made her last stand at the door when she thought that they were going to take her somewhere.
Now here, I just want you to look, because no one has talked about this. I have not heard anybody talk. Look at this again. there's a rocks right in there too. And if anyone knows, and you have rocks in your this kind of entryway of any kind of way, and you step in there, the rocks would come into this thing. So there might be footprints at some point in this little rock area, and I'm sure they've looked at it. So they could have a footprint, because if this person would have been, multiple people carrying Nancy out, somebody would have stepped in the rocks. Nobody's talked about the rocks, but look at the rocks as you come watch this video. We've only talked about the plants, but what about the rocks?
Air in them. And he believes that Nancy made her last stand at the door when she thought that they were going to take her somewhere, and that she got hit there. That means some of those rings.
All right, we're watching. Look at the rocks.
Jim
Right there on
Clemente,
the
who's a
on the
retired
edge.
FBI profiler who did an analysis of the blood splatter, and he said some of those rings are clear, and there's like a ring around the outside, some of the drops, and that means
For that rock to be there, somebody would have had to step in that dirt right there and then kind of drag their foot, and it flings the rocks up. I've done it before. Let me know if you guys agree. No, the rocks are nothing. The rocks are nothing. It's where they put their foot. They had, I'm sure, maybe they have a footprint. I'm sure they're not going to tell us if they do, but it's something. I'm just bringing it up. I have not heard anyone talking about that dirt area. Dirt can actually get footprints. So it might be a nothing burger, but hey, it's something to look at. Rocks.
that there was air in them. And he believes that Nancy made her last stand at the door when she thought that they were going to take her somewhere, and that she got hit there and coughed up some of that blood. And when it's clear on the inside, that means that there's oxygen, there's air inside of some of those bubbles of blood splatter. And it's just like a horrific note.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Is I hate and viewer discretion advised. This is all my opinion. We're not here with any sort of authority. But if something happened at the front door, right? So maybe they're walking Nancy out, and something happens at that front door, and she falls, right? Another detective said, if she falls on the ground, that would somebody said her face was probably only a foot off the ground. So they either carried her out, and I'm not being graphic, or they were walking her out and she fell at the front door. And instead of leaving her, they just picked her up and took her. She could have fallen at the front door. That's because obviously if they went into her bedroom and got her, and then something happened where she either had a medical emergency, she could have fell at that front door, and then they're already on the way taking her out. And so but that could have been the reason why the blood was the way it was. But everybody, thank you, Gail, keeping the hope for justice. And that's the thing, is this, needs to be solved for the community here in Tucson. We can't just ignore it like just another case. This is something that needs to get solved, and send a message that we're not going to give up on victims of crime. But this is News Nation from yesterday.
But he went through it, and he says you can see also that she coughed because there's a place in the blood splatter that shows like aspirated blood. And he believes that from that she was probably picked up, but she was hunched over probably about a foot from the tile there because of the way the drops have fallen. And it's really an awful analysis, but I think it's what they always say. She must have.
Now, here's what's odd. Are there any blood splatter on the mat? Why have they not talked about? So they're just saying that it's all around the mat, and they didn't get any on the mat. I mean, that would be like dropping a glass of water right there and you just get no water on the mat, but you get it all around the mat. You're telling me they didn't take the mat and there's probably blood splatter on that mat? The door, I mean, because, you know, as you see in this video, it's all around the mat. Look, you're telling me, look how close it is to the mat right there. You're telling me there's no blood splatter on the mat? And they just leave the mat there? Maybe the perp cleaned the mat. And that's the thing is, you know, they said the house basically was immaculate, right? Immaculately cleaned. But these are two things. There's rocks. So maybe the suspect, to flick those rocks on the patio, you have to step in there. Maybe they were there before we don't know. But if you look in previous, because if you think, guys, the suspect was there on the 11th, January 11th. He was staking the house out, maybe. Then the suspect allegedly was seen, we don't have confirmation, on the 24th. I think those are both Saturdays. And then there was the suspect seen, I believe, on the night Nancy was taken. Let's read some of the comments. Nancy is a smart woman. If she knew she was being taken, she could have made herself bleed to leave evidence by maybe. It's a good point, Paige. Good point. The thing you have to think about is it was 2:30 in the morning, and if they woke her up in her sleep, most likely she would have been groggy. But why wouldn't they take the mat? There's got to be blood splatter on that mat. To just leave it here? Why? I'm just confused right now. I really didn't even think about that. Looking at this picture now, though, all the splatter is around that black mat, and they didn't think, well, hey, there's probably some on this mat too.
To a second location, you should try not to go.
Why wouldn't it? Look at those small little ones. Look at the small tiny ones. And you're trying to tell me that there's none on this mat. It's on the mat. You know it is. Crazy. How do they not take
Because
the
then
mat?
they will have complete control over you.
Yeah.
And I think that she realized that, but she was 84.
Well, let's get to your book before we go, Murder and the Media. Just tell us about it.
Well, I will hold it up. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. Thanks for coming on.
There.
Yes.
It's interesting because my book covers 4 different cases, and one of them is a case that kind of is similar in some ways. The case of the.
Let me see. I'm still kind of. You think there's a new mat? Blue Catskills thinks it's a new mat. So you think they took the mat? I don't think they would have replaced it. I think that's the mat. I mean, let's rewind it because I've been seeing that mat since day 2. Let's bring this mat because it seems like, you know, we just look at these videos 100 times, right? We see it 100 times, and then the 101st time you see something new. This is what I mean. I didn't even think. Well, of course everyone's been saying they got to take the mat. Why is the mat there? Well, now it's even obvious. Why wouldn't they take this damn mat? And look at how close the splatters are to. I mean, I'm just a YouTuber, and I would have been like, dude, take that mat. I'm just some YouTuber dude here, just seeing what they see, and how close that splatter is that it would be on the mat. So we're gonna watch this one more time so you can see how close it is, and you can even see small droplets. that would be on there.
From law enforcement.
Well,
Look at how close that is. We're talking 1 inch away, and they left it.
spoke to Brian and I spoke, or Brian spoke to Jim Clemente, who's a retired FBI profiler who did an analysis of the blood splatter, and he said some of those rings are clear, and there's like a ring around the outside, some of the drops, and that means that there was air in them. And he believes that Nancy made her last stand at the door when she thought that they were going to take her somewhere, and that she
Oh man, that is sad. That is hard to watch. Viewer discretion advised, everyone. I know that's hard to watch. Just thinking about what happened there. Man. We are getting through it today, though. That was the News Nation. So far we watched Chicago, we watched Tucson, and now we watched News Nation, what they said yesterday. Check the chat, and we're going to get on to the next one. Where we at in the chat? Welcome in, Beer Expert. Awesome name, Chicago. Shout out Chicago. Shout out to Martin Johnson, the crime chaser in Chicago. I don't know if he watches, but shout out to the crime chaser. We need Mark. I'm going to put the link in. Let me put the link in. It would be good to get somebody's opinion. If there's any YouTubers watching, surprise me and come on into the chat. Let's see if I can put this in. Now you have to show your face one time just so I know that you're not Freddy Cougar or something. You will come into the backstage, and then once we're all good, we will. Now, we are trying this out. This is the first time, so patience. I appreciate everybody's patience coming in today. Now, here's a little side thing, everybody that's just coming in. If you've been following, I did go out to a compound. Give me a thumbs up or a 1 if you saw that video when I went out to the compound. We're doing a little interlude now. Did you guys follow? We're going to jump back into the Nancy Guthrie. Okay, Jessica, she saw the video. So you know what's crazy is I've been doing lots of research. I tried to do a video the other day, Tucson girl. Everyone hopefully saw it. So you know what's crazy is the cult, and I'm not going to even call them a cult, right? Because it's not confirmed, but let's just call them the spiritual group. That's going to be the new term, the spiritual group. The son, Amadon is his name, Amadon. He actually made a video yesterday, and he addresses YouTubers. So I have a feeling that he saw my video or something, and he released a big long video. It's crazy. Not all about YouTubers, but the beginning of the video, he addresses YouTubers and people in the media kind of, it's his name is Amadon Delavera or something. They're very protective, right? I don't know if, as far as they go on the offensive when people go after them. But his son, he wrote, and he talks about what's it called? I guess people going out and covering his group. But anyway, the Golden Dome place, he did do a video. I should try to find it. Let's just put it up for a minute. Let me see if I can find it. We're just going to watch the beginning because it's long, and we'll do this as a little interlude. But it was interesting that he did put this video out yesterday, and he talks about kind of YouTubers, like the first couple minutes of it. So are you guys okay to switch? We're going to switch gears for a little bit. Now, this is the son of the alleged cult leader who passed away last year, Van of Eurasia. This is his son, Amadon. Let's see him. Okay, we're going to watch the beginning. Now, shout out to this guy. I'm not saying he's got all bad intentions, right? I'm not saying to me, I don't know much about him, but he's very spiritual, right? Hello, Heather. Hello, Leslie, Gail. Everybody come on in. We're doing a little interlude. If you guys remember, I went out to a compound with the Golden Dome. This is the son, and he did a video yesterday. I'm not saying he was responding to me, but he does mention YouTubers and things like that. So it could be. I mean, I can't technically, but I'm gonna say alleged. And see, here's the thing: is he might want to change gears. His dad just passed away. He might want to put in a different light, right? He might want to put things in a different light. But this is him. This is him. So shout out to Amadon. I don't know him. Like I said, this is the son of the alleged cult leader, Amadon. And the only reason I'm playing this is because he kind of responded to YouTubers. Now, we're not going to listen to the entire 36 minutes, but he does mention it at the beginning. Let's watch it. Everyone's ready to watch it. All right, we're going to watch it. Let's see. Check one thing. I just got an email about the t-shirts. There was 2 t-shirts that were delayed, and I was trying to find the emails, but there's 2 that are delayed, and we're going to be overnighting those. So if you didn't get a t-shirt, just know it's coming. There was 2 that were delayed. But thank you again for ordering. No, I don't think Amadon is single. Fabio is not single. I think he's married, from what I understand. But like I said, I'm not saying bad things about this. It's just like any of these spiritual groups, religions, they all have their own beliefs. And, they're people, not all bad people. Right? There's people that are in the other big one out there in they're protesting, what is it? The Scientology thing. And this is way bigger than this guy, and they're letting them continue, right? So I mean, I'm not saying it's good or bad. We're watching this with neutral eyes, but the reason this is, I did go out to this compound, and here we go. He's a very eloquent speaker. I'll give you that. Make sure the volume's up.
Through the Marantra Moda from the Urantia book. The Marantra Moda are high spiritual concepts to help us live a more spiritualized life.
All right, before we go any further, he talks about this book, the Urantia book. Now, this is where his father wrote another I guess, revelation, they would call it, from this original book. So a lot of these people and a lot of people around the world follow this Arancha book. Now, before I go forward, let me know, how is the volume with this guy? Is it good? Should I put it up higher? How is the volume? Okay. Cool. So he is, just a little quick summary, he is the son of the Van of Urantia. Remember, we were doing a thing about him. This is the son. This is his, and I'm giving him all his flowers. He's been doing this for a long time. I guess he has his own YouTube channel called Get Real or Die Trying with Amadon Del Urba. So this is him. He talks out of the book of Urantia.
Life. Number 1, a display of specialized skill does not signify possession of spiritual capacity. Cleverness is not a substitute for true character. That's a good one. People often think that their talents, their ideas, and their abilities define them as a person. They think that their intelligence may separate them from other people, but really it's virtues that separate you from other people. It's purity of heart, it's purity of mind, it's purity of soul. Specialized skill doesn't make you really special. It means that you maybe spent a lot of time learning that skill. What this is referring to is the possession of spiritual capacity. Skill does not equate spiritual capacity. Spiritual capacity is more about higher virtues of love, tolerance, acceptance. So when it says cleverness is not a substitute for true character, that's really important to think about. Think about all these famous influencers and YouTubers and people who are very clever, but
Boom. There you go, guys. You heard it. He just released this 16 hours ago. Do you think he's talking to what we've been covering? He just says YouTubers. The reason I think he made this thing is he actually, it's hilarious. And so I give him respect. He came on here. He called it out. We're going to replay it so you can see it in full, and then we'll play the full thing, not all 36 minutes. But shout out to Amadon. If you want to come on the show, I'm willing to have an open discussion. I don't judge. I understand there's some allegations and stuff, but hey, I'm here with an open mind. I'm not joining the group though. I'm not joining though, Amadon. I'm not joining, but I respect you as a human being. And I'm sure he's hearing about allegations that are coming out. He might need to maybe go a different route, right? If he's the new leader. But we're going to start that over so you can see he actually calls out YouTubers. Amadon, the son of the cult leader, alleged spiritual community right here in southern Arizona. Here we go. Pull a little louder.
I'm going to be going through the Marancha Moda from the Urantia book. The Marancha Moda are high spiritual concepts to help us live a more spiritualized life. Number 1, a display of specialized skill does not signify possession of spiritual capacity. Cleverness is not a substitute for true character. That's a good one. People often think that their talents, their ideas, and their abilities define them as a person. They think that their intelligence may separate them from other people, but really it's virtues that separate you from other people. It's purity of heart, it's purity of mind, it's purity of soul. Specialized skill doesn't make you really special. It means that you maybe spent a lot of time learning that skill. What this is referring to is the possession of spiritual capacity. Skill does not equate spiritual capacity. Spiritual capacity is more about higher virtues of love, tolerance, acceptance. So when it says cleverness is not a substitute for true character, that's really important to think about. Think about all these famous influencers and YouTubers and people who are very clever, but do they have true character? Do they have true moral character, integrity, honor? What is their actual character like at the end of the day? A lot of people in this modern age are getting duped by clever people. What you need to look for is someone with true substance and character.
Wow, man, he called it out. Yeah, he does. He does. He does. He's saying that we don't have true character. I think, I mean, if he's calling me out personally, he should follow the channel. I'm trying to bring awareness to what we have going on in the city. If Amadon wants to come help me bring awareness that we got, lots of crime going on, maybe Amadon can help me, bring some awareness to missing people as I've been covering. But this is kind of crazy that he did. I think people are saying, I don't know for sure, but he did call out YouTubers, and this was just made 16 hours ago. Yeah. And I mean, it's interesting. So I'm not going to continue this much longer. I don't want to give him too much of a platform, right? But I'll give him the respect for coming on and making that. And, it is what it is. So we're going to move on from Amadon, but he did, it seems to appear, call out YouTubers. Yeah, I mean, I will go out there and just do a documentary. I have no problem because, there's good things that they might be doing as far as like their farm, right? I'm not saying their spiritual part and what their beliefs, but like how to start a farm, right? They might be able to help people that are doing that, but you just like, how do you put in a new root in the, or a new seed in the ground? What's the best way? They might have a tip on that, but I'm not going to follow them for their spiritual beliefs. Everyone can do their own research, though. This is we're going to move back to Nancy, but let me know what you guys think. Give me a 1 if you think he did it to respond to the video I did. Give me a 1, and give me a 2 if you think it was just random. A 1 if he was responding, or 2 if it was random. Welcome in, Nick, Hula, Heather, Hiders, Rocky, Mama, Yarn Killer. Oh, I love your name. Yarn Killer. Nice. That's crazy though, huh? So Amadon shouted out, thank you for calling out YouTubers and calling us. I guess he thinks that we don't have character and that kind of thing. I mean, I watched the whole thing. I did because I wanted to see what he was about. And it's interesting. He's an interesting fella. I'll put it up that way. We're gonna move back to the Nancy Guthrie case. So this is the next one. Everybody loves this guy. And there we go. We're going back to Nancy's case. So this is when the monk, shout out to the monk, Monk's Intrigue is his name. And we just going to look at this because this is the timeline. If we can put things back in perspective. Thank you, Heather. I'll have to put the link. It's a local company here. They have lots of cool hats like this. If anyone remembers that website, it's like the Lost Dove something. Who remembers the name of the hat? I know we got We got it's Delabera. His last name is Delbera. Dellerba. It's interesting, but I'm gonna get back on topic with the Nancy Guthrie. I do have the timeline up. Now, this is with the other day, Monk's Intrigue went on the interview room. Now, here's the angle that I have that a lot of people don't have is I live in Tucson. And so a lot of times, like, say something happens in your city, you kind of have that layout in your head. You know how the politics are ran. You know how the sheriffs are in your city, right? You know how they act. So that's what I have is the perspective of where Nancy's house is, where Tucson is, you know, these kinds of things as far as the culture, right? The culture. But let me just check one thing real quick. I got to check this. So this is the timeline. The reason I brought this starting it right here is because it's important to get back to the actual facts we have. The number one fact we have is Nancy went home at 9:48 p.m. and the garage door closed. Now, a lot of people have been asking, well, where is the cameras that show that Nancy went home with Tommaso that night? So I'm thinking that they just don't release that, but I am thinking in my opinion that the family has been cleared and they actually have a video of Tommaso taking Nancy home. They just haven't released it. We don't know, but in my opinion, that's basically what has happened. Now I am just looking at some stuff here real quick. Be right there. Almost going to get this video started. All right, we're there. We are there. And well, I'm going to do that. I'm going to put the link in the chat for someone that wants to chat. If we don't, we might not get anyone. I've never done this. So if you want to chat, try to keep it I guess focused on what we're talking about. I'll leave it open. Chat whatever you want about. So I'm going to put it in the chat now. We're trying this out. Be patient with the channel as I'm learning this stuff. But here is Monk's Intrigue when he was on the interview room. Turn the volume down a little bit. So this is the timeline. Here we go.
What kind of victim risk is she in? Right? That's always the first question that a suspect asks. How am I going to accomplish this crime effectively without putting myself at risk? That's what suspects do. I've interviewed tens of thousands of them. So you have to look through the lens of how does that individual lower their risk? Okay. Everything that the suspect did, if the 11th and the 24th are in play, that is a high risk activity because they're exposing themselves to not only neighborhood cameras one time, but multiple times.
There you go. That's a good point. Is like this guy, if it was the same guy, and it was, right? He exposed himself multiple times.
Who would do that is the first question. And if in fact that's what happened, then that tells us a little bit about the intellectual level of this person, or that person blends into the neighborhood and nobody would think anything of it. Okay. If you woke up at the next morning at 8 a.m. and you look on your phone and you had a Ring camera activation and you go, oh, it's Frank walking his dog. Okay. Nobody would think anything of that. Now, if you see Frank at 3 o'clock in the morning around this time of the year, where it's 30 degrees out, it is the desert, and people forget that the desert gets very cold. And Frank's all dressed up with the Ralph Crandom outfit, like Dr. Mercado describes him, okay, with the old spaghetti strainer on the head and, et cetera. But in this case, he's got the thick gloves, multiple, layers of clothing, et cetera. Again, the neighbor would go, oh, it's Ralph. No big deal. So that's the first thing we have to consider. Now, the second thing then is we have to weigh into, what's the environment, situation, circumstance that the victim is in. Well, she's 84, she's in her house, she's in her bedroom, and she's sound asleep. All low risk. Everything is low risk. Mm-hmm. So that tells us then that the perpetrator has a familiarity either with the house and or the victim or the circle around that victim. Friends, families, relationships, acquaintances, etc. Okay? And they were comfortable enough to come back multiple times, and to your point, Monks, to get various photographs of themselves, one, without the gun, without the backpack, and then the other that we know of on the porch. They weren't worried about that. They weren't concerned about that in any way, shape, or form. So this is somebody who is extremely comfortable and has probably been to that house multiple times. And this is why this timeline, in my mind, is critical. Because we have data points. And the first thing I pointed out months ago was we're missing data points for the next morning.
All right, everybody. Sorry, I must have clicked something out. All right. Did you guys hear that ending part? Did you hear the ending part? We do have somebody we're going to try to add to the stage here. So give me a little bit of patience while I add them to the stage. All right, missing loved ones, welcome in. Are you there?
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are the first one to be on the show. So give everybody or give yourself a pat on the back for being the first one.
It was super easy to get into the link. So
Cool. So are you do you want to say your first name or just leave it as missing?
No.
Okay.
Missing. I have a Facebook group on Facebook. It's we cover 4 big topics: missing people, missing weather, or missing people, missing animals, weather, and crime news.
Wow. Okay. Well, if you want to put that link in so people can follow you or however you want them to follow you.
That's those are the 4 names of the group. Just type in on Google or on Facebook, missing people, missing animals, weather, and crime news.
Right on. Well, welcome in, missing. And so, real quickly, where are you from? What state, if you don't mind me asking?
Minnesota.
Okay. And how long have you been following the Nancy Guthrie case?
Day one.
Okay. And so you pretty much know all the details. You've been watching all the ups and the downs, and
yes.
And so coming in today, what's like the main thing you want to talk about? So I don't like steer you into a certain topic or what do you want? I'm just going to let you talk.
The timeline does not make sense to me at all. How do they know for sure? for one. For two, they've only given us so many nanos. We'll start out with nanos. Nanos says one thing, Nano says another thing. He does this, he does that. Nothing makes sense. Nothing's professional. So if we have video of her returning home, release that to the public. Let's show that to the people. So then we can for sure clear Tomas. But here we are. We are.
So you think it's still, though, because I mean, he did clear Tommaso, but I mean, obviously everyone says nobody's ever, always,
Nanos
clear.
can clear. Nanos can clear anyone that he wants to. Until the FBI clears them, nobody's cleared.
Right. So what do you think as far as this timeline? What you're thinking that this is
So
not
what time did
correct?
she? What time did she go over to where they should have started? Is what time did they go over to Annie and Tommaso's home? What time did they eat supper? What time did they play the game? What time did she leave Annie and Tommaso's home? That's the big part, I think.
Well, what if they have that figured out? So let's just put it in perspective. Like,
Then give it to the public.
Well, what if they don't want to, and they have that, and they take, obviously, at this point, 3 months, if they would have found something on Annie or Tommaso, they're either watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake, or they honestly might not think it's them. And so, as far as, because you got to put things in perspective with January 11th, remember there was somebody seen at the door, and he didn't have a weapon at that day, right? He wasn't carrying his pew. And then allegedly there was another sighting on the 24th. And so to me, this could be somebody that looks like somebody staking out the property.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yes.
So now, if it's your logic, where it sounds like you're kind of leaning towards family, is what would be the logic of that? And if like the family, if you're saying, yeah.
So since I run this Facebook group, I have had nobody else except for the Guthries not to go out and search for their own family member. Get your ass up and go and find them. Why are you just sitting behind the screen? I understand that Savannah is widely known, but still, get up and go and search. Or even create a group that says, here, we're going here this day, we're going here this day, or this day. But we haven't done nothing.
Here to the family's defense, just because from what a little bit I do know, this isn't that they might be completely innocent, right? And so even as much as they should be, they also might know more than we do. And I know I've been to Minnesota, and there's like lots of lakes, and it's it's not like Arizona. Let me just put it that way.
No, it's completely different.
So if they are led to believe that she was literally taken from this area and taken to some other area, right? If Savannah's said that the ransom notes were most likely, in her opinion, which I don't think they are, were actually real, then the people would not just take Nancy and put her in the desert. So as much as they should be looking and stuff, my opinion, and this is all opinion, we're just talking in the wind here, basically is that they are led to believe that Nancy was taken and is not going to be like in the desert. Now, here, the good thing about Arizona is right now is like our best time of the year. So people are out every weekend on their quads. They're out with the family. They're camping. This is like the time to be out, right? So basically, where we're going to hopefully happen is we'll wake up maybe in the next week, month, year, and somebody finds something in the desert, right?
Hopefully.
But as far as the perspective, what are your thoughts on the stupid simple theory? And then I'm going to let someone else. We got someone else in the pipeline, but you can definitely call back. It's stupid simple theory. There's lots of youth. They're looking to come up, right? They steal this, they steal that. They do home invasions. And there was a gem dealer next door that had very expensive gems. We're not talking, a couple things of turquoise. We're talking this gem dealer was like, big money.
I looked into them.
And they deal in cash. So what do you think about that? And then we'll let you do a final talk, and then I'll bring on. It looks like we got Carol Ann in the pipeline.
So I personally think that maybe it wasn't towards the Guthrie family at all, and they just hit the wrong house. They were trying to go to somebody else. We don't know at this point, but it could be another college student that, is dumb and doesn't have anything better to do but to go and ruin somebody else's life. A lot of things could be on the burner right now, but if Nanos would come forward and keep a story straight, it would help this investigation a lot.
Well, I have his latest interview we just played, so hopefully he does. Thank you. Come back on the show again. Keep doing what you're doing, and man, it's been great to get you. You're the first one, so you always hold that award.
All right. Thank you for having me on.
Yep. Have a good day.
You too. God bless.
You too. All right. We got the first one on there, and we have one in the wings. Welcome in. I'm going to bring you in just a minute, Carol Ann. And I have lots of videos to play, but this is the monks that we're after. We do a couple of these, but we're going to bring Carol 147. Carol.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Okay.
All right. So you're the second one. So that's, first and second, you'll always have that award. Now it says you're muted. You just muted it? You hit the mute button. There you go. Can you talk? There you go. You're good.
Let's see here. Uh-oh.
All right. Let me try one more time to bring her on. Carol Ann, you got the mute on, and I'm going to bring you on and see if now it's off. Can you say hello? Okay, there you are. Can you hear me?
Oh, why am I not hearing anything?
Why don't you come in and come back out? Tell her to come in and come back out. Here's the link for anyone else that wants to come in. Tell her to come in. If the mods could let her know. Come in and come back out. But we're going to continue playing this monk video.
When the family goes over to discover Nancy missing, okay, now they may have them, but they may not line up with the initial story. And so that's a red flag, because they made it a point to tell the public, the sheriff did in a press conference, that at 9:48 a garage door opened and at 9:50 a garage door closed. Okay. So then the narrative changes the next morning. The garage door, we're to believe, is no longer in play as a point of entry into Nancy Guthrie's home, at least for the family. So this is where what we would call victimology comes in. It's extremely important to get what they call patterns of life. How does the family typically get into the house when they come visit Nancy? Does she meet them at the door, in the front door? If so, how's that work? Does she open the garage door, etc.? Do they have?
That's a good point. Is see, like my grandma's house, there was a certain door that nobody ever went in that door because they called it the front door. If somebody knocked on that door, that you knew they had no business being at the house or it was a sales call. So Nancy most likely went in through that garage. That was how she got into her house. So for this incident to happen at that front door is very strange. It's not in her character, like he's talking about character of life. What do people do on a daily basis? Does Tommaso ever walk her in? Does he just always drop her off and drive away? I mean, who knows? He might, that's how they do it. He's dropping her off. It doesn't seem that odd. Oh, have a good night. Okay, bye. Nancy gets out. He waits for her to go in, and the garage door closes. That's not strange to me. I mean, I understand why didn't he walk her in the house? People saying, well, he's mean. He didn't walk her in the house. Maybe Nancy didn't want her to walk him in the house. Maybe Nancy was like, hey, I'm good. Like, I'm Nancy, I'm good. I don't need you, right? Like, there's a lot of people that have a lot of pride. When you walk someone into the house, it can make them feel demeaning. Now, I'm not saying you can't force it and go, no, I want to do this. But maybe it was just in their character to not walk people in the house. Not a big deal. We do have somebody new in the pipeline here. Justine from Wisconsin. Welcome in. We're going to bring her in. Let me just finish this last segment real quick with
apps on their phone that can open the garage doors. Do they have clues? Do they have keys? All of those things. And who has access to all of those items? Does the pool man, does he reach over the gate? How's he get in? Those kind of things. So that's when you start listening very carefully to the conversation when the first officer gets on the scene that morning. Because the entire narrative at this point has been through Annie and the son-in-law. Whether the public wants to embrace that or not, that's what the cops were operating off of. They said, we got a phone call from her girlfriends that said she did not come to church. And so immediately we ran over here. And the first question anybody in their right mind is going to do or ask is, when did you last see her? And if so, what time? What happened? Yada, yada. And that's where the information now starts to get pushed out on, well, the doors were open. We thought it was a medical incident. And, you start hearing that narrative.
And then here's what's the most strange thing. Here is the most strange thing is, excuse me. All these interviews have been with Savannah. Savannah wasn't even in Arizona when she found out Nancy went missing. Savannah, remember, she gets the call at like 3 o'clock. What happened is the people who discovered Nancy was missing have been completely silent. We don't even have any statements from them. It's like they don't have any. we don't know what when they got there. Why don't they tell us? Why can't we get an interview from Annie and Tommaso after 90 days? Why won't the authorities let them talk? Maybe the authorities won't let them talk. I don't know. We don't know a lot of these, but we do have two people in the pipeline. Two people. See if I can do this. See if we can maybe. Oh, well, we got one now. There she is. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. That all right. I can hear you perfect.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Okay. I follow you. I adore you.
Oh,
I got my shirt today.
oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I'm
Thank you
very
again.
I've missed you not being on, but I look
Yeah.
for you all the time because I love your audience and I love your show. So, but my name is Carol Franklin, basically, and I have a sister who's missing, and she became missing in 1993.
Now, have you called into JLR's show? Because I
Yes.
remember. Okay, so yeah, I remember hearing about that, and I'm sorry you've been going
No,
through all that, and the healing. It doesn't stop because you're
no,
still looking, right?
we're still looking. My sister in Indianapolis, yeah, the Indiana State Police, they don't do a whole lot. But I think what we're forgetting here, and what I want to take it back to on Nancy's case, because of course this struck me like a piece of dynamite. I'm like, oh my God. And it's the unknown part that you lay in bed and you wonder, what could I have done differently? Who do I go see? Everybody in their network, your network, your loved one's network, anybody that you can think of. You go there. My sisters and myself, the first few days, we stayed awake 24/7. I mean, we were constantly going here, going there. And I put out a little video because I'm so confused about why Savannah has this platform and she could get thousands of people to look. I mean, it doesn't have to be right on the street that Nancy was on, but going out the different exits and having it coordinated with the sheriff's department. And that sheriff, good God, have mercy. I pray, dear Jesus, y'all can get rid of him because man, I've just never seen anything like it. The Indiana State Police were very different. When we had got the media involved, they were right there to do the news conferences. Kathy was in the news so much. I mean, I did so many interviews. But the thing for me is the confusion. Well, Savannah's this, Savannah's that. That's her mom. That was my sister in 1993. And 10 years, first 10 years, you still wake up every day with hope. Today, I look at it for my sister, because 33 years later, I look at it, I'll pass out if Kathy were to walk up. But there were times that I look at Kathy's timeline, and we go back, me and my sisters, we go back. So much time has passed. Annie and Tommaso, I can't help it, but they should be out in their front yard with a sign, help, please. Where is my mom? What are they hiding their faces for? And it just makes me angry at them now. I felt kind of sorry for them in the beginning because I thought, man, it's overwhelming when that happens. It really is because, I watched my mom and dad, they got divorced, So it really tears a family apart.
Well, and with that, and and again, sorry for your everything you've gone through. And what was her name, just so people can look her up, that
Her
story?
name
I'm
is
sure.
Lola Catherine Fry, missing in November of 1993 in Indiana. Now, some people say because of Kathy's lifestyle, I guess I made her a bad person. No, it didn't. she was loved. She had a mom and dad, and she had sisters, and she had nieces and nephews, and we all loved her. Just because of her, what she chose to do with her, her occupation, everybody's like, well, she was this, she was. No, her and Nancy are missing. Somebody took them. They didn't willingly go.
So it sounds like, maybe she wasn't with the best crowd. And
Now, she was a dancer, and when
Yeah.
people hear that, they automatically turn it off.
Well, to me, I mean, now I mean, hearing that, it actually gives me hope that there is people that know something, right?
There
Because
is.
in
There is.
those kind of groups, right, they're very connected, right, in these organized groups. So, I mean, I think maybe we could maybe do maybe a show.
I love you. Jesus
and
mercy, if I say.
Yeah, and I mean, it would be, just to keep the story going because it reminds me of the Holly Dasso case here in
Yes,
Tucson.
yes. When
And
you brought that up, I started putting that everywhere because it doesn't matter. Somebody loves that person. That, if I remember correctly, Holly had children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least one, yeah.
At least one. Yeah, I remember that. Kathy didn't have any children. Kathy and I, we lived two different lives. I didn't know. I knew what she did for a living. I didn't do it, but it didn't matter. We still, come holidays, birthdays, kids' birthdays, we still celebrated as a family, mom and dad and everybody. Even my cousin, he was a deputy sheriff down in Casey County, Kentucky. We didn't judge her. And cousin Leon said she was good at what she did. I said, holy moly. Okay, whatever. But the thing is, when the person vanishes, and especially with the video they got of that perp, 857, I'm sorry, but he does look like that family member. I'm not going to say that, or anything, but he does. I know a code of silence got broken with Kathy's, like, God, 15, 20 years later. Somebody, from what the state police told us, so John Riker disposed of Kathy's body. I don't know why he will never tell. Maybe he'll tell on his deathbed. But mom and dad both died without knowing
who's John Riker.
She was breaking up with him, and she was going to my sister in Fort Wayne. She was going to go to Laverne's and live. Well, she was living there part-time, but she was breaking up with John.
And do you think, and I mean, just because we have other people, and we'll do a whole show about your sister.
God, thank you.
I think it'd be, but John Riker, you're thinking might be somebody that needs to be looked at.
Oh my God, yes. He took a lie detector test twice, and they came up inconclusive. So when Nano said lie detectors were taken, I thought to myself, who cares? Because John Riker took 2 times he took that. I'm looking for the camera. 2 times he took that. And both of them came out.
Has there been any other missing people? And then, I'm going to end it on here. I'm going to ask you one more question after that. But I want you to come back because I'll be doing this again. John, was there any other missing cases like after your sisters? Because a lot of times, like it was just one thing. So that really does put him as and well. If you could email me, and then
I have emailed you before, Carol Franklin. Okay, so that was me on the t-shirts. I love your shirts, oh man.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And get them.
Awesome.
But I wanted to talk about Nancy real quick because I
was gonna say one last thing. Like, what do you think about Nancy? And like, obviously, we went off topic, and everybody look up Lola. Catherine, last name is
Fry.
Fry. Okay.
Yeah, let me know when you want to do that show. Dear Jesus. But with Nancy, I want us all to come together. And I really believe if, they put out that thing yesterday about Nancy Grace put out that map. The map that Annie put out. I think if we're
going to watch that next. I got that ready. Yeah.
Good. because if everybody lined up, if there was enough people to line up on both sides of those roads, we may be able to find a glove, a hat, a something, just something, because I don't really believe that nanos, I don't understand it, and I never will, why nanos wanted this just to go away. That's how I feel.
Well, and just to give you a little bit of clue, right? Like, because we got to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm willing to give them that. Is
Okay.
they probably know something that, like, if she was kidnapped, that she was taken out of the area, right? Like, I keep saying, why don't they have any camera footage
Yeah.
from Nancy? If it wasn't for Nancy having that Ring camera, we would have nothing. So let's hope, and let's end this after with some hope that they are just holding on to this. Maybe they're looking for a car, right? Like, I'm thinking they don't want to tell the suspect that they're looking for the car, right? So maybe they're just hiding back.
Well,
hey, we got this car, but we're not going to tell anyone because we're looking for it. And
now, everybody,
so,
Seven, real quick on the car. That was one of the first things they put out about Kathy. 1990 Mitsubishi, red Mitsubishi, and somebody else was seen driving that car. So again, I'm confused. If they have a car, and I hear you, if they have a car and they don't want the perp to know that they know what kind of car, to me that makes no sense, because it was all over Indianapolis News, Channel 8, 13, whatever, about Kathy's 1990 Mitsubishi. So
well, let's look. I want to look into that, and let's keep the awareness, because that's what helps. The
I appreciate it.
awareness. So
Well,
thank you.
You keep doing what you're doing. I'm always
What does
watching.
the 147 stand for? You don't have to tell me, but I see it on your shirt.
I love vintage. I love vintage. You can't. My craft room is a mess, but I love vintage items. I got so much vintage stuff, man. You need something
Nice.
vintage, you come and see me. My husband's like, no more.
I know how it is.
Yeah, but that's what we used to have. A store, 147. I love vintage.
Okay.
So you can find me on YouTube.
Well, email me some pictures of your best stuff, the best stuff, because I collect too.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
Dude.
but only the best stuff. I had enough.
Me and my sister in Florida, we love vintage items back in the 70s and so forth. But anyway, thank you for being here today.
Oh, thank you. You're awesome. It's been great. We'll keep the story alive, and I got the next one in, and we'll see you in the chat.
Thank you so very much.
All right.
Love you, man. I love you.
Thank you. All right, everybody. That was amazing. This is working out pretty good, and it looks like we got another super from Adrian. I remember hearing about this story. In case we need to hear more, every single missing person deserves to have their story told. Exactly, and there's lots. So we do have Lola Catherine Fry. She has been checking in lots of different chats, keeping the advocacy going for her mother. We have someone else, and I'm just going to bring you in just a second, Justine. I want to play this, finish this off real quick.
Okay. So for me, I have problems right now with this narrative on the screen. Primarily the first two pieces of this puzzle, 948 and 950. Because we can definitely say at 5:45, that an Uber driver picked her up, if that person's been interviewed, and dropped her off over at the house. If that's on video, which hopefully it is, or at least they got that guy locked into a statement, we can say, okay, that's a factual piece of evidence in the narrative. That is an eyewitness testimony that could come and say, at 5:45 p.m., I picked up Miss Guthrie. Okay. The only other factual conversation about that incident is the data point for the garage door at 9:48 p.m., and then it closes at 9:50.
All right, so we're kind of going over the timeline. We do have a new panel member, Justine. I know you've been in the chat. If you want to show your video, you can. If not, you don't have to, but welcome in Justine from Wisco. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome in. You are the third,
Perfect.
so you got the top 3 of first people trying this out. So what do you think about the timeline and the whole case and everything?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, I want to say hi to Christina and Jeff and all of the mods. You guys are wonderful, and I enjoyed playing poker with you guys. um, but yeah, as far as the case goes, I am very curious to see what the board does with Nano's response or lack thereof. I know I texted you about that, but like, I'm very interested to see what they actually do.
Well,
Thoughts?
as far as Nanos, I mean, he's had the position for 20 plus years, right? And I mean, I think they're going to really try his best, but there's some, as they would call it, squishy laws, right? It's not that easy to get someone that's elected thrown out of office, right? So, as much as like everything is set up, it's still he could still keep his job because of our laws in Arizona. I don't know if it's nationwide, so it's going to really take some political um, swindling to really get someone to actually get him thrown out. And so most likely my opinion is he will keep his position, but I'm like 60-40. Like
See, yeah,
yeah.
I read the statute specifically, and I'm not a lawyer, so again, I can't get into all of the middle ground there because, it could go either way. But from what I saw is that it does say that he has to do it under oath. I mean, this is not an affidavit, it's not notarized, like there is nothing saying that he took this under oath to prevent him for, further perjury. But his response was so flippant. It's like he did not give a you know what um about what his response was. I think it was, you want a response, here's your response. I'm going to give you only what I think is necessary. And I don't think Matt Hines took that lightly. I really don't.
Yeah, and that's Matt Hines, even before Nancy was missing, had it out for Nanos, right? And so
Mhm.
what you're seeing play out in political in front of the whole world essentially is some political infighting within the Democrat Party here in Tucson. Now, I'm not getting political for anyone that's
Yeah, no.
sensitive, right? It's like it's a real sensitive subject, but
Mhm.
I'll break it down for you real quickly. How it works is Nanos was a piece to the puzzle of the Democrat entrenched political scene here. Now he it was all good because Nanos basically, if anything needed to be swept under the rug, guess who would sweep it under the rug for the Democrats here? It would be Nanos.
Yeah.
Nanos basically helped the local elected set up the illegal immigration funnel that we just saw with Biden. Nanos actually got paid, not directly, but his sheriff's department got paid to protect the people coming up and the hotels. And there's lots of videos of it. I have. So what happened is Nanos started giving, once this was over within the last year now, Nanos has been pushing back because he wants the money for what they call the flock cameras, the body cameras.
Yeah, the ones that they also have that go on the street, correct?
Well, yeah, but we're talking about the body. I think it's
Yeah, the axon.
Axios or something.
Axon.
So before Nancy went missing, there was a big hoopla because the board wanted to cancel the contract and Nanos wanted to extend the contract for the body cam. And so it all comes down to money. Because Nanos has been fighting back and pushing back, saying, I need money for my department for these supplies. And they basically went into this situation with already a lot of animosity that had nothing to do with Nanos or with Nancy missing. So now that Nancy went missing, the local Democrats, they want him out, right? Because of this infighting that they're using this as a way to get him out. Even though it's all fair and it's ridiculous, right? I mean, the things that we found out Nanos did. But here to kind of put it all in perspective is if he can survive, in his mind, the reason he's staying silent is because of money, right? He's got his pension, he's got all these things that line up. If he can just survive till he retires in 3 years, then he's made it. And so in my mind, he's just trying to get through this so he can finish out his term and then walk away on his own terms. So now, if they can throw a Hail Mary and get him to step down, it would be the most embarrassing thing for his career. And it would also send shockwaves through Pima County, right? Because he's an elected official and he literally just got fired. It doesn't happen. You can't find it happen. It doesn't even happen in other states. So I'm kind of long-winded on this, but as much as everything's lined up for him to be kicked out or fired, the laws do not permit it to happen easily.
Sure. All right, before the chat gets all peed off, if we're talking too much politics, I have a couple of other things. So,
Yeah.
Alex was actually sitting outside of Annie and Tommaso's house last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of it. Yep.
Yeah, so a lady from Working America came by and actually went and knocked on their door. They must have some sort of like entryway or patio or screened-in patio, Four Seasons room type thing. So she actually went in and she was talked to by security, not Annie or Tommaso, but they have security now. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me. What I think it is I honestly think that they left town or they left the area, and I'm just speculating, and now
Sure.
somebody's like staying there, like a house sitter, right? I mean, maybe it's like a security company, but I don't. Seems like a little much. Like maybe like a friend that's like, hey, we're gonna be staying up in Italy, right? Maybe they're in Italy right now, right? Because Tommaso's from me, and they have a house sitter there, and they call it security. But I don't know too much other than yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't see the person. I don't know who the person is. Could be anybody, could be a friend, cousin, who knows. I just thought that was interesting. And the sad thing is when I look at that just as a whole, I would think that if it was security, it would be because of the public outrage toward them, all the speculation toward them, versus the fact that they're afraid that they would be potentially next. And I think that's a sad dynamic to look at it that way, that they're afraid of the public and not afraid of the person that potentially kidnapped their mother, just from the way I look at it.
Well, and that's where they are a part of a group. Let me say, how do I say this? They're a part of like the insiders group of Tucson, right? They know a lot of people, right? Imagine them being like mini celebrities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, because of that, they kind of feel like they need to act a certain way, right? Now, in every family, like, how there's one kid that might be this way and then the other kid's this way. One might be outgoing, one might be a little more reserved. It's not all cases, but or all families. So in this case, to me, let me put it in perspective. Savannah is like the overachiever, right? She's straight A's. I don't know if Annie got her grade. I'm just saying overachiever. She's into
She's in the
NBC,
spotlight. She's in the forefront of the family.
law school,
Hmm.
you know. Now, Annie never left Tucson from what I understand. Maybe she did for a little, but she's back in Tucson, right? And Tucson is a very weird place. Not in a bad way, but it's very slow paced compared to New York City, right? Everybody knows everybody here in Tucson, right? Most people, um, and so it's a little bit different life, and they are a little more, what's the word? New age. They're more of like the hippie type.
Modernized.
Um, and
Hippie.
so out here in Tucson, I think, and I don't want to be long with it because I'm just speculating. They're very more reserved and like they only want the publicity from like people that admire them, right? But they don't want it from the general public, right? So to me, like Tommaso having his band, like he wants to be popular before Nancy, hey, I got this band, and so like come like my band. So it's like this underground culture that they're more attached to. And so being open to the public is like probably the worst thing in the world for them. Like, and so they have chosen to basically just be like that because in their nature, it's not to be in front of, you know, like this kind of public eye. So
Yeah.
that's kind of my opinion.
Well, and I think that, I mean, aside from the fact that, you know, what I will say on their behalf is that people who are poetic, people who are artistic, that express those in what people deem to be dark or nefarious ways, doesn't mean that they're bad people, doesn't mean that they did anything, all of the things that they're Wiccan or, you know, there's so many deeper meanings to what all of that means. And it doesn't have to mean that it's bad. So it's kind of getting to be too much that everyone's looking so deep into that. Um, because people just have different ways of expressing their feelings, right? It's no different than journaling, you know? So, anyways, I'll leave that where it lies. And then the
No,
other
it's the
thing,
good point is
yeah,
here's the point is everybody thinks automatically that if Nancy was targeted, it was because of Savannah. Nobody really thinks that Nancy could have been targeted because of Annie and Tommaso.
right. Well,
They
and
are the locals here.
mhm.
They might have upset somebody locally, and that's why I know for a fact that they have checked everybody who's indirectly connected to Tommaso and Annie. So maybe when Annie and Tommaso sat down for that FBI interview, who do you know that maybe you had a fight with in the last year? Right? Tommaso had to answer that question, I'm sure. Like, Annie, have you ever, gotten mad at somebody where you guys had like a tiff going on? And then so anybody who indirectly knew, a lot of people are saying she's into some, Wiccan, these kinds of things. Who knows? But that's kind of leave it at that. Is they have checked anybody who indirectly might know Annie and Tommaso because it could be that. It could be that connection versus the Savannah connection.
True. Um, So, I mean, everyone thinks it's Savannah, has to do with Savannah. I'm going to be honest, as a member of the general public who does not live in the 1 to 5%, I did not know who she was before this. I really did not know. I don't watch the Today Show. So to me, she became a little bit more famous now because I know who she is, a lot of other people because of this. So I think it's a very an oddly specific target, but let's just say it's attributed to, Savannah's fame. Could be. I think it's going to be a very surprising outcome. I'm going to think it ties in all of the elements that everyone's been talking about, but I do think that it is going to be pulled together in a way that surprises everybody. I think it's going to come out of left field.
And that's what I mean, I kind of hope, that's where I'm hope. As far as the interesting thing is the name of Annie's book is called The Good Dark. And so to me, it could fit with your statement. And this is really conspiracy stuff, but it's like, what good it would come out of benefiting the family of this happening. Like you said, maybe that they took Nancy away, and this is way off in left field. So guys, don't believe me on this. I'm just way left field. Like you're saying, it could be something where they took Nancy and who knows why, right? But she's somewhere safe, and they don't want to let the public know why they took her, right? And but it's weird. Like, why would the family be involved in anything? And so that's why, to me, it's more of somebody either targeted Nancy and was wanting to get back at Annie or Tommaso or Savannah, or it has nothing to do with that and it was a burglary gone wrong. I'm still 50-50 on that. I don't believe the ransom notes are real, even though Savannah told us. But anyway, we covered a lot. You're awesome. Let's have you back on again. Any last thoughts before we sign off?
I think the only other thing, because we're talking about how weird this case is, I don't think it can be overstated enough how very odd all of the behavior is. Not just Nanos, not just Savannah, not just the family. This case is very odd, and I cannot help but believe that there is a reason. Either she is safe and, she has been safe for a long time, or they may know and they're trying to build a case against the person. There is a reason why this is so quiet, and I think why a
I
lot of it's
agree.
being held under wraps. But to the guy that called from Minnesota earlier, hey neighbor, to the west, but he was talking about the gems. You break in and you see that there's an old lady and there's no gems. You don't take the old lady just because there are no gems. That is too I don't know how to say it, but I feel that there is no reason to take an 84-year-old woman if you're breaking in just to steal gems. If there's no gems, I mean, if she sees you breaking and entering as a charge is a lot less hefty than a charge of, murder or kidnapping or any of that. So I think they would have just left her if that was the case. So I just don't think it is. But they say 9 times out of 10 that the person that was last to see them is the one who has something to do with it. So if Annie and Tommaso could have said, she never made it to her house. We didn't know she was coming over that night. Oh, she took an Uber. I mean, we weren't there, or we didn't know she was coming. She never got here. Why insert yourself into it and say, yeah, we had her, we dropped her off. You're putting yourself as the last person that saw her. So it's another reason that kind of leans on the defense of Annie and Tommaso. But I'll wrap it up there. I know you have other
Yeah, it's
people to
weird.
chat to, and
Yeah, because I heard that she was playing mahjong that day, and then she went and played more mahjong at that night. It was like she's playing 12 hours a day of mahjong. That's a lot of mahjong to be playing. I'm not pronouncing it right, but
yeah, I know that Monk says it the way that it's supposed to be said, but
yeah.
that's
Well,
a lot
thanks for
of
coming on,
mahjong.
and
Yeah, thank you, chat, for mostly being polite, and keep on doing what you do. We'll talk soon.
yep. Have a good one.
You
Take
too.
care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I'm gonna put the link. We're gonna continue watching this. This is the link if you want to come talk. We're gonna finish this off. I gotta be right back. Well, this is playing. This is a couple days ago. I don't know how many days, but real recently. This was the interview room. Monk's Intrigue and a guy named Josh Diaz. They did this, and I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back. And thank you, anyone who's supporting the channel today. I appreciate it. Adrian, Mystic Mom, April, Mary, Adrian again, thank you. And April again. Anyone hitting the like button, super chats, and you can also we do have the Cash App going, but I'm gonna play this. Good points by Justine and 147 Carol Ann. Be right back. I'm gonna just play this.
So one has to logically ask, well, how did they get in the house the next morning? Why didn't they? And then the next question is, why didn't you use the garage door? You have access to the garage door, and let those answers come, whatever they are. Because somebody had access to it the night before. Either Nancy had it on her phone, the app to open her garage, or the brother-in-law had it on his phone to open the garage, and they have those data points. And then you have to say, okay, well, I'm going to stop there for a moment and then ask you about, do you think the flower pots are really in play here at the doors? And if so, why?
The flower pots to prop open the doors?
Yeah. I mean, we've only heard that from Savannah, right? And didn't she say that on the Today Show, or where did we hear that?
Yeah, she's done a weird interview with Hoda.
Okay, so
Yeah,
she did say that?
Yeah.
Right?
She said doors were propped open. I'm not sure she said what they were propped with in that interview. That the pot was, I think, came from Banfield. The flower pot part.
Okay, so let's take the flower pots off of the table for a moment, and let's just listen to Savannah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second piece of that conversation, if I recall, and keep me honest here, is the conversation about, we thought there was a medical event or something like that. Maybe the paramedics propped the door open.
Right.
Okay. So the first question that popped in my head when I heard that is, who made the first 911 call?
That's supposed to be Annie.
Right. But for that to have been a scenario, it would have had to have been Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy would have had to be the one to call.
For the medical emergency. Right.
And nobody else was there.
Right.
All right, we'll stop it there real quick because I want to look at this timeline. We've been looking at this for a while here. What really stands out to me is the 2 a.m. spike. The 2 a.m. spike is what stands out to me. So to me, Nancy gets home at 9:48 p.m. Thank you, Kate. The garage door closes at 10. Nancy goes to bed. Now, she doesn't take her pills. I've heard that she doesn't take her pills. Why didn't she take her nighttime pills? So here's another question. Have you ever seen an 84-year-old grandma who lives by herself, very capable, sharp as a tack? You know how they are. They don't miss their pills. I mean, it's like clockwork. They take their pills, right? I mean, boom. Is it true that she didn't take her pills? I don't know if we have confirmation, but that's what I've heard. That's a rumor. So yeah, that's a rumor, but I did hear it. But that's the thing, like people are saying Nanos isn't. These are the things that they could tell us. Why can't they tell us? If there's speculation in the public, that's when they come out and they do a press conference. Why didn't they have a 90-day press conference? I hope it's because they have someone and they're watching them right now. I hope so. I hope I hope right now they got surveillance around the suspect and they're just watching him just because they want to get every last piece of evidence. How amazing would it be to wake up one of these days and just find out this whole story that they've been watching this evil person? That's my hope. I give them the benefit of the doubt. That is my hope, but we're going to continue. But here's what I want to point out: the pacemaker spiking. So this is why I think, in my opinion, that pacemaker spikes. Nancy's sleeping 10 a.m., 10 p.m. Boom, 2 a.m. They go into her room and it spikes, right? Because she gets woken up. Obviously, I bet everybody thinks that too, but that's kind of what I think. At 2 in the morning is when they got into there, keeping everything close to the vest. Exactly. So we're going to continue. This is the interview room with the monk. The Monk's Intrigue and Josh Diaz. Give them a follow.
Well, so we know that's not what went down. Go ahead, Josh. What were you going to say?
No, I was just saying that nobody else was supposed to be there.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, and so now that's as I hope that kind of answers, what you were asking me. Now I want to hear what your thoughts are. And there's a lot more that we can check into this, okay, as we go along. So right now we're up to the house at 9:50 p.m. in my mind.
9:50 p.m.
That's the last proof of life.
Well, at the same time, I guess we could ask, is that the last proof of life? Or did somebody with a garage door app, which if a garage door can timestamp like that, that is an app. I don't think my garage door can do that because it's more analog, right? You go in there and push a button. So anybody could open those garage doors for those 2 minutes from anywhere if you have the app.
I don't think she had the app. I think this was an old garage. They probably had a keypad.
I would like to ask you guys a question about the actual security device in terms of events. I had a video called Events, and it's basically about what security cameras would alert you with. And the fact that you have an 84-year-old mother that could fall down at any point. And so you'd want to keep, an eye on her. Now, I don't know if there's cameras inside the house. People have been talking about it, but I haven't confirmed that there were. I don't know if you guys have confirmed. Do you guys know if there's cameras inside the house?
I've heard that there were, but I don't know.
The sheriff said early on that there were cameras in them.
Yeah. Really? Okay. Well, in terms of those events.
And that's the other thing is, so if there's cameras in the house, most likely, this is what we got to hope and pray, is that the FBI released the photo of the suspect at the door. But hopefully there's more video that they're holding on to and they're out there looking, because they have the other video, the good video. Let's hope they have the good video. And they're just now driving around the streets of Tucson. They're putting those through databases. Hopefully they have more footage, and maybe we're being critical because we don't have this information, but maybe they have it. And that's why we know there is other cameras from inside, from what he just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's also said a lot of stuff, so.
Right. Yeah, and so we got to take that with a grain of salt, right? Yeah.
Right.
Based on what we know about him right now.
Right. So in terms of those events, I would think if you are the greatest caretaker, you also would have that app installed on your phone. And the way these cameras work now, if you have a Nest, if you have a Ring, even if you have an off-brand like the one I have, which actually records everything into internal memory and my phone and doesn't need a subscription. But with theirs, it does the exact same thing mine does. It shows an event. It gives you a thumbnail of what is going on and why it's alerting you. That's why it's called an event. So where are these events? We know that Nanos must know, because he's the timestamps that he's giving you are events from those cameras. And those events will tell you where this event is happening as well. Front door camera.
That's why it's so exact. So Nanos, even though they don't have the timestamp, they have all these timestamps. Because if you remember, if you got your phone, and if anyone walks in front of your camera, you're going to get notifications too. Remember, if you have your notifications. So they definitely have all the different timestamps.
Camera, side camera, however they labeled it. It'll tell you camera 1, 2, 3. Where is this event coming from? It doesn't just tell you somebody's lingering. It'll tell you somebody's lingering at your front door. Yeah, and so he's not telling us that part. And I feel, and there has to be, if they got into Nancy's phone, which it looks like they did, a plethora of events to look through, which also leads me to believe that the culprit might have gotten into her phone because he knows how this works and deleted all those events.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't been able to completely.
A bit more. Why do you feel? Why do you feel that? What brings you there internally?
In terms of events?
Yeah. I mean, what brings you there that he would have deleted them?
Because he knows that he is on those events, and like the front camera, he doesn't care about, but it's possibly the events, those side cameras or whatever. That might have caught the car. It might have caught two culprits. It might have caught, now there is a camera in that backyard. It might have caught whoever it was propping open that door. That camera, I assume, would catch it, but those back doors that were propped open is kind of hidden off in the side. So there are events in there that are missing, unless they are not showing us, I think. So those have always troubled me, these events. And another part is, yeah, your family member would have the same events on their phone. And from what I could tell, the culprit's not erasing their stuff, right? So why are you not showing these events to the police? Or do you not have the app on your phone for your 84-year-old mother to keep?
And that's a good question. Do you guys think, let me see if we can get these chats going on here. I'm missing a bunch because I'm over here trying to get ready for the next thing. So I apologize if I missed the chats. A Tucson girl says A&T knew she would forget to lock her doors. So unfortunate T didn't walk her inside, made sure she locked all the doors. Excuse me. Yeah, a lot of people have those clickers. You know what I mean? Or you got the keypad. And I don't think Nancy's house wasn't really like, I don't think she was using an app to get in. I think she had old school stuff. We don't know for sure. And that I've thought about that too, Grandmaid, about what if they were in the house. They could have been in the bunkhouse in the back. They could have broke into there, waited till Nancy got home. Maybe they left the doors propped open. Nancy comes home, go to bed, and we just don't know what other footage they have. But they could have been in there. Could be another test run, and they were there previous weeks. No robber, going to spend that multiple times. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping there's more footage. I've been asking since day 3, where are they going to release any more footage? There's got to be more footage. We know there's more footage. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Motive is the revenge. Love or money, point blank. And that's the main thing you always got to, when you're making your theories at home, you have to decide what you think the motive was. Until you decide what the motive was, it's hard to come up with your final conclusion or your final top theory. If the motive was revenge, that's one thing. If it was for ransom, that's one thing. If it was for somehow Nancy, the people who are going to, when Nancy's gone, are going to benefit, that's another thing. So, motive is the key to any of these cases. Was it because of money? Was it because of revenge? I don't know. It's confusing. But we're going to continue back with the interview room and the monk and a guy named Josh Diaz. So shout out to them. The name of this, the two suspects, backdoor entry, new Nancy Guthrie theories, FBI won't address.
Keep an eye on her. So that's a little perplexing when you think about, those events.
Okay.
I mean, what do you guys think about that?
Not only that, I mean, I'm perplexed that she didn't have a life alert. It makes no sense to me. How would these all she would have to do as soon as they came in, if they woke her up and she was startled, she just puts her hand right here, presses the button, they could rip it off of her. It's too late. They're on their way. How do they know that she didn't have one?
Yeah,
and especially somebody who has walking issues, that can fall and lives by themselves at any given moment, can fall, hurt themselves. It makes no sense to me.
The greatest caretakers, right? So.
All right, we're gonna hold it. We got a new chatter in the chat by the name of Dory. We're gonna bring Dory in here. So Dory, get ready if you want to take your mute off. See if we can get Dory in here.
All right.
Where is Dory? There's Dory.
Can you hear me?
Okay. All right. Hi, Dory. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. So I'm just getting things set up. So where are you calling in from today?
Spring Hill, Florida.
Oh, beautiful. I keep saying I want to go to Florida, and I'm putting it on the bucket list.
I'd wait till it cools off a little. It's hot.
Yeah.
Well, you're
you
used
have
to
the
it.
humidity, so
Yep, that's it.
So Mystic Mom, it says your thing is Mystic Mom. Are you
I am Mystic.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I recognize that name, and so I know you've been following, and so what are your thoughts, and what kind of spurred you to jump in today?
Well, I usually don't share my thoughts because they're all over the place. With the lack of conferences and stuff like that, it's really easy to jump from one theory to another. I do keep going back to the family. I know you probably don't want to hear that, but I do.
No, it's open discussion.
Like they were saying a minute ago, with the last on that timestamps, with the last proof of life, I feel I don't know. I do have questions though. I'm one that likes to keep it simple. Okay? Because I can complicate the hell out of a glass of water. If I keep it simple and I just look at the facts, we really don't even know if she made it home.
I had that thought too the other day. That's why it's like you can go down some rabbit holes on this case where as much as someone where I think I'm a little more like I try to keep the common sense theories just to not confuse myself, that to me that they're not telling how Tommaso got home. There's no, like, Tommaso didn't release a statement with maybe his favorite reporter here and just going, hey, and there's no really proof other than we do have the what's it called? I'll pull it up. The timeline that says at 9:48 the garage door opener. So to me, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. And that's where knowing that he worked at the best school in the whole nation. Okay, so this guy, I mean, and I'm not saying he couldn't be, but to me, they don't seem like the people that would conspire to do something like this. It, as much as everyone could be shocked. So that's the only reason why is um you know at her age too, they know that she probably didn't have much time to be around in the world. At 84, you're hoping you got 15 years, right? So
Right.
maybe it just doesn't seem like they would want to conspire to even have this nightmare, because it would be, they already know that they're going to inherit whatever's entitled to them when she does pass. So to me, I get because that's where most the odds show is it's close. But anyway, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's why I kind of am shying away from it. That's the only reason.
Well, with like the school teacher thing, I mean, this was a school teacher that went to, not to bring politics in it, but the correspondence dinner. This was a school teacher. Nobody would have dreamed. I'm sure his students and people were shocked, you know. So I don't know. Take the occupation out of it. Just look at just from the beginning. Like you said, she had already been there playing games earlier in the day. So she left. She went home, and then she went back. For one, she took an Uber back. That still really confuses me. Who knows? You know, but it's odd that she took an Uber back
Well,
back to their house.
here's what I honestly think is, and it let's, because you guys watched, I went out to the compound. Remember the compound?
Right.
Right. So they are a part of groups like that. Maybe
Right.
they're not like cults, right? But you hear her talking about the Wiccan, right? And
Right.
we're speculating. And so is Tommaso.
Right.
I've read some of his poetry, right? They are leaders in this type. If you look up Annie's biography of who she is, she teaches this something called oracular. Remember oracular? If you guys can find that name in the chat, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
She's a teacher of, and I don't know how to. I'm gonna oracular writing. It's okay, so listen to this. So we just talked about the whole cult and all of these things, and I'm not saying she's involved or in any cult or any, but she's into some weird teachings. Oracular literature is also called Orphic or prophetic literature, positions poet as a medium between humanity and another world, sometimes defined as supernatural or non-human. So what I'm thinking is, if I was in this case and we didn't have anything and we're trying to think of these conspiracies, they were leaders in this type of teaching. Tommaso is a leader. People look up at him because of just the way he looks is his beard, right?
Right.
He's got a whole other side. They have this whole other side that somebody could have done it to get back at them. And they have no idea who or why, but it was somebody, and that's a theory that I have, that the only way they could be involved is if it was somebody that was indirectly knew them and they were trying to do it to just ruin their life, basically, right? And someone trying to get back at a cult or a group or a teaching, this is a kind of thing that somebody would be revengefully doing, right?
Or
Let me
somebody that's
check.
just a little more on the dark side than they are, because it did happen under a full moon. I've had that
That's what I'm
theory as
trying to
well.
say is like the way that their personality is they're not like U of A going to the basketball game and hey, and the concert's in town, so we're gonna go to this AC/DC concert, like the typical American couple. They're into some very I mean, you just read that definition, or oracular literature, and she's a teacher of this, and
Right.
he's into some weird things, and I bet a lot of people don't know this. This might be breaking news, but from what I read, Tommaso is into psilocybin. Now, not like mushrooms, like the actual, and I'm gonna be careful, but he's into like actual, like there's a hobby of horticulture of that kind of mushrooms, horticulture, like different kinds of species and kinds of things, and it's like edible ones. They're not the crazy ones, right? But that's what I'm saying, and he's into some weird things. He's like very, and that stuff obviously is another putting you into this kind of teaching. So oracular literature, which Annie is a teacher for, is positions the poet, she's a poet, as a median. So she believes she's a median between humanity and another world. So we'll kind of move on, but that's kind of where, if you get to know where they come from, and it could have been someone that was mad at them, has nothing to do with Savannah, and they
Right.
were
And
wanting
I'm not going to stereotype, you know what I mean? Like
no.
like if they got a dark side, it's, I don't think it's that. I don't. I think it's odd that, like you said, she was playing early in the day and then she took an Uber back. Did something happen like in that first part? And then she's angry and they ain't answering the phone. So she runs back in an Uber because she's going to get the last word. And did something happen? I don't know. Like I said, I'm
Here's what
keeping it simple.
you
There's
gotta
no
put it
proof
in
she ever went
perspective.
back home.
Yeah, well, put it in perspective, okay? Because like if you understand the personality of people, you can help understand what their Nancy was like the church lady.
Right.
I mean, now she might have had a sharp tongue or whatever. I can't imagine. She probably never wanted to have drama, right? I mean, if you know this, an 84-year-old woman, there,
Right. We don't
unless,
know.
yeah, but most likely, she wants a happy life. There's not, now I don't know, but she's very religious, right? These kind of people aren't, having fights with people. Like, I guess they maybe take a little bit in, right? They don't say stuff because of their so I hear what you're saying, but my opinion is that they had an okay relationship. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think it was like
Yeah, she
any.
probably didn't go stomping back, like trying to get the last word. But I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
Like I
don't.
said, my imagination's everywhere with the lack of info coming from the sheriff's department and the FBI. I'm not accusing the family, and I'll feel bad as hell just for the theories I have. Because I have a lot, but I'll feel bad for the family. If I'm wrong, I'll feel guilty. I really will. Another
Well,
thing I don't know
yeah.
is why aren't they talking about the bed sheet clipping that was sent in with the hair to the Florida lab, and then from here to what is that, Quantico or whatever? There was a clipping of a bed sheet. Did we ever hear what was on that?
No, I mean the bed sheet is interesting because a lot of people said that they thought that maybe she was taken out with the bed sheet, and so I don't. Obviously, people have like the bed sheet, and then you have like a flat sheet. So, if the person was like one of these psycho people, did an incident happen on the bed, and then
Right.
he took her out, and so maybe there's some like other kind of besides blood, maybe there's a hair, but the way that it is I don't think it really was that. I mean, I think it was multiple people, but let me know in the chat if you guys, and I've asked this a lot, but do you guys think it was a lone wolf or multiple? So type lone or multiple in the chat. And I just put the link in for if anyone else, I think we can have more than two. So if anyone wants to come in, I put the link in. You don't have to show your face. What else?
I don't know. Just curious about the bed clipping, and
Now,
I
what
don't
do you
know.
mean clipping? What do you mean
Yeah,
clipping?
they took a cutting of the bed
Okay.
sheet, and that was sent with the hair to the Florida lab, and then that's what they finally got back. The hair and the bed sheet cutting was sent to Quantico. But you just don't hear anything about the cutting, and that's not a rumor. That's there was a cutting from the bed sheet that was sent.
Yeah, well, and that's what that's kind of hoping the next piece of information, because it's been sent out to multiple locations. But BJ Root says, what is one of the first questions people asked when a shooting or evil event happens? Did you see signs that something was going to happen? There are tons of signs from TNA. And that's what is odd is, like obviously, if I came home one day and I saw that somebody was on one of my cameras and they were snooping around, and then like, or a family member's camera, you would call the police.
Yes.
If it was like something serious, especially if the guy had a mask on,
Yeah.
right? And so to me, either Nancy never told anyone else about that, or they never knew, because it seems like that would be a pretty serious thing to like see in your, if somebody with a ski mask comes into your camera. So what do you think about that? And thank you, BJ Root.
I think if the family knew, mom wouldn't have been there by herself anymore. My mom, I actually have my mom and my dad living with me. For my dad is getting dementia and sometimes doesn't behave normally. I do have a live camera in my mom's room, synced to my telephone. That way, if I run out for anything, I can pop in and look at her room live, just in case my dad starts wandering. So even with her in my home, I have a camera in her room. I see anything suspicious. I mean, I hate to say it. I promised both my parents they'd never go to a nursing home, but when if the family's no longer safe, I would put my dad in a nursing
Yeah,
home. So yeah, even though she's right here, I have a camera in there. I watch her. When I see she's no longer safe, then I'll take the next step. So I believe if the family did know and they did see that, they would have done something, unless they knew who it was and they didn't want to make that call. Maybe a band member. I don't know. Like I said, my theories are everywhere. I get why the FBI and the sheriff's office aren't putting out information. I think they're on to something. And they definitely don't want to blow their cover, because they got to gather all they need to, to end this. But it does leave a lot to the imagination.
Yeah. Well, the last thing, do you think it'll be solved within the next 30 days or after 30 days? So that
I'm
would put
hoping
it at 120.
Yeah, I'm hoping like now. And if the family's innocent, they need the closure. Nancy needs to come home. She needs to be put to rest. I'm hoping for a miracle that they actually find her captive somewhere, and that there's always that little bit of hope, and I'll never lose that.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of houses out here that they could be keeping her, and the media was so intense that they're trying to get their money and then make a clean, give Nancy back, or at least just let the family know where she's at if she's not
Yeah.
alive, and so they can bury her. But I wonder if they're gonna have, like, the family, do they have a memorial at some point? If it keeps going on years and years, like, when do they decide to have a memorial? I mean, I don't even want to think about it, but it's just something.
I know.
So, well, thanks for coming on, Mystic.
All right, sending good vibes your way.
Yep.
All
I
right.
appreciate it. We'll see you on the next one. Come say hi next time.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See ya. All right, everybody, welcome. We do have some new people checking in. Mara, welcome in. Michelle. And then Kathleen, you were talking about Tommaso. I don't think Tommaso has anything or Cameron. I think Cameron, this guy is a decorated military veteran fighter pilot. I mean, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, like I'm saying, and I'm gonna give the fighter pilot a lot of extra oomph and credit and respect. Right? He served our country for 25 years. He went to Iraq. Talking about Cameron, I don't think Cameron has anything or knows anything. I feel sorry for Cameron. I mean, imagine, he fought for his country. He's retired, it sounds like. And he seems like a very private guy. So I just feel bad for him. So we are going to continue here. Let me check this. Sacred energy, like your name. I have a ring and my kids have access, and you can delete an event to prevent others to view it. Maybe someone who had access to the nest deleted that event. That's interesting. But I thought you can delete the event. Oh, okay. You're saying in the app. I thought you were saying the notification. Okay. It makes sense. Someone could have. I mean, that would be pretty advanced thinking. I do have the map. Pretty soon we're going to watch the map that Annie put out. Thank you, Rocking Chair. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know people think Cameron. I don't think he's involved, though. But, I mean, he just does not seem like... but, they probably checked his phone. If he was actually staying in that guest house... Welcome in. Thank you to all the mods and all the supporters. Again, anyone who's supporting the channel, I appreciate it. Adrian, Mystic Mom, April, Mary, Adrian, April, and BJ Root. Thank you so much. We're going to continue this with the monk. It's intrigue. Chris from the interview room and Josh Diaz. We got some more videos after this one. Thanks for tuning in. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it just, the more that comes out, absolutely not. And, I think a lot of that is, a lot of ignorance is bliss. I think that nobody wants to believe that there's been, negligence or, just stupidity or whatever it is. And, nobody wants to believe that their family isn't doing what they're supposed to do, especially when they're the ones that are being the caretakers. Now it's not odd that a 84-year-old woman would want to live alone. But it is odd that there weren't more safeguards in place. And whoever did this knew that. They knew that there were lapses all over.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
It's just this whole, was it obviously this is no random strange event. I mean, I think we all agree on that. But also there is somebody had intimate details.
1,000%. And this is so rare that they don't even have statistics on it.
Right.
That's how rare this is. There are thousands of statistics in relationship to the elderly being attacked and assaulted.
And that is, we heard that right at the beginning of this case, is there was actually like, the FBI has little divisions, right? Based on percentages of things happening. So when something does happen, they have a division ready to tackle this, right? Like elderly fraud, right? All these seniors, lots of that happens. There's like FBI ready to jump on these cases. There was not really anything one for elderly abductions. So this is what he's kind of talking about. Shout out to the interview room. Give them a follow. If you have a channel in the chat, put it in the chat and let people join. Let's help the community get their followers up.
etc. But most of those are essay in nature. They're not. You don't kidnap 84-year-old women out of the house and then say, by the way, I need a Bitcoin payment plan. I need 4 million today, and don't worry about it. I'll kick in 6 on Friday. If you can't hit me on Friday, hit me up on Monday for an 8. Okay, that makes no sense. Number one. So I've always felt that noise is just that. It's noise. Now, do I believe it could be related? Because, Savannah believes it's related. The FBI thinks it may be related, but we haven't had the FBI come out and say it's related. Okay, we've had Savannah saying, I believe, or I want to believe that it's related. Well, okay.
And there we go. He's talking about Savannah saying that she believes, that Savannah believes that the ransom notes were real. To me, that was planted. The FBI told her to say that. She wouldn't just say that out of the blue without the FBI okaying it. They could be telling the public that the ransom notes are real to throw the suspect off, to think the suspect thinks that, hey, they're going after this ransom note thing. The suspect, it's a mind game with the suspect. I hope. I don't think the ransom notes are real. That's just my opinion. If you remember, I did all kinds of polls. Everybody said they were a hoax. They were a hoax. And now, because Savannah said that, does not make it true. It could be a ploy to throw off the suspect, to make the suspect think that they think that they're real, even though they're not.
I believe in the Easter Bunny.
My opinion.
Okay, but that doesn't mean he's going to drop eggs. So
you do? You believe in the Easter Bunny?
I still do.
Okay.
That said,
that's respect right there.
Thank you.
I got some bad news for you, Chris.
Give me a bump.
I got some bad news for you too, monks.
Right. Random Easter Bunny. But okay, yeah, but so let's get into the reality of stuff like this, where you go, okay, I think one of the other reasons I really like your channel, Monks, is because you've slowed everything down, and that's a critical element of this. Okay, and I'm assuming that's because you're an artist, you're a painter. So you see details, and then you have to transfer that in your mind to the canvas. Okay. And that takes a lot of patience to make that happen. Okay. And people with that kind of patience see things that other people don't see.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's really important. So if we just say, okay, let's just stop this thing for a moment and say, okay, well, let's look through the perpetrator's mind for a moment. Here's the back door propped open. Okay, in this particular picture, you can see the screen there. Okay. So we have to say to ourselves, okay, if in fact the suspect had left these doors propped open like this door pulling out, the other door pulling in, because it's a left-hand swing going from the outside in.
Oh, look, that's a good angle. I haven't seen. Have you guys seen this angle? Look at this angle. Put this on the screen. Oh, I can't make it bigger. There is the back door of Nancy's house. So you see how as that swings open. Let's keep watching. I haven't seen this kind of angle though.
So you have both doors going in opposite directions. One goes this way and one goes that way. Okay. Now, if we transfer that principle to the front door, that it's the opposite. You have to pull in for a left-hand swing, left to right, and then you have to push out, okay, through that screen door, but you have to go, you know, left to right, going that way. So they're opposites of each other.
Right.
So now we have to think to ourselves, okay, first of all, one of the first questions I've wanted asked or answered from the very beginning of this whole thing, and Josh remembers I released it on his show about the locks. What did the family say? What did Annie and Tommaso tell the police about the lock mechanism on the front door? Meaning, if they were searching for mom, which they said they were, one would expect if they got to the front door, if they found it open in the front door, not the back door, that would be a big deal. Okay? Actually, that would probably be a huge deal, you would think. And then when you get to the screen door, if that deadbolt is open, that
Get to the screen door, deadbolt's open. Here we go.
in of itself is even a bigger deal. And you would think that when the cops got there, immediately you would say, mom's missing, blood's on the front porch, back door's propped open, the front doors were left open. Okay. But we haven't heard that.
Now here's the other question: is he talks about the blood at the front door when they got? How long does it take for blood to dry? I mean, some pieces. I mean, obviously pretty quick, but did they realize the blood right away? Did they? I mean, obviously, that front door, was it left open when they got there? That front door, was it wide open? Because you know that front door where the perp was seen, it's like a closed door. I mean, was it closed when Annie and Tommaso got there? How do you think that door was left open? Let me know in the chat what you guys think when Annie and Tommaso. Thank you so much. How did the plant guy get cleared? Not related. How did the plant guy? I don't think the plant guy's been caught. But how do you guys think that the house was left, that front door? Do you think that door was open, the front or the closed? Do you think they, like when Annie pulls up, Annie and Tommaso pull up at 11:56 a.m. Do you think that door was wide open? I mean, that would have been a huge clue. Or we're talking about the front door now. the side of the, yeah. So anything at that front door, if that front door was open, unlocked, that would have been a strange thing. But stop freezing the panel. Okay, we'll keep it rolling. I have a couple more too. I have an unreleased video you guys haven't seen of Savannah the day that she did the El Charo interview. I have another one that you haven't. No one's even seen this that I've noticed.
What we have heard is the back doors were left open. Okay? And then the narrative was, well, that's her habit to leave the back doors open. Okay. I'm not buying that one for an 84-year-old mom who lost her husband when their daughter was 16, and she's been living on her own for many years with many people coming and going in that place. I think her girlfriends, the very first thing they would have said is she would have said, yeah, you know, I need to tell you, I heard some noises. I got hold of a security company, because remember, she did that recently. And remember, she was trying to look into a security system.
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah. So within the last 5 years, are we to believe that now she has forgotten all of that and decided to leave all of her back doors open? Okay. I find that rather hinky. I don't know. What say you guys?
I find that family saying that, I feel like they didn't need to say that, because if they got in through the back door, they got in through the back door. They could pick a lock. But for the family to say that the back doors were, like, she usually left the back doors unopened, is kind of a convenient alibi for the kidnappers. Like, why would you do that? You know, and for you to know that she left her back doors open all the time, are you the one reminding her all the time to lock it? Or
that's what should have been happening.
That's
right.
Point. Yeah. I don't believe that either. I mean, I think, yeah, if you know that she's leaving the back doors open, you got to lock your doors. You got to.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, you take care of your grandma.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And how many years have you been taking care of your grandmother?
Since 2012 now. When my grandfather passed away, she was 70. I think she was 71 at the time.
How old is she now?
82.
And you take her to doctor appointments, because I've caught you in the phone with her in the car and you said, hi, Grandma.
Yeah.
You drive her all over the place.
I do.
If you found out your grandma was leaving her back doors open, what would you say to her?
It's happened before where, like, you know, it's one of those things, like the door always stays locked. Is your life, like, when I'm not here, when I'm not around her, you know, do you have your life alert? Make sure all the doors and windows are locked. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff, man. I mean, you know, somebody comes up to the door, you know, she used to say, well, you know, when my grandson gets back, he'll give you a call and things like that.
All right, let's check in the chat. Looks like lots of people are typing some good comments, so let's read a couple of these. I don't mean to stop it, but I have to. It's called fair use. I can't just let it play. You got to stop and talk in between. And shout out to the interview room, the Monk's Intrigue, and Josh Diaz put together this great panel. But let's read a couple of these comments. Once they took Nancy, they didn't care if the door was left open or closed. Exactly. I think that front door had to be open or at least unlocked. At least unlocked. A lot of people do leave doors open. Okay, I'll give him a, I always give him his props, but I hope he doesn't. I always give him his props. I go into his chats and hopefully we don't. But we will maybe move on because we've been on this one for a while. I do have a whole bunch lined up, and I have coming up next something that you guys might not have seen. So I don't know if you guys know, but Savannah came to El Charro. Everybody knows about El Charro, right? Well, she also went other places. This wasn't just about El Charro. Hello, Helberg. Hello, Grandmaid, Bridget, Lily, Kathleen Foley, rocking chair. Thank you. Did FBI check the house that was rented? Yeah, they did. They checked that. All right, so this is either it was the day of El Charro. I think it is if she has that same dress on. I think she had this dress on but it was either the same day, I think it was, as El Charro. Let me know if you've seen this in the chat. Let me know, yes, I've seen this. No, I haven't. I just want to get a gauge if anyone's seen this, because this might be new. No one has seen this, but this was Savannah Guthrie either the day of the El Charro or the day after. So this is new then to a lot of people, but it makes you think that there was other people that knew Savannah was in town doing this. It's a good little nugget that nobody's seen. So we're going to play it now. It's not long. It's called Savannah Guthrie Visits the University of Arizona. All right, here we go.
As beautiful and sunny as it ever was. This was a formative place for me, and it's just great to come back whenever you want. I'm a hugger. This is home. It's a great school. It's, if you, whatever your interest is, you can find your people and you can find what your passion is, and it's just a great place to learn. And also, it's a beautiful place to go to school, and it's a lot of fun. Bear down, of course, means, stick with it, show resilience. And when things are getting tough, you want to dig deep. And I think that that's very much certainly in television, you have to have that attitude of no matter what happens, you're going to bear down and stay with it. And I think that it's a great message for students.
There it is. There is now there is another one. Saw a piece of this. Okay, we got some yeses. So that was kind of a little angle. Now here's another angle. Here is another angle. Have you guys ever heard of the name Mayor Romero? Mayor Romero. Have you heard of the name? Well, the same day of El Charro, Mayor Romero also was hanging out with her friend, Savannah Guthrie. Now, here's the Mayor Romero. Hello, Christine. Welcome back. Regina. Looks like we got some Tucsonans in the house. Regina. But here is a video with Regina. This is what she said. A huge thank you to Visit Tucson, because Visit Tucson paid for Savannah Guthrie to do that episode. I'm going to say that again. Visit Tucson is our tourism company here for that does it for Tucson. They paid, Savannah got paid to do that video with her coming to Tucson. They paid Savannah. Or NBC. So this wasn't something that Savannah wanted to do. It was for money and also show off her city. But with that being said, she did get paid for it. So here we go. This is Savannah Guthrie with the mayor of Tucson. It's pretty short. But that's them right outside of El Charro. So that day, Mayor Romero was there. All right, there it was. There it was. So we're just knocking these off. I'm just showing these just to give you guys a perspective. But there is Mayor Romero and Savannah Guthrie. All right, the next thing we're moving on to is another great one that you guys have been following with me. This was just made yesterday. If you guys remember Brew Crew, Beyond 50. Now I'm going to put the link in the chat. If anyone wants to come in here and discuss anything, I'm going to put the link in the chat. All right, there is the link. If you want to come in, you don't have to show your face, but just block the video and keep the mute or the mic on. And again, thank you anyone who's supporting the channel today. We're trying these new call-in shows. Adrian, thank you. Mystic Mom, April, Mary, Adrian, April, BJ, Root, and April. Thank you guys. So this is our guy, the Brew Crew Beyond 50. Let's see here, make that go bigger. All right. Now this one is titled Nancy Guthrie Case. How long did she wait? The timeline under scrutiny. So the reason I picked this is because we were just talking about the timeline. Now, please, everybody take a minute and go check out the Brew Crew. Maybe even Brew Crew, if you're in the chat, maybe come say hi one day. We love the Brew Crew. I'm going to set it to all notifications. And do that for our channel too. If you hit this little bell button and you go to all, it'll let you know when all of our streams go live. Do it for his channel. This is the Brew Crew Beyond 50. He's an ex-sheriff and judge. We've been following him. He even commented on one of the videos thanking all you guys for coming over. Great community here at 857 and we over there as well. So let's check the chat. Love that guy, Heather says. Yeah, Romero is the mayor. She's the mayor of Tucson. That's funny. No, I wasn't related. Brew Crew is awesome. He's a former cop and judge. The fam would definitely gone into the back door, normal bedroom all over. I know. I mean, coming home, did they, what's interesting is, I mean, we'll never know. Did they see that blood right away? I mean, obviously, it's just were the doors open? Was the front door wide open? Like, did they come home and that front door was wide open? Was it closed? You, like someone said, if they left in a quick, they're not worried about closing doors. They're just getting out and the doors, we just don't know. Maybe one day we'll know. I'm hoping. Nope. If you want to come in onto the panel, as soon as we'll get that up. There's the link. But here is the Brew Crew Beyond 50. We're going to play him.
A woman is taken from inside of her own home. There's blood at the scene. There are clear signs of a violent encounter. And 3 months today, no arrest, no recovery, no one held accountable for this despicable act. That doesn't happen in simple cases. That happens when a case becomes difficult to control and when the early direction of that case determines everything that follows. Now, today, we're not speculating. We're going to walk through this case the way that it actually matters, through the timeline, through the decisions, and through how investigations really work behind the scenes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here today. I do appreciate it. And listen, if you're new here, my name is Charles. I'm a retired law enforcement officer with 21 years of experience, and I've spent my career working cases, understanding how investigations move, and more importantly, how they don't move when something early doesn't line up the way that it should. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today. So if you're not already subscribed, go ahead and hit the subscribe button today so you don't miss anything else that we're covering here about the Nancy Guthrie case or other cases. So we're now approaching, the 3 months today in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. And at this point, this case is no longer forming. It's already taken shape. Investigators, they already understand the landscape of this case, whether that's been shared publicly or not, because by this stage, a case is either tightening around a direction or it's expanding because that direction hasn't locked in yet. And when a case expands, it becomes harder to control, harder to narrow, and just harder to resolve quickly. That's not opinion. That's how cases really work. Now, I want to address something that I've been seeing. Some of you have said, this is old news.
I've been hearing that all day. Anything, people, old news, and I get it. I've been waking up some days and it's like, come on, Sheriff, give me something. Give me something new. Throw us a bone, something. Welcome in, Stephanie Jinx, Christina. Come on, Sheriff. And that's why I'm glad he's talking about this. So shout out Brew Crew. Hope you're having a good weekend. Here we go. Brew Crew Beyond 50.
Why are we still talking about this? Move on to something else. And listen, I hear you. I really do. Because when a case goes quiet publicly, it feels like nothing's happening. But here's the reality. Moving on doesn't bring Nancy Guthrie home. It's not part of the equation. Cases like this, they don't get solved because people stop talking about them. They get solved because they stay visible, because pressure, it matters. Attention matters. Consistency matters. Now, at the same time, you're right about something else. There are other cases out there that deserve this same level of tension. And we're going to be covering those. I just covered one this week. We're going to be bringing this same analytical approach to more cases. But that doesn't mean that Nancy Guthrie gets pushed aside. This case stays right where it belongs, front and center. Now, every investigator, they understand this. The first 72 hours don't just matter. They lock in the trajectory of the case. That's when direction is established. That's when evidence is prioritized. That's when decisions are made that either push the case forward, with force, or maybe slow it down before it even gains momentum. Because once that window closes, you don't get it back. You don't fix early timing later. You just have to live with it. There have been reporting that the FBI requested evidence early in this case, and they didn't receive it at that time. That's not something small here. To me, it's a signal, because when the FBI steps in early and they ask for evidence, they're positioning the case for acceleration.
Now here and I don't want to keep stopping it in front of the Brew Crew, but do you guys remember when the FBI showed up to Nancy's house and they all had the FBI, they had suits on with ties, and the women had really, their FBI suits on. Everybody had, and they were walking around kind of slow. I mean, it almost looked like a movie. And remember, they said they were FBI prosecutors. And it was like, why are these people? They were not dressed like, FBI, like they're ready to go look out and go interview people. These people came in. I mean, it was like, I never even seen anything like this. I felt like we were, in the Matrix. They were, literally. And they all got out of the car. They walked up. They walked around. Well, who were these people? People said they were prosecutors. I don't know. It was strange. And I guess some people said prosecutors, FBI prosecutors. I don't know. It was strange, but I am going to keep playing this. I'll be right back. And thank you guys. See how many likes we got. I'll check when I get back, but thank you for hitting the like button, keeping it going. This is Brew Crew, Charles. Shout out Charles. Charles, come out to Tucson and do some reporting. I'll take you around.
They're ready to move. So when that doesn't happen immediately, it becomes part of the case. Evidence is not just collected. It has to move. You don't collect it and just sit there. It has to move, because movement creates pressure, and pressure drives investigations forward. When evidence moves fast, the case gains direction. When it slows down, the suspect gains space. Space to adjust, space to disappear. Cases, they're not built on press conferences. They're built on decisions, quiet decisions, early decisions, decisions that most people never see, but they show up later in where the case stands. At this point, this is no longer a developing case. This is a complex case, and complexity slows everything down. It widens the field, and it increases variables, and it makes it harder to isolate one clear direction. Now, when agencies are aligned, you don't see separation in messaging. So when subtle differences start showing up, that means something, because they don't happen by accident. Whoever did this operated with control. This wasn't chaos. This was very intentional. And intentional behavior, it's harder to break. You know, a vehicle should be a major anchor in a case like this.
And that's a good point, as I've been saying since day 2, where the heck is the video footage from the city of Tucson or even around there? There's no footage unless it was Nancy's camera. The public is screwed, I guess. I mean, come on. Have you ever had a case where they don't have any camera footage anywhere? There's no sightings, nothing. The suspect most likely went, see here, just pull this up, try to keep this interactive. Where the heck did it go? There it is. Boom. So most likely this is around Nancy's house. So the suspect most likely went straight down into the city. You can see my mouse? Yeah, you can. Perfect. Let's see if I can find exactly where Nancy's is. So Nancy's house is going to be about right here. Yep, right here. So this is the intersection that everybody talks about. If you guys remember, I went to the mall. There's the mall. Okay. Right here is the CVS. So if the suspect, for whatever reason, left Nancy's house, which Nancy's house is like somewhere back in here. So to leave, the suspect would take this road right here, and then he would have a choice to either go left or right. The quick way right would take him all the way down into Tucson, following this road. It's kind of a windy road, but then you end up, boom, you're right in the city. So to me, there has to be a camera starting right here, and then the suspect could have went down here. Anywhere around here, they need to check the cameras at 2:30 in the morning, the night Nancy went missing. They need all these cameras, if we have any, in this, see where I'm circling with my mouse, need to be checked. Because most likely the suspect came out of the foothills and went into the city. I hope the investigators hear me or already done it, but all cameras from 2:30 in the morning until 5 in the morning need to be checked from here on. Give us, maybe they have a vehicle that left that area, because they have to have cameras. All these areas have to have cameras. This is the city now. Back to the brew crew. Back to the brew crew.
And if that anchor isn't clear, the case has to work harder to move outward. Movement defines the case now. Where did they go? How far did they go? How quickly? Because early movement determines the search range. And there's something else that needs to be said here, because we can talk about timelines and we can talk about decisions. We can talk about structure and coordination. But at the center of all this was Nancy, an 84-year-old woman who, in those early hours, she was out there somewhere waiting for someone to find her. Now that's hard. It's hard to listen to. It's hard to deal with, because she was waiting for someone to bring her home. And that's the part that sits heavy with me and with you, because while there are many missteps while there have been decisions that didn't line up the way that they should have early on. Time has moved. Time has passed, and time changes everything in a case like this. What may have been possible early becomes harder. What may have been recoverable becomes more uncertain, because time is the one thing in an investigation that you don't get back. At this point, this case is about execution. The timeline has already been set. Now it's about how well investigators can work with what they have, because they're not starting from fresh anymore. They're working from where the case stands today. Now, let me ask you, when you look at this case right now, what stands out the most to you? The timeline, the lack of clear suspect, or how complex that this case has become? Now, let me ask you, when you look at this case right now, what stands out the most to you? The timeline, the lack of clear suspect, or how complex that this case has become? Put it in your comments, because I read the comments. And listen, as we go into this weekend, another weekend, let's bring this back where it belongs, like always, to Nancy. Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old woman who was taken from her home, and she's still not brought back. And to the person responsible, you've had time, you have had your distance, but listen, time is not helping you. It's building against you, because pressure builds in cases like this.
Dang it. Thank you. Thank you. So we're gonna give Brew Crew, as he's not giving up. Well, I'm not giving up hope. We're all waiting, but the reason, sorry about that. Thank you guys. Yeah, it was muted, but we're back. But what the reason I started this channel was because of the crime in Tucson. It wasn't getting reported on, and it's still out of control. And now they've encrypted the local police scanner. Do we have sound back? Do we have sound back? Yeah, I did see that, Heather. All right, we're back. So Brew Crew just talks about he's not giving up. I'm not giving up, because it's all about bringing the awareness of different cases. This is a big case, right? But there's other cases going on every day in Tucson, in your city. And eventually we have to have more awareness, and the public has to feel more safe. We have to know that if something happens at your house, that the suspect car is going to be seen down the road so that the authorities can find them. Right? Right now, our cities are left unsafe, and our officers are understaffed. I'm not going to go off on too big of a tangent on that, but Brew Crew, thank you for all your do. Somebody said
And
word
when pressure
salad.
builds, mistakes they follow.
I think he's doing a great job. He's keeping it grounded, but there's not much to talk about as far as new details. So he's trying to help people understand, since he, with his experience, why a case might go silent, why might they talk, things like that. So everybody give Brew Crew Beyond 50 a follow. And if you have a channel that you like, send me an email. We got a new person in the queue. We got a new person in the queue. I see you, Carol. I'm going to bring you on in just a sec, Carol. Carol's going to come talk. All right. There's Carol. Hello, Carol.
Hi, I'm from Illinois, and I just wanted to share a tidbit with you that I saw on X yesterday. Hustle Bitch at Hustle Bitch, it says that the kidnappers are around Grand Junction, Colorado. You need to look at that post on X because he explains why he feels all that. He says that, I can't remember it all, but it totally convinced me. Also, there is a post on your session today that says they found her Fitbit watch in Longmont, Colorado. Also, her clothes that she wore were also found there.
So
So
real
I really want you to check
quickly,
out
Carol.
that Hustle
Yeah.
Bitch on X.
Okay. Okay. Now here, be real careful with what you're seeing out there, and that's
Yeah.
why, unless it's from like Brian Inton, these kinds of people, there's people that are trying to get you to click on things and watch stories because that's how they make money, and they're
Yeah.
coming up with, they're saying, oh, we found her here, there, and they even have real gruesome titles and even thumbnails. So most likely, I mean, the Colorado thing is being looked into. I know I've heard that, but
Okay.
these other little, unless if they found her, it would be, I mean, it would be everywhere, like
They haven't
immediately.
found her.
No, and that's
No.
why until you hear it, like everybody will hear it kind of at once, because the way it's going to happen is they're going to give it to one like NBC, and so NBC will break it, and then it'll just be everywhere. So
Okay.
it's just like all these cases, and then all of a sudden, and so I would just, if you see anything like that, just kind of just, especially if it's not anybody that you know, like that kind of name, not that I don't know, she's not, but that kind of name already brings a red flag, right? I can't, I
Yeah,
don't
but
even want, don't
you
repeat
should
it.
just spend 5 minutes and watch his video.
No, I'm going to, I'm already looking, but
Okay.
there's also a lot of people that are, that's how they, wow, he even has an X on his name.
Yeah.
Well, I'll look at it, but like I said, I take everything, and that's awesome that you at least are, sharing that, because that's what it takes. The community,
That's what I
sharing it.
thought. I just thought, in
Yeah,
case you hadn't seen it, just get your opinion on it. But it sounds halfway good to me. I trust Brian Anton. I trust a few people, but a lot of the YouTubers, they're just so much into blame and all that I'm not
yeah,
really
I'll look
going
it
there.
up.
Yeah.
And what do you think happened to Nancy?
I really don't know. The whole thing is a puzzle to me. I mean, in the beginning, honestly, I was kind of going along with the flow, thinking it was TNA, but now that I'm seeing a few other little things out there, I'm not so sure it is.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
why I'd like people to check out this post and just see what you think.
I'm on his page, but it just looks like a bunch of clickbaity stuff.
Okay.
I don't see like that specific one, but if you can email it to me, I can I can take a look, but I'm on this page. I don't see anything about Nancy. It's just a bunch of.
Will you post your email so I'll know where to send it
Yeah,
to?
I'll put that in the chat right now.
All right.
All right,
Thanks a lot.
Carol. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Come
Bye-bye.
back again.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. We do have the map up next. The map. I missed a lot of chat, but thank you. His page is fake. It's all okay. So there we go. Adrian, I would trust Adrian. She does know Carol. So if you're watching still, Carol, Adrian, give her a follow as well. She does great posting. Adrian, if you could put your link to your X, if you're okay to share your X. But Adrian does good X posting. But welcome into any new people. We've been covering lots of things today. Right now, we are going over the map that Annie posted right when this case broke. And shout out to Nancy Grace for re-bringing this up, because sometimes you got to zoom out and you find little things that throughout this case happened. But let me put the link in, because I like having people come in and give their opinion or any information, right? She had some information. Now, I'm going to put it one more time. If you want to come in, you don't have to show your face. But if you want to talk, so it sounds like, Carol, if you can hear this, that the page, Hustle, and I don't want to say the last thing, Hustle with the B, Hustle B is not, it's a fake page. It's all false information. And that's what I kind of got to warn you guys. There's a lot of people, I mean, they put it out there. Some of it is put out there like that, where they make money off it. You know, people click on it, they share it. And so try just to, like I said, follow the main people, and then you'll understand if something's breaking or it's not. It's a lot of rumors. But I do have this. This is from Nancy Grace. So if everyone's ready for a little Nancy Grace, go get your caffeine. Maybe you need a caffeine. We're going to just take a little 2-minute interlude if you need to get your drink. If you need to do something real quick before we start this. But come on in. We're getting ready to go over the map, Annie's map that she put out, saying where she thought possibly that they were, that they drove home, I should say. And then if there's any YouTubers in there, any YouTubers that you guys want to come in and you got your channel, I just put the link in there. I haven't seen anyone pop in yet. Put the link in one more time. There is the link. Yeah, I don't think that's, I think that I haven't heard anything about those 17 scientists. But I do have this ready. This is the Nancy Grace. Just getting everything set up, and I'm seem to Looking for something. All right. So let's get this played. This is where she talks about the map.
A review of video footage from not only that Uber driver, but from Annie Guthrie's vehicle to determine not just what was Mrs. Guthrie wearing, what was her demeanor, did she look ill, was she concerned? Not just that, looking for the vehicle, and that is going to require a lot of enhancement of the video. God willing, the video is still there. We also learned that fresh eyes are reviewing the evidence from the feds. Not only is that video being reviewed as we go to air, we learn that Annie Guthrie herself provided the route she believes the killer used that night. Let's take a look at it. Straight out to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. What is this? Where did it come from?
This actually... There's the map. There's the map. I'm just looking at the map real quick. See if I can get it closer, bigger, get me out of there. There is the map. All right, here we go. This is Nancy Grace talking about, this is Annie Guthrie's map that she said most likely that the killer took.
Annie Guthrie was in a group chat online with neighbors and sent this map to them at the beginning of the investigation, Nancy. This was put out there early, hoping that somebody might have seen something or had video along, you see the blue map line there, that somebody along that way could look through their video. I mean, this is really an incredible source of information from Annie Guthrie coming up with what she thought was the plan, or the route rather, taken by on the way home. So they're looking for anyone along this pathway, you know, that might have seen something. It's curious when you really get into this that she's marked different addresses along the way. It's just an incredible piece of information that Annie Guthrie offered to this group with neighbors talking about the area.
You know, if this route is real, if this is the route the killer took, straight out to you, Cheryl McCollum, joining us, crime scene investigator of many years, author of a brand new book, and star of Zone 7. Okay, what do we do with it? This is the route that Annie Guthrie is allegedly convinced the killer used. It's full of evidence.
Nancy, when you're looking at this map,
and that's what we know. Someone said, you know, YouTubers have went back, right? YouTubers have went back and done this route, right? And I understand YouTubers are good at searching, but the FBI has already went through this route. And from what I've heard, they've checked with every single business that had cameras along this route. Now, this is the information they're holding back, most likely. So, yeah, the YouTubers checked this route. That's great. The FBI also checked this route very systematically, and they have figured out every single camera from a business and residential, from Tommaso's house to Nancy's house. They went to every business that possibly could have seen something. I don't have that for a fact, but I have heard that. That's what they're doing. They went back, they backtracked, and they went back to every place. So welcome in to anyone new coming in, and thank you, Adrian. I posted the X. I posted on X the map Annie provided is a possible route Nancy took. Look carefully at the map. It looks like places Nancy possibly visited one day. A nail salon, a hair salon, Bash's supermarket. Wow, okay. So now you just added another angle that this might have been Nancy doing errands. I did not know that. Thank you again, Adrian. So there's the bashes. Huh. Well, if Annie provided this map for whatever reason, this was important to her, especially if she put it out right after her mom went missing. So we're going to continue watching this from Nancy Grace.
And you see all the places, the nail salon. I mean, you've got tons of businesses, you've got residential areas. I would not, number one, I would not limit my investigation to this map, but I would certainly go through it based on what her daughter believes could be a route. We are over 80 days into this thing, and we don't have a legitimate video of a vehicle. You've got to ask yourself why. How is that possible with all of these intersections that we know have cameras, the gas stations, the churches, the businesses? How do we not have a vehicle? Well, Nancy, as you know, I was out there, and here's what I can tell you. At any given point almost, you could take a hard right or a hard left and cut through little parts of the desert. It's vast, it's open. You don't have to go through that intersection if you don't want to.
And that's what I don't agree with her about. And I was watching this earlier, and she was saying that people could cut through the desert and stuff near Nancy's house. So this is where these big people, they don't get all the information correctly. This is not how Nancy's house looks. You would get stuck in a heartbeat. So she's talking about, this is not accurate in my opinion. She talks about they could have cut through the desert from Nancy's house. There's no way. They would have gotten stuck. There's houses, there's walls, there's little washes. I mean, it is rough terrain. Even if you drive a motorcycle, you couldn't do it barely. You could get through with it, but it would be with a whole car. Heck no. This is false information she's talking. She doesn't know. She's just envisioning in her head. But here we go.
Go right through parts of the land and avoid some of these places. So again, we know at 127, he's at the front door. We know by 229, the app has disconnected to her watch. We have a timetable. There's no way at this point, after 80 days, they can't pinpoint 1 mile away in that circumference and not catch him somehow. And I think with all the planning, he avoided those cameras.
He avoided those.
All right, we're skipping ahead. Here we go. We're skipping ahead a little bit. Lulu
got to have cameras. On the map is to the far left.
Here we go.
See that? It's on the frontage. In other words, it faces the street. They have got to have cameras.
This is the school by there.
What do you make of it?
Yeah, and this map was provided by Annie Guthrie out to the public in an effort to generate video tips, right? To identify a route and say, hey, any private residences and individuals that may have captured video, send this in right away. Now, to your point about the elementary school, we've got public locations like a school, library, and then you have private businesses along that route. Pharmacies, gas stations, things like that undoubtedly captured video at that.
And I was just talking about that. They went back and they were checking Tommaso's story. So everybody who thinks, well, we don't know, they know. That's why I'm not really putting too much pressure on, hey, did they know. They obviously have video footage from all these different places. Now, with the Fair Use Act of 1976, we have to, we're commentating, this is all opinion based. we stop, we pause, we listen to what they say, we react, and then you guys comment. So if I stop it and you guys get annoyed, I apologize. We just have to do that to keep that within the framework.
At time. And I think we've talked a lot about a lot of the missteps here. Getting this route information out was not one of them. This would help generate those leads and help people to save that video before it expired.
Joe Scott, there is a plethora of information. Look at the elementary school. What do you see?
Well, I can see 4 points, or at least probably multiple, more than 4 points of where cameras could be positioned. And it's going to have a field of visual perspective. Here's the thing. When you take a look at this and these cameras, if they're working, and we've run into that before, have we not? On each corner of the building, these cameras, their field of view will be intersecting. Okay, so if you think about the vision that a camera has, as it goes out, it kind of expands, right? So each one of these points will intersect with the other. The cool thing about this, let's just say from the perspective of the school, that these things are going to be overlapping. All right, they're going to overlap, and you can catch. If you can't catch it from one, you can catch it from the other. I'm talking about the color description of the vehicle. And in addition to that, you might be able to get a hit on a license plate relative to all of this. So these fields of view, if you will, are intersecting or overlapping of one another. And this is on, obviously, a main thoroughfare here. We're talking about a school, right? So parents are coming and going, throughout the day. They're going to have a circle, that you have to pass through, drop these kids off. And nowadays, with the way schools are, security is at the top of their list. So hopefully these cameras are all functioning. Hopefully they're sensitive enough to pick up on any critical data.
I got something for you, everybody. Green Toes North Nail Salon and Massage.
Green Toes. Green Toes. It's a great name. Nail salon and massage.
Take a look to the right of the building. Right in front. Surveillance camera. Right in front, Cheryl McCollum.
That's the first thing that I saw, Nancy, when you sent the picture. Not only is it right in the front, it would capture the parking lot and the roadway. So again, my question becomes, why don't we have the car? If this is the route that he took, we would know the time that the app separated from the pacemaker, that the approximate time that he would be passing through there. Again, you're talking about 2 a.m. 2:30.
And that's the thing about Nancy's neighborhood. This is lots of senior citizens live where Nancy lives. It's mainly people above, let's say, 60 years old. I'm not saying all, but it is mostly. And so the streets in that area would be just nobody on the roads. Just put it that way. So let's just pray, say a prayer tonight that the authorities have a vehicle maybe they're trying to watch, right? Green Toes, yeah, exactly. 2 Tango. Hey, it's a catchy name. We're talking about it. They do. It sounds like salon and massages. Now it looks like we got another. I don't know if you're back. Missing loved ones. Are you back?
Yes.
Okay, let me bring you on. Missing loved ones. Are you back? Okay, you want to mute the background. Okay, let me bring you on.
Okay, it's done. So the land, when Nancy Grace talks about the land layout, I was in Arizona, or in Tucson, I should say, in the earlier part of this whole case. And being in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, you have to know where you're going. Because even though I'm from Minnesota and I've never been in her neighborhood, I was completely lost out of my mind. I didn't know where in the hell I was. And then when she says that they can just drive across the land like it's a free cornfield, there's no way in the world you're going across the.
Exactly.
Unless you're in a lifted pickup or in a monster truck or something like that, there's no way in the world you're getting across that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know that for a fact. Yeah, I mean, I lived here, so it's, as far as driving around, like I'm used to it, but there's only that coming out of that neighborhood. There's one or two ways that is the fastest way out,
Yes.
and and then the other way is not fast at all, and you actually have to go down some pretty steep hills, and there's actually speed humps. So
we went up to Mount Lemon, and even to get from Nancy's road to Mount Lemon's road, I didn't even know where in the hell I was. I was all turned around. So
yeah. Well, that's why I think that it was a local group here. I think it was a local clique. Most likely they went to high school together. Because a lot of people in Tucson, there's not a lot of opportunity. So you either go to college, which a lot of people don't. I hate to be critical. Or you go to Pima College, right? Which is our local community, or you don't do anything and you kind of hang out with your high school friends and you party and with this younger generation, they have older brothers and, it could be something like that where, in my opinion, as much as people think she was targeted, it could be just a local group. I think Nanos could be lying about it being a burglary gone wrong. And so, as much as nobody really talks about it, I'm more of on the stupid, simple theory of they're not going to tell the public that it was a burglary because that would also alarm the public, right?
Yep.
So they would have a whole public now knowing that we have a burglary ring out here versus Nancy was just taken because of Nancy. That sounds better in the narrative of the public, as horrible as it is. I hope I'm wrong.
I also think it's it could be a homeless person that really doesn't have anything else to do, that is just out on the streets, that they don't have nowhere to go, they don't care what their life is, and they just do some stupid crime.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the guy's eyes, he definitely looks like he's on something. And so to me, it could be, one of these, more organized little cliques. And, they're waiting to a certain night. They get all, jacked up, so to speak. And obviously he was dressed to, be completely covered, the backpack. So I honestly think it's the burglary gone wrong. I'm leaning towards, but I'm still 50-50, like 51-50 or 49.
Yeah. So for that map that you have up on the screen, I know for a fact that the FBI has went up and down that multiple times for a fact.
Right.
Did they take another way out? Did Tomas, when he supposedly took her home, did he take another way home instead of this route? There's a lot of questions that we, the public and citizens of Tucson, need to know. But when Nanos opens his mouth, hopefully it's the truth. And hopefully Nanos is watching, or somebody is.
Well, thanks for coming back on. Anything else? We're gonna get back to this. See what.
Thank you for taking me back.
Yep.
Have a good day.
All right. Talk to you later. We'll see you. Talk to you next time.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right, this is working pretty good. Let me put that link in the chat one more time. Yeah, a lot of people don't think it was. I'm like 51-49. Or what else could it be? You guys are thinking, well, it could be a revenge. It could be. I mean, I'm not saying it's this or that, but just I don't take everything that has been put out by Nanos to be fact. I think that some of that is strategy to throw off the suspects. I think some of that is. So we do have this. We're going to continue with Nancy Grace for another minute or two. But I do have more. I have a good lineup still to go. Let's see what Nancy has to say.
What was left of her remains were found. Why is it law enforcement so often discounts civilian tips like what Annie has provided?
Yeah, there's an inherent bias with a number of investigators based on their experience. They look at somebody from the public, is from a family member, and they see a lot of emotion there, and they immediately discount what's being said. Now, I'll call back right to the beginning of this investigation. Annie Guthrie was in the house telling investigators there is no chance that Mrs. Guthrie wandered off, that she's unable to walk more than 50 yards on her own power. And they were still, in the immediate sense, treating it as an elderly person wandering off. So, hey, this comes to missed opportunities, right? No investigator, no investigative agency is going to be perfect. However, there have been some big missteps here with not listening to the family and, might I say, some of these tips from the public.
Cheryl McCollum, you are a crime scene investigator. In my cases that I prosecuted, those are the first people I listen to. It's the family and what input they have in a case. Here, for whatever reason, you're wondering why. You know what? At some point, Cheryl, why ask why? Just accept that Annie Guthrie believes this is the route the killer took and run with it. Why is it law enforcement is so resistant to civilian or family input?
I think in this case, you have to listen to her.
Now, that it is a weird route. I'm glad they brought that up because looking at this route, being over there for 2 months, I never learned this area that well until this time. I knew this area pretty good, but now I know this area really weird. So I don't know what about this route that Annie put out. Make sure I'm not muted. Not muted. Good. Why this route is so important. Let me know what you think in the chat. Why they think this route is so important. Who drove this route? The Uber driver? Did Nancy? Was this Tommaso's route? But we are listening to Nancy Grace, and that's a great comment. Shipwreck. Thank you.
Nothing else has panned out. And to me, you're at that scene, Nancy. If this was you and I standing inside that house, we don't even have to listen to Annie. You're looking over there, her eyeglasses are there, her cell phone is there, her hearing aids are there, her walker is there, her shoes are there. This woman didn't leave on her own. It's clear she did not. So if you've got her child telling you, I think this is the route, you need to check it out anyway. From her home, that driveway, you can only go left or right. Once you get to a major intersection to the left and one to the right, at that point, if you do not have that killer's car on video, then pay attention to what her daughter's telling you. You got to check it out. You have to check out all routes. You have to check out all cameras. Even if we thought that the kidnapper went to the right.
And that's somebody, Kim says, Hindustan Hindustan Times had an article. I think that company, Hindustan Times, I don't know how legit they are, Kim. They produce a lot of iffy stuff. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but let me know if anyone can confirm that site. They have an X, I think, or something, but they put out a lot of, I don't know about them, so just be careful with some of these. There's a lot of clicky. The map is bullshit. Well, she did church at home. Excuse me. Good point. Good point. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that, what they were thinking, because they did find it, hope, the blood, the doors open. They knew she didn't walk away. But the brother came to town where he was staying. Cameron in town. Why didn't he take his mom? Yeah, who knows? We don't know about Cameron, if Cameron was staying in that hotel, that casita in the back. We just don't know. If anyone wants to come talk, there is the link. Welcome in, Phil. Phil, welcome back. We are action-packed day. We even talked at the beginning about the compound. If you watched the show when I went out to the compound, the owner's the cult leader, alleged cult leader's son, did a YouTube video where people have said we think he said he was responding to my video. You can see that at the beginning. Welcome back, Phil. Bridget. Yeah, we're almost done with Nancy. We're almost done with Nancy Grace. We rate left, center, biased, questionable due to poor sourcing. Okay, that's a good point. So that's what I was saying. Some of these sources, you got to watch them. They're more to get people that are clicking, that are watched, so be careful. Hey, welcome back from the UK. I see the Chelsea. Welcome in. Welcome in. The blood was planted, James says. I don't know. I don't know if I could buy that, but it is interesting because, we were talking about the mat. They didn't take the mat. Well, why didn't you take the mat? Well, now we know how close the blood was on the patio, that the blood had to go on the mat too. So for them to just leave that knowing that there's blood on that mat makes it even more odd. Yeah. Well, the owner, or the cult leader's son, made a video where he called out YouTubers. We're gonna get moving on. I think I'm Nancy Grace out, so we're gonna move on to the next one. Unless I want to find out about this map a little. Let's keep this on just for another minute. Let's find out more about this map. I'm still confused at this map. So let's keep Nancy on. Thank you guys for your patience with Nancy Grace, but here we go. I want to hear about the map.
I'm going to go to the houses to the left because, again, Nancy, he cased the joint. He looked at all the homes. He looked at where he could park.
Circa 79. To Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. As we're taking a look at the Circa 79 salon, formerly Chantilly Tea Room, the fact that it was renovated is important. I'm going to get to that. You heard Cheryl McCollum say, why did Annie think this is the route? You know what? Why ask why? Again, she thinks it's the route based on what she knows. So I'm running with it. And I'm not just looking for the perp, I'm looking for his vehicle, and not just the day of the kidnapping, other days like January 11. So why do we believe, if we know, why did Annie choose this route as the likely route the killer took?
Nancy, we don't know specifically why, but this was Annie Guthrie in the first days of the investigation, and she's trying to help. Her mom is missing. You know, she's in a panic mode of helping. She's not getting any feedback, leading her to believe that she's getting the result she's after, which is, where's my mom? So she actually volunteers. Here's where, because, you know, she lives in the area. Annie Guthrie and Tommaso don't live that far from Nancy Guthrie's home. And so she knows all of the routes. She knows the roads that people go and drive on. And that's why she put it out there. And I agree with you. More than just a Joe Blow citizen, you know, calling this in. This is the daughter of the victim, and she's putting this out there as a possibility. Now, this is a very specific getaway route, and it's easy to follow right there on the map. So when you get down to the nitty gritty, Nancy, this was Annie trying to help.
Okay. Bottom line, there was a lot of words to say, we don't know. But thank you anyway. Let's take a look at Chantilly Tea Room. That is what Circa 79 was before it was remodeled. It's a big structure, over 3,000 feet. But what's interesting to me, it was remodeled by retail specialists with Cushman Wakefield. Why do I care? Because if it was remodeled recently, Cheryl McCollum, that tells me they've got surveillance cameras.
Possibly. What concerns me with any remodel is the cameras are going to be, taken apart. They're going to be rewired. So for a period of time, they won't have any. And it's probably the last thing they're going to put back together. So again, I'm not asking why the reason that you're thinking. I'm asking why for the investigation. If this pans out and we know the direction they're going, then we know where they're probably taking her. Now we know where better to search. Again, Nancy, I have not seen a legitimate search, meaning let's get some volunteers out there. Let's go shoulder to shoulder. Let's pan out. Let's get some horses and ATVs. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen a call for a search from Savannah Guthrie. She could have gotten 5,000 volunteers out there. It hasn't happened. So either law enforcement doesn't think this has anything to do with an escape route, or they're ignoring.
That's the thing. He just made a great point. If Annie and Savannah wanted 10,000 people out, I mean, they just literally shut down our city on a protest. They would have probably only 5,000 for this, but the Cajun Navy, that's where we're going next. The Cajun Navy could be out here, even if they're just bringing the awareness. If Savannah just said one word, hey, we need help this weekend, we're going to spend 1 week going door to door and just handing out flyers to everybody in Tucson. Who wants to, would you do it? I'll be there. Where's 88 Crime? Handing out the flyers. Or at least so people can go pick them up from them. But Savannah, we could be hitting every single block in Tucson. But does the family know something that the public doesn't know? You have to understand, we have to understand the family probably knows a lot more than you can stream other people's work, Suze. Give my best Australian voice. Suze, you can restream. It's called fair use. 1976. Fair Use Act of 1976. This is responding. This is what people do here on YouTube, Suze. We're having a discussion on Annie Guthrie's map. Dang, Suze. If you read the description, that's what it's called. That's what it's for. In America, we have, I don't know how it is in Australia, but you can do that. So you're responding to a channel. So we are talking about Annie Guthrie's map. Here we go. We're almost done with this. And then we're going to move.
Vital evidence,
Figure
but I'll
out
tell
next.
you, I wish we had the 911 call. I wish we had the first thing they said. I think that would help us determine, you know, who did they suspect first? What did they say first? I think that would help us.
Joe Scott Morgan, jump in.
Yeah. So if we look at these 2 points, Green Toes and the Circa 79 Salon, as it's entitled on the map, guess what you have to do there, Nancy? You have to slow down because this intersects with a major thoroughfare. The critical point is that if there is a stoplight, if there is at those 2 points alone, a stoplight, a stop sign, the individual driving this route, driving that vehicle will have at least had to do a pause. Some people refer to it as a California roll, right? Where you come in, you don't completely stop, and then you go ahead and go. It's not like this vehicle at those 2 spots would blast past it. Past these locations. We go back to Coburger, we think about that 20-mile circle or whatever it was where they're catching these glimpses. That ain't happening here. That individual would have to slow that vehicle down to the point where you can actually capture something. And if there are any more of these kind of intersections along the way, those are going to be critical points, all right, of where the individual would have had to slow down enough where you can actually get a capture off of these cameras. I think that.
And that's the one thing I've been saying since the beginning. We need some more footage. We hope they have more footage. All these different routes. The FBI went to every single businesses. I've heard this numerous times. I could almost say it with 100% fact. I can't say it 100%, but most likely any business on this route right here and houses that they could see cameras, including the school. And anytime this person had to stop, there would have been a camera there, hopefully getting. So let's hope they have some camera footage.
Those are going to be very important points. I'm glad that you pointed these out because, look, I mean, you got nothing else to go on. If you look at the elementary school, yeah, it makes kind of a dogleg turn there, but did that stop there, or are they just kind of rolling past it? These other places, you've got intersections with a major thoroughfare. They're going to have to slow at least. They're just thinking about their own preservation. They don't want to get T-boned as they're pulling out there. It's just human nature. They're going to have to slow down. That could be.
All right, we are going to move off the map, but I'm going to check the comments. We're going to move on. We were just talking about the map. This is a map that Annie Guthrie gave to police. We don't know what the map. Like I said, Annie's house or Nancy's house is not even in this map. So it's kind of odd what this is going to. But I guess it could be a map from Annie's to Nancy's, but 1K, welcome in. I don't know how many likes we got. Let me see how many likes, and then we're gonna get over to the Cajun Navy. Let's get the Cajun Navy out here. They want to come search. It'll help bring the awareness, even if it's just searching areas that maybe we just don't know. But if they're not here, it's not. So we're going to go to the Cajun Navy next. News Nation seems to be giving them lots of footage, lots of airtime. But let me check the comments before we get started. I think Nancy Guthrie at the Villages. I don't know, Gregory. No one's looked there. The red marker. Yeah, the map cuts off. That's what they gave us. That's what they gave us. But we are going to keep the show going. I still got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos. One of them, it's kind of interesting. It just came out 2 days ago. People are actually starting to say that the scene was staged. We're going to go there next after the Cajun Navy. So thank you guys for coming in. We're trying to see the different angles people are talking about. But here, this is from News Nation. They're talking about the Cajun Navy. This is a short one.
Months since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in the middle of the night. Sources close to the no lead case
Literally just vanished out of her home here in Tucson, Arizona. Her home here behind me. It's quiet in this area now. You don't see the police activity like we did in the beginning. And a source close to the investigation tells me that there are no new leads, that there are no suspects still, and that they are going through thousands of tips that have come in, hoping that they will find that diamond in the rough that will lead them to more answers in the case. They're also, of course, still waiting on DNA. I've been talking to neighbors here right around Nancy's home. Many are concerned that this case may never be solved.
But there's a sadness. Yeah. Like we all miss Nancy for sure.
How often do you think about it?
Pretty much every day. I mean, I think about her, and hopefully they'll come to some resolution and figure out who took her. And
Now, here's a crazy story, everybody. The woman that you see there in this interview, if you guys go to Brian Hinton and you watch this interview, she actually bought a house, and the house was actually a house that was owned by someone who was targeted in a very famous SA invasion case. Somebody broke into the house and SA the resident, and this woman that where she lives, she found out after she bought the house that that house was it. So in Nancy's neighborhood back, I guess in the 80s or the 70s, there was something that happened that was really serious where somebody's house got broken into, and it was in Nancy. This was a long time ago. So this is a normal thing, and it happened to my grandma in 1980s where they target these areas, these nicer houses. But this woman right behind Nancy's house, she said about 3 or 4 months after she bought her house, people started telling her that this house was actually a part of a crime scene in Nancy's neighborhood. This woman, she didn't know though when she bought it. They didn't disclose that information to her.
what happened? Well, we think about it not getting solved, and yeah, we a little worried. Yeah, that it's a worry for all of us for sure.
You can imagine how unsettling it is for the neighbors here who thought that this would be solved months ago. And again, it has now been almost 3 months. We are digging into everything we've learned since the beginning, plus criminal profile for our special, which will air on the CW network next Wednesday, May 6th. It's called News Nation Presents The Nancy Guthrie Mystery, and we'll take you back to the beginning of this nightmare that seems like it just won't end here in Tucson, Arizona. Back to you.
Yeah, and included in that some theories from those investigators as they look at all the details.
Well, that's weird. I thought that had Cajun Navy in it, but that did not have Cajun Navy. But let's see we got the next one ready to go. This one is actually from TMZ, right? This is from TMZ. Shout out to TMZ. They were a big part of this case at the beginning, right? Harvey was getting all the the ransom notes and KOLD, the local station. But this is the title of this one is called oh dang it. Did I really just empty it out? Thank you for your patience, guys. I'm just trying to get it exited out by accident. Huh. It's not playing. All right. We'll have to figure that one out. Maybe I'll try it this way. This is the TMZ. They're trying to say that the thing was staged. Having a little trouble getting the screen up here. Thank you for your patience. All right, we'll play this while I'm getting this set up. This is from Palm Beach County. The one I brought this up is because it's a cold case detective that she talks to. And we're just trying to get different angles, but this is the local channel in Florida. We're going down different things. I got to see if I can get this TMZ video playing as well. This is from Florida, WPT5. Here we go.
We're closing in on 3 months since the Nancy Guthrie case broke. The mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie
Cold
was
case
reported missing
detective
from her Arizona home February 1st, capturing the country's attention ever since. This morning, I'm tapping into my deep local connections with cold case investigators and asking, where does it all go from here? A veteran cold case detective with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
My name is Detective John Cogburn.
Is examining the Nancy Guthrie case with us. Have you ever worked a case with similarities to the Guthrie case?
Sure, these cases can shift into a no-body homicide case on a dime.
Detective Cogburn thinks of these cases in 2 ways, either a puzzle where there is evidence to go on, or a mystery where you're basically stuck. Do you consider the Guthrie case more of a puzzle or a mystery?
I would say right now it's a puzzle.
Some of the biggest evidence and facts of the case so far, Guthrie is believed to have been taken possibly in the middle of the night without her shoes or medicine. Authorities say blood on Nancy's porch tested positive for her DNA, and doorbell camera video released by the FBI shows a masked man with a gun outside Guthrie's.
Not necessarily.
No. Would this be considered a cold case?
Not necessarily. It all goes back, and you're going to hear it often, to actionable leads. How many leads do you have to pursue?
What does it take from law enforcement to keep going in a case like this?
I think it comes down to 2 things: hard work and luck. You get lucky because the offender or offenders left something behind. They made a mistake.
Detective Cogburn went on to explain to me the national standard is roughly 3 years before something is considered a cold case. More perspective here. Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office right now has 400 cold case homicides on their books, the furthest dating back to 1962. We're closing in on.
All right, everybody. So that was another angle. That's interesting. 3 years. So this is the next thing. We're going back to the Brew Crew. Now, the reason I'm going back to the Brew Crew, number one, he's great. But number two is this talks about that interview. The first interview that that Savannah did. That's pretty much the last update we've heard from anybody in the case, like substantial. So he talks about that. And so I think if we can get any clues and watch that interview with Savannah again and pinpoint some things that she says, we've probably done it. Some people might say old news, but he just did this video This is from a month ago. So it's not new, but we probably missed it. So we might not watch the whole thing, but I want to focus back on the clues that we have that were given by Savannah, because that's pretty much the last update we had.
Back to my channel. Thank you all for being here today. I had an opportunity to watch the Savannah Guthrie interview, and I don't know about you all, but if you've had an opportunity to watch it as well, something to me just didn't sit right in this interview. And it wasn't the emotion or the tears, but maybe by the way that she chose her words, because Savannah, she's not just a daughter in this case. She's a seasoned journalist. And when someone like that speaks publicly during an active investigation, they don't just talk. They filter and they measure. And sometimes they just say just enough without saying everything. So today, I want to talk to you about this and more importantly, what it may actually mean for this investigation moving forward. Because if you listened closely, there's more here than most people are hearing. And I'll tell you this right now, there's at least 3 moments in that interview that from an investigative standpoint should make you stop and look at this case differently. And we're going to walk through all of them. So stay with me. Now, from the very beginning, Savannah, she shut down something immediately. Her mother did not wander off. She couldn't. We're talking about an 84-year-old woman. She had severe pain, limited mobility. Some days she couldn't even make it out to the mailbox.
And there we go. I'll tell you some information I know from my own personal experience. And welcome in. Thank you so much, April. Another super thank you, April, for helping the stream out. I appreciate anyone hitting the like button, super chatting it up, stickers, too many players and not enough info. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. So the thing about let me make sure I'm on this right thing, is what Savannah said in that first couple interviews versus when she went back to work. Obviously, she didn't have her family around her. She was alone. So it was a whole different dynamic. She's with her friend. But thank you guys for just dealing with it. If you guys are thinking this is old news, I just want to focus in on how that interview changed how people thought, right? Because everybody was thinking different things. After Savannah's interview with Hoda, it kind of changed the investigation with the public even more. I think everybody thought more mysterious. So talking about this was never a wander off.
It actually, now let's talk about something that didn't get enough attention, but it should have. The back door. The back door, it was propped open. And it was still open when the family arrived. Now, we'll stop right here because people hear that and they move on, but you shouldn't. Nobody props a door open for no reason. That is behavior. It's intention. So what are the possibilities? Movement in and out, someone following behind, or multiple people operating at the same time. Now, layer this with another fact. Nancy, she was taken out the front door from what we gather. So why is the back door still open? That is not random. It suggests activity happened in different areas of this home, and all at the same time. And when you combine that with the timeline, that 40-minute window, you start to see something structured here. It's not chaotic, and it's not a rush scene. It's a very much controlled scene. And if that's true, then this case may be a lot more organized, a lot more than people are comfortable admitting. Now, Savannah also told us that her mother was taken in her pajamas with no shoes, no medicine. Now, emotionally, that hits hard. But analytically, it's critical because that tells you that there was no time, no preparation, and no cooperation. This wasn't a conversation. This was an action. And here's the part that really matters. If she didn't have hearing aids, if she didn't have her glasses, then this wasn't just vulnerable. She was likely disoriented and confused. I mean, she's 84. She's unable to fully process what was happening. That changes everything, because now you're not dealing with resistance. You're dealing with someone who may not even understand what's happening to them. And that's where this case starts to feel even more controlled, even more targeted.
All right, we're fast forwarding a little. This is the most viewed replay right here on this episode of Brew Crew. I have another one, a little faster pace, coming up next. Thank you guys. We have went over the 1,000 mark.
That pattern doesn't belong to her, which means someone else was there, moving through that same space. And if that's confirmed, that's not theory anymore. It's evidence. And this next part, this is where Savannah herself becomes one of the most important pieces of this case. This is where I want to slow down and visit this a little longer, because this is the part that most people are missing. Savannah Guthrie, she's not just a daughter in this case. She's a journalist, and not just any journalist. She's someone who has spent years around investigations, around law enforcement, and around high-profile cases. She understands. She understands what information is sensitive, what can impact an investigation. And
there we go. That's what we're going to leave it at. She understands. Savannah Guthrie understands. And Savannah went on national TV and told us and the world that she thinks it was ransom notes were real. Why would the FBI, and her being a lawyer, as Kay Miller says, her being a lawyer, why would she say that? If everything is so tight to the vest in this case, do you think that they told her to say that it was, in her opinion, they think they're real, to throw off the whole case, to confuse? To me, I still do not think, even though she said that they're real, in her opinion, I do not believe that they are real. I don't think they are. I just can't get my head around it. I mean, it's odd. But we're going to move on to the next one. I think you guys know this guy. But this is two other people I think you're going to like as well. This is Justice with Matt Johnson. I'm going to pull his page up. Justice with Matt Johnson. I mean, he's got lots of followers. Lots of followers. He's got, let's see, 28,000. His last video, 59,000. This is what we're listening to. He made this one day ago. And guess who it's with? It's with the interview room. This is, everyone give him a follow. We put this on the screen so we give everybody their props. We're going to do a little review of this video with the interview room and Matt Johnson.
Might be on four wheels. That's right, the getaway car.
I don't think currently that the case is gone cold yet. It's much easier to find a car than it is a suspect, a la Brian Koberger, okay? You find the car, you find the suspect.
I have a very special guest on the program who deals in the world of cold cases. He's helped solve a lot of them, and he doesn't believe that the case of missing Nancy Guthrie is a cold case. He also believes that the key is in the getaway car. I ask him a lot of questions about this investigation, why he thinks that, and what the family may or may not know at this point in time. Is Savannah privy to information that we're not? Is she getting updates that we're not? He answers that question. He also talks about the fact that Savannah or Nancy might not have been the intended target. That's a fascinating part of the conversation.
Savannah or Nancy might not be, and that's what I was saying earlier. They could have been targeting Annie and Tommaso. And Annie, Tommaso, they might have been trying to get back at Annie and Tommaso. I said that.
As well. Hired homicide detective, expert in criminal behavior analysis, director of law enforcement relations for the Cold Case Foundation, which is fascinating, and the host of a really good program that I need you guys to subscribe to, the Interview Room podcast and YouTube channel. I'll have all the details in my show notes. First off, thanks for joining me. And what are your initial thoughts on Nancy Guthrie? Is this a cold case?
First, thank you, Matt, for inviting me. And man, I'm so excited for your future here on YouTube. It's going to be pretty neat. So if we just kind of step back for a moment, right? I think we're like 85 days into this now, or thereabouts. And if we kind of step back and say, okay, are there things happening behind the scenes? I think that a reality of, a task force still being together would still tell us that they are operating with functional leads coming in. There's got to be something happening. Now, that could be a digital footprint. That could be, this idea that the DNA is coming back. But at this point, to answer your question, I don't think currently that the case is gone cold yet.
Well, that's good to hear. He says it's not cold. I mean, obviously, people are saying it takes 0 leads. So for a case to start going cold, that means they have to have 0 new tips coming in. Some people said 3 years. I don't think it's a cold case. But where is going to make or break the case is if we are hunting for multiple people, right? Are they hunting for multiple people, or is it just one lone wolf? Now, if it's just one lone wolf, that leaves it a little more tighter circle because there's nobody for anybody to for him to tell, essentially. I don't know, Deborah. I don't know about those phone calls. I do not know. Send me an email if you have an article on that, Deborah. So we're going to continue, but this is too great. Matt Johnson, give him a follow. And Interview Room, Chris.
So it's really more they're keeping all their cards close to the vest.
Yeah, that's a great way. That's a great analogy. I believe that that's probably what's occurring here.
So, you deal with the world of cold cases when you're not.
And this is why the first 24 to 48 hours is critical in any kind of these cases just before they go cold. Because then you can kind of, retread backwards and re-engineer, what you first saw, what the first investigator saw, what they heard, from the witnesses and the reporting parties. And they kind of retread through that information because statistically, you're going to find within the first 300 pages of an initial homicide investigation and or a missing person, that suspect potentially could be right under your nose right then and there.
So are we looking at a attempted burglary gone wrong? Are we looking at something that was an intended abduction? And how many suspects are you thinking we have?
Well, I don't think this is an intended burglary personally, based on my analysis of the case. I mean, if you look at the totality of the circumstances, Nancy Guthrie is an absolutely what we would call a low-risk victim.
A low-risk victim. That's an interesting theory, how to look at it as far as people, different classifications. A low Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, low-risk victim.
And what that means is everything indicates that, she's, in an environment, a situation, and a circumstance that is 100% low risk. Now, if you were to change that dynamic just one iota, i.e., let's say she was out of the house, down at a supermarket or, a truck stop at 2:30 in the morning, that kind of situation, well, that elevates her risk, okay? And so statistically, the lower the risk to the victim, then the higher the probability that the suspect has some type of association with that particular victim, meaning it's somebody in a circle or within a circle of those who are connected or close to her potentially, versus the other way. If it's a truck stop, then that is a higher probability that it's a stranger who is involved in that particular circumstance.
Yeah, and this is unique for a lot of reasons. First off, you have the daughter who's a celebrity, and then there's that whole factor, like, why was she targeted in the first place? It has to be something connected to Savannah, you would think. And Savannah believes that as well. How much does Savannah know? How much does the family know that is not being shared with us?
Well, that's a great question. The information that we have, obviously, that she shared recently on an interview were, some particular details that were presented to the public about the doors being propped open, those types of things. And her belief that the two original ransom notes were also, genuine in nature.
She was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off. And the doors were propped open.
Yeah.
And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, obviously, Hoda already knows about this story. So this is them on camera now, knowing they're on camera. And the way that she says it is she's trying to really say exactly what happened. This happened. The doors are propped open. There's blood on. She is trying to say that her mom was literally kidnapped. And she does not mention anything about anything stolen. So that's why I'm at 50-50, as this still could be somebody that wanted revenge. And they wanted revenge on maybe Savannah or maybe Annie and Tommaso. It doesn't have to be Savannah. even though she is a celebrity. It could be a local connected to Annie and Tommaso that wanted to get back at them. But this is Savannah, her interview with Hoda.
And so we were saying this is
do something.
This is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't something is very wrong here.
Yeah.
It's surreal. It's how is it possible that we are having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night in her pajamas with no shoes, without her medicine, this little person, and to beg for mercy.
Okay. The interesting thing about that, though, unfortunately, is we've not heard that from law enforcement. Okay.
Exactly. A lot of those details, but she's smart. Savannah is a lawyer. She's got advisors telling her what to say, and the FBI. So for her to say these kinds of things, she knew what she was allowed to say and what she wasn't. So everything to me was calculated for a reason.
We've heard it from the family only. And so then you have to step back and say, okay, what are the other narratives that we've heard from law enforcement? And what are the narratives we've heard from, potentially the family, which could have been, told to them. And they, Savannah has just decided to put that out into the ether. Okay. But what we know is the timeline. We know that the narrative presented by the sheriff is a timeline that he gave us from a couple of different sources. One is the garage door. They had a data point, at 10:48 in the evening, and then it closed at 10:50, which is a 2-minute, data point. So that tells us they have some type of digital footprint in that circumstance. What he didn't share with us was the door information, how the suspects may or may not have gotten in, how the family even got in. And then we heard from Savannah on, her presentation to, her show, where she says, well, we thought it was a medical incident. Well, we've not heard that also from law enforcement, okay? Because at that point, you have to really think critically and say, okay, well, wait a minute. If it was a medical incident, that means there's 2 911 calls. The first 911 calls would have come from Nancy herself at 2:30 in the morning, because she would have had to been the reporting party to say, I'm having a medical incident. Okay. And that type of information is verifiable almost instantaneously when the law enforcement got on the scene that next morning, where the family.
Diana says, my opinion only, I think only 2 ways they're going to get answers is through genealogy or find the car. Exactly. Maybe they have photos of a car. I'm hoping. In 1980, there was a unionized strike at the Kentucky Fuel Company that the Guthrie family owned. Did someone aim? That's a long time ago. Their final appointment was coming early February. The garage could have been opened to get the garbage pail at some. Lots of good theories, but this is the interview. Excuse me, the interview room, and also Matt Johnson. Really accomplished YouTube channels. We're going to continue watching this. Be right back while this is playing.
Reported her missing. Okay. And so then the second 911 call then is the daughter who calls 911 and says, Mom is missing. We're at the house and we're searching for her. So both of those 911 calls, if they exist, have not been presented to the public. And that is a sticking point right now for people to speculate, unfortunately. But it is a logical, sequence that you would have to ask, as in curiosity, well, if it was a medical thing and that explains the doors being propped open, which was the belief Savannah had, and or her sister, well, then who made the 911 call?
Well, I'm curious why they haven't been released yet. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that could be holding information back, that there could be something that they do not want the public to know yet, that, would have leaned more towards, okay, we need to look in this a little bit further and a little bit closer.
Let's watch a little bit of Savannah's interview, and I'll ask you some questions on the other side.
How? Someone knows something, even if that something is someone's been acting strange for the last 7-8 weeks, even if it's just that. Somebody knows. Mm-hmm. And maybe somebody's afraid. And I understand that. But our hearts are in agony. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can't breathe. We can't live. We can't go on. We can't be at peace. We can't go forward. We have to know what happened.
So is that a statement that, she did? That was a lengthy interview, we all know. But are these answers to these questions off the cuff for her? Or were they talked about with the FBI before she did the interview?
Well, there's a high probability that statement right there is scripted, meaning she's talking to the suspect. Note the fact that she says somebody knows, okay, but then she personalizes it. She says, I understand, okay, that someone is afraid, okay. Well, who's that someone that she's talking to, and how would she understand that? Okay, unless there's other information that's being held back, and that she is trying to figure out, okay, I'm trying to personalize my mother. I'm trying to personalize the individual that may have my mother. Okay, well, anybody who goes into a home at 2:30 in the morning and takes an 84-year-old woman, okay, and abducts her, and then evidence of hurting her.
It just doesn't make sense. How complicated would that be to go, okay, to go in there with the plan to abduct her, thinking that you're going to pull it off? It just doesn't make sense. I understand that's what they're saying that's happened. They're trying to, Savannah's trying to say that, hey, she was abducted. And the ransom, I just don't see how somebody could make up that kind of plan and think they're going to get away with it. And everything's just going to be in 84 years old. How are they going to get the money? They're just going to get the money easily without anyone. And they're going to me, I do not think the ransom notes are real. I just think that's a media hook to throw off the case, but I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know. We could all be wrong. It could be something way out of left field. But to me, the most common sense thing is burglary gone wrong, even though there's no sign of burglary, right? But we don't know that. I don't know. It's confusing, but we're trying to get it out. That's why we're doing this show, so you guys can maybe come up with your final theory, your top theory, I should say. But this is a great show. I've been just started following Matt Johnson, True Crime and Justice with Matt Johnson, and then the Interview Room, Chris. Well, so we'll continue. I do have a couple more videos. We're going to do a little for people just coming in. If you watched the video when I went out to the compound, we're going to play a little interlude here in a minute. The son of the alleged cult leader, the son made a response to YouTubers, and we're thinking it was maybe responding to my video. I'm going to play that one more time just because why not? So we'll bring on Amadon just one more time. It's only about 3 or 4 minutes, but he calls out YouTubers, and I thought it was ironic. So if we got anybody new coming in, you'll be able to see that. So we're going to finish this up. While we're doing this, yep, I'll bring that up in just a minute. While we're let me know while we're playing this. Let me know where you guys are signing in from today, and make sure you hit that like button. I'm going to check how many likes we got. Thank you, everyone. Here we go.
Okay, there's not much empathy in that individual, and so the fact that she is leaning into this person, it helps me understand maybe that the behavior science unit, the BAU, is a little bit further behind the scenes here, writing some of that script that she's probably modified to her own presentation.
Yeah, talking points that she can remember.
Investigators onto the investigators, and it comes from various different places, and that in of itself starts to press down into the family. Okay. I can tell you high-profile cases that I've worked, I don't talk to the family personally. I assign somebody on my team, because we used to work in teams of 5 and 7, okay, in a response to something like this. And coming from Southern California, as you know, more than anybody, we had a lot of volume, okay? And so, and we also had resources. So what we do is you assign somebody to that family, and then that liaison starts giving information to that family that starts to take some of that pressure off of, what's happening, can we ask? And you just have to be honest with a family, because they're going through this stress of not knowing, the fear of, the worst case scenario. And, you just keep adding that on top of, now they're getting notes saying mom is alive, okay, without saying it, by demanding money. And then the pushback to that is, okay, well, give us a proof of life. Okay? And then the FBI saying to you, look, we can't tell you to pay a ransom or a demand. That will never happen from a loan.
Well, that won't happen, but in this case with Savannah and everybody, there's lots of very smart advisors with NBC. They have insurance. They have insurance. They insure all their reporters. So things like this, people have talked. If Savannah has insurance, does this cover her insurance? So it wouldn't even have cost her. It would have went to her insurance company. Has anyone thought about that, or remember hearing about the insurance part? When you're a reporter, a big reporter making that money, you literally insure yourself for things like this happening in your family. So the insurance, it's something to think about. Would they have paid this ransom if it was real? I don't think it was real. A lot of people think it was. I don't think it was. Savannah told us it was real, but I still don't believe it.
Enforcement agency. That is strictly a family decision. Okay? And if the family chooses to make that ransom payment, then that's up to them. Because we saw this guy who appeared, who showed up out of LA, out of nowhere, who said, yeah, did you get the Bitcoin? And then, the FBI immediately were on top of that guy, and they took him into custody.
Mm-hmm.
So the family is now
Derek Carrella.
That stress and that pain, okay? And then you have to step back and say, okay, well, we've got, as an investigator, we got to take the family out of the loop or keep them in the loop. I know that sounds crazy.
Wait a minute.
The reality.
Look at, that's the first time I've ever seen that photo full like that. I've never seen the full photo with the whole dog. Now, what is she holding in her hand, though? Can't see it. Be interesting to pull that upside down that book and see what she's holding in her hand. But the other thing I notice is paintings on the wall. Do you see the paintings on the wall? Yeah, it looks like some sort of book. Do you see paintings on the wall? Well, paintings are worth a lot of money. Are there any paintings missing? It's just I'm looking at just looking at this house, the paintings. I didn't notice the paintings. I didn't notice she had something in her hand. I didn't notice the hand because the photos had her cut off. But but anyway, no one's talked. I mean, did the perps, did she have a real valuable painting? I mean, some of these paintings are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Especially celebrities, they have access to get the best paintings in the world. You know, I can tell you right now, just looking, those look like some pretty decent paintings, just based on the frame. But I don't know. Something to think about. We're going to continue. This is Matt Johnson. Shout out Matt Johnson, True Crime. Give him a follow. And you probably already follow the interview room. But here they did one together.
The reality of that is just what it is, and so what kind of actions did we see take place? They impounded the family, the daughter's car, okay? And they kept that into evidence. Well, why did they do that? Okay, they had to check a box to make.
Sorry to stop it again. But perfectly me, I get that they have told us that they didn't take anything. Now, here's a theory I want to throw out there. They don't have to tell us the truth, perfectly me. So most likely is if they did take something, right, like jewels, most likely Nancy went to the jewel thing every year, the jewel festival we have every year. Now, even though everybody knows, hey, they didn't take anything, that could be something that they're not disclosing to the public because they don't want to alarm the public that there was a burglary and they targeted her for her jewels. So it could be to throw off the suspects. Now, I agree. We do not know of anything that was taken, but they could be keeping that close to their vest. Did Nancy have a safe? We don't know. I've heard rumors that Nancy had a safe. But you might be right. It might be just a ransom that they took Nancy, 84 years old, because they were targeting her to get revenge, right? It could be something real, this conspiracy. Could you imagine? Let's try to and this is just to put it in perspective that 3 or 4 people are sitting in a room and they go, let's plan to do this. We're going to go over here to this neighborhood. Remember, there was 3 people that were seen kind of scoping out the house weeks in ahead of time. And then they go, you know, we don't want to take anything. We just want Nancy. We just want Nancy. And they go over there, and that's all they wanted was, and so that's their whole motive was just to get Nancy. And then they had this whole thing where they were going to try to email TMZ, and then they're going to email the local KOLD news, which I don't know why they would do any of those two. That's not how people do ransoms, from what I've heard from the experts. So I'm trying to put it in perspective of these perps. Now they got this big plan. We're going to go do this and that. We're going to email, and we're going to give them 2 deadlines. Remember, there was 2 deadlines. You got the Friday deadline, and you got the deadline after that. So now that's weird too. From what I heard, I'm just talking from what these experts have said. They said 2 deadlines is completely no. There's 1 deadline. That's what. But here in this, we got 2 deadlines. We got ransom notes coming out of our ears. We don't know which ones are real. These ones might be. These ones, who knows? But to me, the common sense theory would be people are after jewels. Now, the Gem and Mineral Festival started 2 days before 2 days before Nancy went missing. So the Gem and Minerals show started on January 28th. Nancy goes missing, or 29th. Nancy goes missing on the 31st. So here is the factor is the neighbor, the neighbor, see if I can find this. I'm going to play this real quick. It's on my phone, though. Now, this is the neighbor's wife, guys. So this is, might have to take this out. We're doing a little pit stop. The Gem lady. Now, this is the wife of the Gem lady. Look.
At the Tucson.
Okay. Dang it. Went away. One sec. This is something you guys haven't seen either. Do you guys remember? Let me check the comments on this. Do you guys remember the Gem person taking those boxes out next door? Well, this is the wife. And it's a real sarcastic the way she talks. But watch this. And I'm not saying but they have the gems that are very valuable, and they were next door to Nancy's. Literally.
On today's episode of Things You Can't Even Make Up at the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show, Jason's been implicated on Twitter by a reporter, I guess, in the Nancy Guthrie case. We are just picking up mineral floods and putting them into our car at the largest gem and mineral show in the world. How do you call this investigative reporting and you don't know that? This is the genuine tragedy that we cry about at the show. It's genuinely sad. If you just stop reporting on this, a random person that's just trying to do their job is absolutely disgusting. In pajama bottoms, yeah, this was at 8 o'clock in the morning. We didn't expect to be on the news. He was guilty AF. Guilty of what? And Gem's getting ready for ballot harvesting. Touch grass, Teresa. Nothing to see here. What is wrong with you? Oh my God, I had to look several times. Is it a man? It's just long hair. Good luck with life. Isn't there a gem show nearby? Ding ding. Some of the people actually know what's going on in Tucson instead of weirdos on X pretending to be reporters. Why is Candace from Brooklyn in Tucson? This one is at least funny. And finally, that's Jason from Virgo Gems. Those boxes are filled with crystals from the Tucson Gem Show that everyone knows is going on. This is the tragedy. It's incredibly sad. And despite having this information, this investigative reporter still has this post up. So this is a random and disgusting, stupid thing to happen. Please let actual investigators do their job and prayers for the Guthrie families. It's a terrible thing. Our hearts are with you. On today's episode of Things You Can't Even Make Up.
All right, what do you guys think? What do you think? Oh yeah, she does have an yeah. This is the Gem Show. I guess his girlfriend. And the video, I'm gonna send it to myself and see if I can maybe we can watch the full thing with the actual. It didn't come forward that clear, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can get this to my email, and we'll watch this without any sort of distraction. We'll get this playing. Welcome in. Who do we got? Zen Boulder still here. Welcome. Popcorn Jers, The Dark Knight. Yeah, very sorry. We're gonna watch it without any interruption. Like, all right, we're gonna watch that here in just a second. The full one. Without, because with my green screen it didn't work. I gotta grab a drink. Excuse me. Get this playing. Be right back.
Sure, there wasn't any evidence that was pointing towards that low risk victimology. Okay. They also searched their homes a couple of different times. Now imagine being the daughter of a missing woman, 84-year-old woman, and the police coming and saying, hey, we've got to impound your car. Okay. Well, why? Why are you impounding my car? What has that got to do with my mom missing? Well, there's a whole bunch of other stuff taking place over here and that they don't know about. And that's why it's critical, not as a case agent to engage yourself with the family and, not to be too critical of law enforcement in this one, but this is where the sheriff really made a big mistake, in my opinion. He should have never gone to the podium and pushed out as much information that he did, because in this world of new digital, age, instantaneously that information, was put into the ether, and it can backfire. And ultimately it did, because then they started looking into his background, and unfortunately he's going to have to experience that himself now.
Yeah, a lot of people are questioning whether or not, he delayed or hurt the investigation in his initial response to it all. Do you think it's still on track?
I think the FBI has a clarity of focus. I wish their evidence response team had been in there earlier. But again, it's a jurisdictional thing that I think the public needs to continue to understand. She disappeared out of Pima County. Unless they can show some type of nexus for a federal investigation to completely take off and kick in, meaning if they have evidence that she crossed over, state lines, or it's gone to a foreign country or something like that, then the Pima County Sheriff's Department will continue to be the tip of the spear.
What are you watching for at this point in time? Do you think that it's the DNA that's going to crack the case? And why are the photos, not the video like we were told, why are the photos from the backyard taking so much time? Like, shouldn't they?
There we go. What do you think's going to break the case? What is going to break the case? I'm going to set this up in a poll. Let's put this in a poll. What is going to break the case? Let me get this poll set up. Let me know. Give me some ideas. I got 4 options. Where's my poll? Where the heck my poll go? Didn't mean to delete that. Trying to find where my poll went. Huh. Poll or pool? All right, we'll keep this going while I'm looking for that.
If they know that they exist, why are they taking so long? Well, there's a whole bunch of analysis taking place, right? And that digital footprint. Okay, but I think this case ultimately, hypothetically, is going to come down to the first 24 hours of who was interviewed and what they said, and the first 48 hours. Okay. And then, of course, the digital evidence comes in as kind of a reinforcement of, okay, we're on the right track here. Okay. Remember, I worked homicide for 13 years. We didn't have DNA and we didn't have, all this electronics. All we had was the ability to walk up to people and sit down with them and say, so tell me what happened. Okay. And if we got an ABO blood typing from the lab, we were excited. Okay. Yay. The suspect has he's an O positive. Okay. Hypothetically. Right. And everybody went, all right, we're making progress. So I think it's going to come back down to, good old fashioned, gumshoe police work from the first 48 hours in this thing. And the sad part of that is they shut the scene down too rapidly to where, they could have had a lot more information, I think, maybe come in, and that may come back to bite them in the butt. But I remain optimistic for Savannah. And
all right, optimistic for Savannah, I think, and he was going to say and family, but we got the new poll up. We got the new poll. Let me know what this helps you guys and me start to figure out what is the really top theory, maybe top 2 theories. Now, what it is, maybe did I miss anything in the poll? Should there been something else? As far as here is the question, I'm sure you can see it. The question is, what will break the case? DNA, somebody calling in an FBI tip hotline. Now, that could be the family too. That could be like a friend or a family. Or somebody sees that video, that suspect, the only video that we see, or a lot of people might be undecided, which leaves the poll. Is there anything I'm missing? Someone will talk. That would be FBI tip line. If someone talks, that would be the tip line, I think. So it looks like we're waiting on this DNA. So something could break quick then, because if the DNA, luck, yeah, there you go. I think luck could be a new camera footage, DNA, and video. The YouTubers, I like your attitude, Matt. Now, what do you think they shut down the scene so quick? And yeah, that's that whole thing about Strawberry. That's what I've been saying. As soon as I saw Mark Kelly involved, I knew this case was getting weird. I know Savannah called him, but you will never find an elected official normally get involved in an active criminal investigation. They won't. They don't do it. But here we're going to continue this. Thank you guys for tuning in. Anyone hitting that like button. In a minute, we're going to play that video of the girl, the neighbor to Nancy's. We're going to play that video here in just a minute. I got it. I emailed it so I can play it on the computer. See where we're at. Where's the play button? There we
I
go.
remain optimistic for, those who are working really hard at this.
Me too, and it could happen at any moment that we hear details about the DNA and whether or not it's been put into CODIS, whether or not there's a hit, they
opportunities that he was present at the residence. And so that also brings me, anyway, in my thought process, into a vehicle. That is the most risky type of event or tool to bring into an abduction, a car. It's much easier to find a car than it is a suspect, a la Brian Koberger, okay? You find the car, you find the suspect. So the fact that this guy may have driven, on the 24th, the 11th, and then the night of the abduction, a vehicle to take her out of the area, okay, that is a very high risk activity for this suspect, okay? And so most of these individuals like to lower their risk, okay? And so that tells us this guy or person, whoever it's going to be, is very comfortable, not only on that front porch, but he's comfortable in the area as a whole. That his car would not stick out if they saw it at 2:00 in the morning going by on a.
And that's the thing. That's the thing is it makes sense that with all that construction going on, it could have been a construction worker. It could have been a construction worker in the area. I mean, they got to look at all those construction workers.
Ring camera. Okay.
Do the neighbors need to worry? There's been some reporting about neighbors concerned, and not just from the so-called YouTube journalists and whatever's going on with some of them. I'll stay out of that. But, just in general, since we don't have a perpetrator, we don't have a person of interest, we don't have a suspect, should I be worried for my family if they're in the Catalina foothills?
That's an interesting question. If you're 84 and, there's a series of abductions taking place in the Catalina foothills, the answer would be yes. But in this particular scenario, those statistics do not exist. Okay? This is like, it is so rare that even the scientists, the data scientists are going, we've never seen something like this. Okay. Now, statistically, if you're elderly, there's a higher probability that other things, you could be a victim of a crime. So lock your doors, lock your windows, always keep, there's a saying in Hawaii, be akamai, which means just pay attention, to what's going on around you. And as long as you're doing that, I think you're going to be very, very safe. So I don't think there's a danger to that particular, neighborhood as a whole, personally.
So give me your best summary or guesstimate on the motive here. So, we have a woman who's 84. She doesn't fit any sort of profile that's typical, right? So, I mean, we have the Savannah Guthrie factor, but she doesn't live there. So why her?
Yeah, great question, right? I mean, and why, if you're trying to get back at Savannah, are you living vicariously by taking her mom, out of the house? Because now you have to manage her, to keep her alive. She's got health issues. What is that going to do to Savannah, right? If we think of an obsession in that lane, somebody's obsessed with Savannah, so therefore I'm going to go kidnap her mother, okay, and keep her, for himself or whoever.
Sorry about that.
Okay, just to get back at Savannah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so then we have to say, okay, then who would do this to an 84-year-old woman? And statistically, the SA, problem comes in. The assault situation with, I think we can all figure out what the S stands for. Okay, and so statistically, though those individuals commit those acts in the home with the victim and they keep them there, okay, again, lowering the risk, okay, to the suspect. So now once you add the dynamic of removing a victim from the home with all of these other health issues, okay, then you have to start looking at secondary potential motives. Who has something to gain? Could it be financial? Could it be influential? Could it be, hey, I'm mad at somebody else in your family and I live nearby them. So therefore I'm angry at them and I'm taking it out on their mother, okay, i.e. Annie, okay, because Annie did me wrong. Okay?
We were
And so
just talking
therefore
about that. We were just talking about that. It could be have nothing to do with Savannah. It could be people that were mad at Annie and Tommaso. That's why anybody connected to Tommaso that would have a reason, I'm sure they've asked him. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think they've questioned Tommaso about, hey, do you think anybody would have a revenge to get against you, Tommaso? Is there anybody? Do you think he would name anybody? Or do you think, would he just say no? Yeah, the brother is also a fighter pilot. I don't think, he's a decorated veteran, family man from all accounts. I just don't think, I know people say brother. The FBI is pretty smart. If it was any of these people, they probably would have, or they're watching them,
See, that's one dynamic people aren't thinking about. We're only talking about Savannah, okay? Maybe it's actually Annie that they're angry at. Maybe they're angry at Cameron, okay? Maybe there's a financial circumstance behind the scenes that nobody knows about, that we don't know about, that somebody feels slighted. Maybe the pool guy, hey, you haven't done A, B, C, or D, which you said you were. Therefore, I'm going to take it out on your mom. Maybe it's, the guy who cleaned the HVAC system, people that may have stayed or friends, on the property at some point. We just don't know. The situations are endless, to be honest with you. And that's why it's critical when you first sit down in the first 24, 48 hours to say, okay, give me a list of your top 3 individuals. This is what I do anyway, and others. Give me a list of your top 3 to 5 individuals you believe who are capable of this particular problem.
There you go. So that's what they had to go to each of these people. Who do you think could be? That was a good question. Who, they probably sat Annie down. Who do you think the top 3 people that you would do this? Same thing, because if it was for revenge, right? If it was for revenge, then they have to find out who was so mad. Who was so mad at Annie and Tommaso, or who was so mad at Savannah, or who was so mad at actually Nancy herself. Looking at that picture, that looks like it's pretty recent too. She looks pretty old there. I cannot see how somebody would go home and conspire some plan to go and do what they did. So that's why I keep my options open. I know we got people in the chat. They think it's still everybody, there's a part of me that said I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying I wouldn't be surprised. Mine is just not leaning towards the family. I'm not counting out anything. At this point, I'm leaning towards more just common sense theories, right? Because in all these cases, from what I hear, they play on percentages, right? So every case, there's percentages of how, like, what are the odds that this case is done by a man versus a woman? Well, probably higher towards. So there's percentages. The percentages that an 84-year-old is kidnapped is like, the FBI doesn't even have a team for this kind of thing. Let me check the comments. And thank you if anyone feels 111. We got 4 1s in there right now. Man, I get some synchronicity going. Just dropped it down, but I saw it. There was 4 1s. But anyone who's putting in the super chats today and the super stickers and the jewels, thank you for all that. I'm missing some of them are the jewels and hitting the like. Let's see where we are in the comments. Yeah, and I mean that could be something, Diana, but you would have to there's just no pointing towards that, right? Maybe the authorities have something, but there's nothing that the public knows that other than speculation. So we do have the email though. I'm gonna play here in just a minute from the gem guy next door, remember? Let's pull that up. Oh, I got it ready. So this is from a long time ago. Like 11 weeks ago, maybe even. We're going to play that next. And I just played it for you guys a minute ago on my phone, but I have it on my computer now. So there won't be any, but she's really upset, you could tell, but it's like a sarcastic upset. Now her husband or boyfriend, I don't know who it was seen next door carrying out gems. And so there was some speculation that this could have been a burglary gone wrong. It could be a burglary gone wrong. Remember Brianna Whitney, the best crime reporter in Arizona with her inside sources at FBI? If you want to email Brianna Whitney and just ask her about that, I should probably email her. Brianna Whitney, I'm going to put the link into the chat. If you're in the chat, come on in. Just kidding. I'm going to put a link, though, if somebody wants to chat. There it is. We're going to finish watching this little snippet here of True Crime and Justice with Matt Johnson and the Interview Room Chris. And then we're going to move to the gem guy's girlfriend. Now, the gem guy was seen carrying boxes out next to Nancy's house. Very expensive jewels and crystals. Thank you guys for tuning in. Here we go.
And then you would want the family to write those 3 to 5 people out. And then you go and do everything that you can in what we call a suspectology. And you start breaking down the patterns of life within inside of those individuals on that particular list. And you'll be surprised what starts to come to the surface.
Yeah, and that's probably what we can hope is happening behind the scenes to lead to more interviews, to lead to more answers, and hopefully soon. But maybe she wasn't even ever the target.
And that's a possibility as well. But the burglars don't go into homes and not steal things. Okay? Burglars don't go into home and steal people. Okay, so there had to be a thought process and a planning process to know for a fact that this 84-year-old woman was going to be in that home at a particular time. And then we start hearing this narrative that the back door, that she had a habit of leaving her back doors open. I questioned that at 84 years old with 4 lock mechanisms on the front door. She's got 2 deadbolts and two twist locks.
Exactly.
And she's got this big grate on the front of her house. And then you go to the look in the back doors, she also has 2 lock mechanisms, a deadbolt and a twist lock on just the doors you can visibly see. So for an 84-year-old woman who is, her husband passed away years ago, to kind of say, well, her pattern of life is to leave her doors open, I question that personally. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. But, and both of us have worked close to the US-Mexico border for a long time in our careers. What's the likelihood that this was something to do with a cartel or something to do with organized crime? And then maybe that led to the misidentity and capturing the wrong victim.
Well, I think the cartels are sitting back going, don't bring us into this. We have nothing to do with it. Because, we have so many other problems, that the last thing we want is to manage an 84-year-old woman with health issues, and they would probably shoot the 3 or 4 people that were involved in this if that was the case, and then tell you where her body was at this point. Just to show good faith.
That's the other $1 million question, literally, is, where is she? Dead or alive? Like, how come, where could she be? And then also, it's kind of surprising that no one has ratted out the suspects.
There we go. And where could she be? Right? That's the big thing. And people are saying, why isn't the Cajun Navy finding her? Could find her. Now, here's the key to the thing is if somebody kidnapped her, then one of these weekends someone's gonna be out. They're gonna be out in the rugged terrain. They're gonna see something, they're gonna call, and hopefully they find Nancy. Just this last year, they found a couple people that way. People go out hiking, they go out riding their motorcycle, and all of a sudden they discover things. Now, here's the thing where they won't find Nancy is if the suspect took her to private property. So if the suspect has maybe 10, 15 acres, 5 acres, the suspect could have took Nancy to his property and buried Nancy on his property. So if the suspect doesn't want to get caught, most likely that would be where they would bury him. Is especially here in Arizona, you can have lots of land, 5, 10 acres. So they need to find the suspect, and then they can find out where Nancy's is, so to speak. So thank you guys for joining. We are going to move to this gem show Instagram now. Now let me give a little bit of context. Nancy's house, supposedly there was a gem guy who was either Airbnb-ing or he lived next door. I don't know why he was staying there. But this is the wife, and this was made 11 weeks ago, it says. So right when this broke, the neighbor was seen carrying his gems out. Now, this is what a long time ago had me thinking that this was actually a burglary gone wrong, is because of the gem show guy next door. Now, as dark as it is out there, they could have picked the wrong house. Okay? Now, see if I can get this any bigger. All right, that's her. So here we go. We're going to watch this. Let me check the comments. Do you guys have any questions? Any questions before we get this started? Audrey, welcome. Thank you for your all you did. So this is the gem show person. Now her boyfriend is this guy right here with the long hair. But there is lots of comments in here as well that are kind of hilarious. It's it's like sarcastic humor. I mean, it's pretty interesting. So here we go. This is boom.
Make up at the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show. Jason's been implicated on Twitter by a reporter, I guess, in the Nancy Guthrie case. We are just picking up mineral flats and putting them into our car at the largest gem and mineral show in the world. How do you call this investigative reporting and you don't know that? This is a genuine tragedy that we cried about at the show. It's genuinely sad. And for you to do shoddy reporting on this at a random person that's just trying to do their job is absolutely disgusting. In pajama bottoms, yeah, this was at 8 o'clock in the morning. We didn't expect to be on the news. He looks guilty AF. Guilty of what? Ben? Dems getting ready for ballot harvesting. Touch grass, Teresa. Nothing to see here. What is wrong with you? Oh my God, I had to look several times. Is it a man? It's just long hair. Good luck with life. Isn't there a gem show nearby? Ding ding. Some of the people actually know what's going on in Tucson instead of weirdos on X pretending to be reporters. Why is Candace from Portlandia in Tucson? This one is at least funny. And finally, that's Jason from Virgo Gems. Those boxes are filled with crystals from the Tucson Gem Show that everyone knows is going on. This is a tragedy. It's incredibly sad. And despite having this information, this investigative reporter still has this post up. So this is a random and disgusting, stupid thing to happen. Please let actual investigators do their job, and prayers to the Guthrie family. This is a terrible thing. Our hearts are with you.
What do you guys think? What do you think? That's hard to watch. Her tone was just like really. Hello, Heidi. Heidi Low. Like, oh my gosh. Like, oh my gosh. That's not the actual neighbor though. So it's not the neighbor, it's the girlfriend of it, of the guy who was staying there. Oh man. It was like, oh my God. I was she was really fired up though. You could tell she was fired up. But some of the comments, I mean, he has some of the best gems in the world. So I hate to say it, but if he's just, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't want to say anything, actually. I'm just going to stay quiet. But it's really interesting. I mean, they have to think that they might be eventually, like these are some of the gems and stuff. Like, look at this. I mean, this isn't your just typical Walmart, whatever. Some real gems right there. Where I've been sending out the link. I think he's busy today, but there is a link. Tell Marks the Shark to come on in. I want to get your guys' discussion in here. Your thoughts on what you think. I do have a couple videos left since we're going to keep it light, I'll bring up this. If you guys have been following here, about a week ago now? Maybe was it a week ago? I went out to the compound, and the son of the alleged cult leader made a video responding, we think, to
Number 2.
To me going out there, and he actually calls out YouTubers. So are you guys okay if we watch this one more time? If I get enough yeses, we'll watch it one more time, because I think it's interesting. I went out there, I covered the compound, and now he comes out like not even a couple days later with a video. Now, do you think Annie knows him? Do you think Annie and Tommaso know Amadon? This is Amadon. Okay, so this is the guy. He seems like a generally nice guy. A little bit creepy. I'm not going to say in a good way, because he's spiritual. I don't know him. But I'm not here to put him down or put him up. I'm just here watching that he made a video and he called out YouTubers. So maybe he's trying to communicate. He's trying to communicate by calling out YouTubers. Here we go. Lots of yeses coming in. You can go watch it on my page, Linda. I went out to a spiritual compound last week that his father started. It's a UFO alien cult, alleged cult. And he is now, but here we go. I'm not going to hold it up any farther. He responds to, I think, me going out there.
I'm going to be going through the Marantra Moda from the Urantia book. The Marantra Moda are high spiritual concepts to help us live a more spiritualized life. Number 1, a display of specialized skill does not signify possession of spiritual capacity. Cleverness is not a substitute for true character. That's a good one. People often think that their talents, their ideas, and their abilities define them as a person. They think that their intelligence may separate them from other people, but really it's virtues that separate you from other people. It's purity of heart, it's purity of mind, it's purity of soul. Specialized skill doesn't make you really special. It means that you maybe spent a lot of time learning that skill. What this is referring to is the possession of spiritual capacity. Skill does not equate spiritual capacity. Spiritual capacity is more about higher virtues of love, tolerance, acceptance. So when it says cleverness is not a substitute for true character, that's really important to think about. Think about all these famous influencers and YouTubers and people who are very clever, but do they have true character? Do they have true moral character, integrity, honor? What is their actual character like at the end of the day? A lot of people in this modern age are getting duped by clever people. What you need to look for is someone with true substance and character.
So his dad, help this make sense. His dad literally started a UFO alleged cult, and he's saying what he just said. I don't even want to repeat it. But he calls out YouTubers, and he literally lives in a clever community. So here we are. But you guys heard it. He calls out YouTubers, and this is the guy who he lives at that place. If you guys remember the Golden Dome, he lives there. But that is, when I saw that, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. But let me just give you a, see if I can find this. I want to show you the property. Anyway, we're going to get off this one, but we do have more coming. Let's see who we got. So that's the update on now this one. Hopefully I'm sure you guys have subscribed. Hopefully they don't. I think they'll be okay if we watch theirs, but it just came out 3 hours ago. And so, and maybe this will get them more subscribers, but this is from Police Off the Cuff. Now this just came out 3 hours ago. Police Off the Cuff. Give me a yes or no if you've heard of this channel. But this is a retired NYPD. I believe he's a detective, and I watch his shows pretty often. This one was pretty interesting. The title is "The Forensic Discovery the Internet Missed." So he's saying that we missed something. Did we miss something? Let's find out. But give him a follow. I'm going to put a link to the video in the chat. So if you want to watch this on your own without me, I always try to help out all the channels. If you have a channel in the year one that you like, or your own YouTube, put it in the chat as well. But this is Police Off the Cuff.
Then again, when he just says right there, she was alive up until the point, basically, up front step. And so if she died or was helpless at that point, that sort of gives more credence to the more than one kidnapper theory that we have. And again, Jim Clemente, when I read, I just want to back up a little bit from this, because I wanted to go over some of when he talks about the blood spatter and what may have happened by that front doorstep, because I think out of all the people that have spoken about this case, he is the most accurate in his description of the blood spatter and what may have occurred on the front doorstep of Nancy Guthrie's
There we
home.
go. This is, I actually,
in middle of the night.
this is good, because I was going to play this guy here in a little bit. This guy I mean, he looks like he's straight out of a movie. FBI. This is the guy so I'm glad he's playing this. This is Police Off the Cuff. Give him a follow. A lot of people already follow him. But here we go.
How many people could drive by and just happen to see you with her? You want her out of that house, into that car as soon as possible. So that's why I got to think there's two. One maybe grabbing her, and maybe there's one with the car engine running.
You know, Mike, one of the things he is saying, though, is that looking at on the right side of this frame of this picture is that her face was no closer or no further away than 12 inches from the ground there. And he's judging that on the science of blood stain pattern analysis. And so he's reading that blood spatter as she was. So did she fall down? Was she knocked down? Was she unable to walk on her own?
Were found inside Nancy Guthrie's home during what we believe were the initial phases of the investigation, and that those strands of hair have now been sent to the FBI for, quote, advanced analysis 2 months after she went missing. Until now, the Pima County Sheriff's Office has been using a Florida lab to handle all of its DNA testing.
I just wanted to go over the blood spatter and what he said about the different types of spatter. And if you didn't hear our last show or have a lecture on bloodstain pattern analysis, there's 3 categories of spatter. And of course, low velocity, medium, and high velocity. Low velocity can just be blood that is dripping out of someone's nose. Medium could be from a cough or a sneeze. And high velocity can be attributed to a gunshot wound. And how does someone that is versed in bloodstain pattern analysis, how do they read the blood stains? How do they know whether it's low, medium, or high velocity blood stain pattern. Well, what caused the stain? In the case of like a drip coming from someone's nose, the blood stains would just be big droplets. Whereas if it was moved, i.e. a cough or a sneeze, that's a different thing.
All right, everybody. I know someone said check Jen at Break the Case. Let me check that. I just don't. Somebody said be careful with some of the people because they do. I mean, I try to give everybody their flowers and not put anybody. Let me see. Break the Case. Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, I don't know if she's okay. I know. I always watch her. I mean, I chat with her in her, or not with her, but I go to her chat and watch all her shows. But yeah, she does. She's been doing great, great. But do you guys have any new videos that have come out that you want me to play? Let me see where we're at in the chat. Now I am going to play this for a minute. A little interlude, and I'm going to look at a couple more. Be right back. Hello, Tina Marie. Hello, hello. Come on in. Be right back. right, everybody, welcome back. Sorry, had to do a little quick run. I am back. We do have another video lined up here. Let's see where this one is. This one talks about the DNA evidence. We have the poll that we were doing. This is police off the cuff, the DNA evidence. Let's see, here it is.
911 to get help, and now they're calling for change.
Dollar reward. Everyone expected there to be an arrest, an arrest early on in this case. And here we are. There isn't. 3 months in, and there isn't an arrest. And so many questions. What happened to Nancy Guthrie? Where is she?
And it's really interesting to hear from these retired people, right, that have been doing this their whole career. And we're just Joe Schmoes, right? Shout out Joe Schmo. And these guys have been doing it their whole life. So when you hear them talk, welcome in Sean Mosley, 231. Lore, Sunday, welcome in. Yes, yeah. The next thing, I do not have a Venmo. I did get a PayPal though. I think I got a PayPal. I got to get Venmo next. It's my PayPal. Remember, I got a PayPal. So this is police off the cuff. Police off the cuff. He talks about DNA. Yeah, the PayPal is at 857 Media is the PayPal. I'll get the Venmo up next. I don't have the Venmo set up yet. Yeah, it is a really good show. I've been watching it for a while. Now, what I'm going to try to do, because you guys are the real ones, we still got 800 in the chat. I've never done this before. Make sure. Never done this before. But I'm going to try this something. It might work. It might not. So be patient. I'm going to try to give away a t-shirt. And I just found out that this software has an ability for you guys to put a hashtag here. I'm going to tell you in just a minute. And then it automatically picks a winner. Okay, I'm going to give away one t-shirt just to try today. Karen, you got nice. So I'm going to try it. Now I'm going to give you the hashtag. And then I don't know how this works, but it's going to pick. Okay, so I don't know. It's through the software. Once I give you the hashtag and you type that, it's going to automatically pick. So I'm trying something new. I don't know. I don't pick it. It's an automatic thing. So I'm going to give you the hashtag right now. Right now it says 0 entries. So that's because I haven't given the hashtag. But I'm going to give it to you now. We're going to try this out. So here we're going to try this out. I don't know if it'll work. If not, we're going to try something else. But hey, it should work. So I'm just warning you. I've never even tried it. I just found out about it. And the way it works, I'll tell you the rules. Welcome in, Kayla. Whitehaven. So once you put in the hashtag, I just put it in, 857 Tucson, it should automatically enter you into the contest. Okay, it looks like it's working. Holy smokes, this is working. I got 2 entries so far. Look, it's working. Woo! Wow. You got to spell it right, Lindsay. You got to spell it right. Make sure you have it spelled right, Lindsay. You got to spell it right, Cheryl. Mimi, you got to spell it right. Make sure you have it exactly like I have it on the screen. 40 entries already, 42. Wow, this is working. I like your profile picture. Look at that cool profile picture. It's trippy. It's freaky. I like it. It's cool though. How many? We got 69 entries so far. We just went over 70. Wow. I'm going to let this go for a minute. And so this is supposed to draw on my own. I guess what do you guys think? I mean, I'm loving it. Yeah, I think you only get one entry. Yeah, you only get, so if you already did it, you don't have to put it in again. Yeah, just one entry. Just do it once. But here is just so everybody knows, that is the 857. We are giving away one t-shirt. Darlene loves it. Thank you. I was nervous to try it. I was nervous and I said, I'm just going to go for it. Almost to 100 entries. You got to, I don't know if it's a space. And make sure you have it spelled right. The Dark Knight. You got to spell it right. Thank you, Linda. Darlene, yes, you're welcome. Hopefully, good luck. I'm going to let it play for a minute. So you guys, anyone new coming to the chat, if you guys put that hashtag, I'm going to give away one t-shirt right now in a minute. I'll give it to, let's say, another like 5 minutes. Just a couple minutes. I don't want to let anybody get miss their opportunity. So interesting. So which one should we do? Multiple. I think this one. This is where he talks about multiple people, multiple kidnappers. But here we go. This is police off the cuff. We're going to continue as we have our contest going on. If you put this hashtag into the chat, you will automatically be entered to win a t-shirt, 857 map t-shirt. It's the first time I've ever tried. It looks to be working. We have 116 entries. So we're going to play this. I'm going to give this about 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll do the drawing right after this. Thank you guys for letting me try this out on you guys. We'll have to do it again, and good luck. We'll do it a drawing in just a minute.
And that would cause the droplet to be smaller and a different shape. And of course, the speed of like a bullet, that'll cause the blood stain, say on a surface, to be little prickly pieces of blood, much like the blood, the gunshot itself, something called stippling. And that's what a blood stain on a wall that is from a gunshot will look like, little prickly pieces. Again, if you know what stippling is, little pieces of gunpowder. And there could be hundreds of them on a wall. And that's the difference between low and medium and high velocity bloodstain patterns. So these are some of the things that we're thinking of. And again, some of the things that Jim Clemente said, was Nancy targeted? The evidence that just went out approximately 2 weeks ago to the FBI had been at the Florida lab for 2 months. In fact, the sheriff, the Pima County sheriff, who you see on the screen now, Sheriff Nanos.
Sheriff Nanos autographed. Oh man, that would be hilarious. I don't know. Yeah, we got about, let's see. I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes. So anyone just coming in, you still have time. Put in the hashtag 857 Tucson, no spaces. And right now we have 126 people only entered. So I don't want anyone to miss, but there is 800 people in the chat. You got to put in 857 Tucson and make sure. I don't know if you're in. So I don't want anyone to miss it. So just know, if you're just getting in here, we're doing this. You're getting a free t-shirt. It's going to automatically pick. So now make sure you're spelling it right, Deborah. That's not the right spelling. I just don't want you to the odds are getting worse. Well, we'll do it again. I mean, it's like I said there in the thing, it says viewer funded channel, and so we have lots of things. Another thing, I'm picking out a scooter here soon, and I have someone that's gonna get a scooter. The scooter money's gonna get donated, and someone's gonna get a brand new scooter. So I hope to do that this week. But I appreciate the community. Obviously, these t-shirts, a lot of people ordered some, and now people have an opportunity to win one. So put it in. Make sure you're spelling it right, Jim. Jim, you got to spell it right. Let me do one more time. There you go. Thank you. That's how you spell it. And make sure, I don't think there's spaces, Nana. I don't think there's spaces. There, okay. And yeah, you got to spell it right. All for justice. Just making sure. We got 134 now out of the 800 watching. We're going to let it roll for another minute. Here we go. Back to police off the cuff.
He made a command decision to send the evidence to a Florida lab rather than directly to the FBI's lab in Quantico, Virginia. And that can be questioned now as to why it didn't go directly to the FBI, because this puts them at least 2 months behind the 8 ball. And that was a command decision made by Sheriff Nanos. So the Bureau had requested the evidence more than 2 months earlier, but the original hair sample was first sent to a private lab in Florida before eventually being transferred to the FBI lab for testing. That means one of the biggest developments is not just the DNA itself, but the timeline of how that evidence moved and why it took so long to get where many people assumed it should have gone first. It should have gone first to that lab. Was it an investigative failure? And
was it
that
an
matters
investigative
because in a kidnapping
failure?
case, every hour counts and every piece.
And that's what the big discussion, if you guys remember at the beginning of the case, at the beginning when they were sending out the I'll put the link up right now, when they were sending out the different CODIS test, the blood samples to the different, and it was sent to Florida. People said it should have been sent directly to the FBI, and then now it took like a whole extra time. So that's what he's talking about right now. Was it an investigative failure for Nanos to have it sent to his Florida lab? And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you guys have more insight on this. I don't know if it was, obviously when you think of the FBI, it's probably better, but here we go.
Viable forensic evidence matters. Earlier reporting said blood found on Nancy's porch matched her DNA, while DNA recovered from gloves believed consistent with those worn by the masked suspect did not produce the hit in CODIS. So now the pressure is even greater on this new phase of DNA analysis. If the easy database hit was not there, then deeper forensic work becomes part of the ball game here. And there's another major angle, and that comes from the former FBI profiler Jim Clemente, who we've been talking to. Clemente has publicly said that the blood evidence at Nancy Guthrie's front door may point to a single abductor. That is not a formal law enforcement conclusion, but it's a serious.
And that's what has really thrown another loop. A lot of people, have you been hearing recently, right? A lot of people have been going back to the lone wolf. And because of that guy, Jim Clemente, who's very well respected, he said it could be a lone wolf. Do you guys think maybe we should pull up that interview in a minute? The lone wolf theory? Or do you think it's multiple? I think it's multiple. Everybody thinks multiple, but Jim Clemente is like top 3 in most respected in the FBI. I think he's retired now, but I don't know. Lone wolf or multiple.
Opinion from someone who.
We're almost going to do the contest here in just a minute. I let it run a couple minutes longer just to get everybody. There were some misspellings going on, so almost we're going to run it. I'll tell you how many we got in just a sec.
Who knows how to read offender behavior and scene dynamics. And if he's right, then investigators may be looking at one offender, not a team. Someone confident enough to approach the home alone, control an elderly victim, and get out without immediate detection. So these are some of the latest things. And look, this case is 3 months old now. So we were all hoping and praying and thinking that this case should be much further along. But we don't know specifically what the FBI has in this case. There could be things that they have that we are unaware of. Again,
exactly.
We don't have access.
That's right.
To the case folder. So these are some of the things. But what I've said a million times on this show is that what do you do when you hit a dead end in a case? Is it a cold case, as the media keeps screaming out? Is this a cold case? No. You start all over. You start from the beginning. You start re-examining information you had early on in the investigation.
And that's what we've been doing here on the show, going back, because it happened so quick, those first couple months. Information, even though a lot wasn't coming out, there was pieces that maybe got overlooked. Because everybody had anticipation that more was coming out. And so going back and looking at these pieces help. Let me know, do you think this helps to go back? This was from yesterday, but like he's talking about, when it's not making sense, go back, zoom out, and we're doing that. We're almost doing the t-shirts, another 1 minute, and we're doing the contest. Get your entry in. Here we go.
Re-examine some of the tips. I'm sure they've gotten thousands of tips in this case. This is a clip from News Nation.
Nancy Guthrie is nearing 100 days, and her friends and neighbors are starting to lose hope of her ever being found.
All right, we watched this. So we're gonna pull away from that. Gonna put the entries up. Gonna put it up. If you're just getting in, if you type that in, you can still get entered. I haven't hit the button yet, but you guys can see me hit the button, I think. So you guys are the guinea pigs of this. We almost got 160 entries. We gotta wait till we get the 160th. Come on. One more. We'll do it when we hit 160. One more. You got to make sure it looks exactly like on the screen. No spaces between the 857 and the Tucson. Here we go. We got 160. All right. Holy moly. We got it. Wow, this is going to be crazy. All right, we got it. We're going to take the draw. We at 172. Take the banner down. I'm taking the banner down. That means I am making the draw. Where's the banner? I got to take it down. Well, maybe I'll just leave it up. All right, there we go. Here we're going to do the draw. 1, 2, 3, draw. Lindsay R8. Lindsay R8 is the winner. Lindsay R8, contact me at my email, Lindsay R8. You have, let's say you have, say hi in the chat if you're in there. Lindsay R8. We'll do this again, though, everybody. We will do this again. So thank you, guys. I know everybody wants to win. The bigger the channel gets, we'll keep doing it. Where is Lindsay? Is she in here? Send me an email in the next 10 minutes. Is that Lindsay right there? Is that you, Lindsay? Is that you, Lindsay? Okay, well, I think we found our winner. Lindsay, do you want the shirt, though? Let me ask you, do you want the shirt? A lot of, if you don't want the shirt, let me know. But if it is, send me an email, 857 live. I'm going to put it in the chat. Okay, perfect. Just send me an email with the size and your address to that email. And yeah, we're going to have to do that again. That was seriously fun. And that's what it's about in these communities. Obviously, we're talking about, important things, cases. But there we go. First time, Lindsay, you won it. Congratulations. The first time I've ever tried it too. So thank you. It was cool how it picked it. If you saw, you could actually see all the different profiles. So you could see that it was actually searching through. I almost want to replay that. Maybe I'll make it a short and I'll turn that in. But congratulations. Yeah, it works well. It really, it's cool. So send me that email. Just put the size and your address and I will get that out. There she is. There it is. Lindsay R8. There she is. Send me that email, Lindsay. We got to verify it like that. We got to verify it. Lindsay R8, congratulations. Do you want the t-shirt? If you do, send me an email. We got to match it up. All right, we got to match it up. We do have a winner. That was fun. That was fun. That was really cool. So we got that on the screen. And then just so you have the email one more time, 857 live. Cool, cool, cool. Well, it went perfect, which is surprising. Obviously, I've never tried it, even for like a little trial with a smaller. I mean, and I saw an email that, hey, you got these sweepstakes with the new StreamYard. And since I'm down here, let's see. If you do want to get StreamYard, I just posted a $10 discount. With that link right there, you can download StreamYard. But they have this StreamYard. You can do your own sweepstakes if you have a channel. But there is the link right there. Yeah, that was. So it was a little bit different. And I think we can grow on that. Now I am going to give anyone an opportunity here. So yeah, if you did want to download the StreamYard, you can do it on your own too. You can have a little stream. I tell everybody stay creative. I know people love watching other people's streams, including I watch other people's, but oh yeah, let me get that link for the shirt. But stay creative, start up your own little channel. I will get the link to the t-shirts right now. So this is the link to buy it here in for American shipping. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Amanda. Oh, I appreciate that, Angel. Thank you guys for tuning in. That's and playing the contest. So we did the contest. Lindsay, congratulations again. If you want to purchase them, of course, and I'll get them out this week. And let me put the shirt up one more time just so you guys can see the shirt. There's the shirt. We made the border a little bit thicker so you can actually see the Tucson, and it's an actual map of the city. Of course, you got the state, Arizona, and then you have the logo 857 Tucson, but that is the actual map within the border. Now these shirts are real nice and soft too, so it's not that cheap shirt that's real feels like cardboard. These are real, nice and soft. So what we're going to do now is we're going to jump back over here to the Brian Inton one. To the Brian Inton. But that was fun. Everyone's saying that was fun. I mean, I really enjoy giving back. And so as we grow the channel, We will try to do that, you know, as often as possible, right? And so, oh, and if you put in the email, send what size you want there, Lindsay. Make sure you put the size. But here we go. Congratulations again, Lindsay, and thank you guys for giving it a shot. And good luck next time. We'll do it again soon. This is the Brian Inton. What does FBI secretly know about the Nancy Guthrie case? So that's kind of the reoccurring theme. Yeah, theme that we've talked about all day is, what does the FBI know? Thank you, Adrienne. Thank you so much. Good night. Sleep good. Thank you again, Adrienne. What does the FBI know? Thank you, Laura. That they're not telling. And this is what they're talking about right now. What does the FBI know that they're not telling? This is Brian Inton. Forgot the guy he's with, but what I'm curious about, that's the main thing. Since they haven't told us anything in so long, what does the FBI know? And that's it, a lot. And we're here to speculate, but what the question is if they watch the show, what would be a piece of information that maybe they go back to their boss, right? And go, hey, boss, what is something that maybe they could release? What is a photo? Do they have a truck? Here we go. I want to hear I didn't watch this one yet, so we're watching this for the first time together.
To stay there as long as you and they want you to be in that position, and it's vetoable by either party.
With some of these shows, you know, I've watched them and it seems like some of them can be good for law enforcement. They show what it's actually like to be a cop, what it's like on the streets. You know, you sort of sympathize more with the officers. But I don't know, there's something about this.
If you guys go to A&E, Sheriff Nanos recently did a TV show called Desert Law. So if you go to A&E, sorry about that. And so they're talking about the A&E Desert Law. And this is what he's talking about, is there was emails that were going back and forth between Nanos. And so I'm just giving you a summary what they're talking about.
That's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. I think just since the Guthrie case is still unsolved and you see that, you know, the leadership in the department was taking so much time with these producers before planning out this show. There's also questions like, were they getting access to public records more quickly than regular people could have? They were just sending body camera videos back and forth, that kind of thing. What's your general opinion of shows like this?
It's a mixed bag, Brian. As you point out correctly, it gives people an idea of what law enforcement is really like, and shows them that it's not like it seems to somebody who's just looking at what they see in the news. It is sometimes terrifying. It's always demanding. And, you know, to me, I see uniforms. You know, the FBI has not done anything like this. And I learned more about uniformed police officers and what they have to do. So I think they're valuable there. I have always wondered how those things affect legal proceedings of the people who were arrested or detained or part of any kind of situation. I can't imagine a lawyer saying, hey, this is a good idea for the department.
Okay. So this guy's clowning on Nanos, saying who would have approved for a TV show for their department. Now, while we're going to do a little pause, and I'm going to actually pull up a small episode from Desert Law. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to watch this one. I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, we're going to watch this. This is actually Desert Law. We're going to just do a little reaction. This is called a reaction to the A&E channel. They have a show called Desert Law. I think they pulled the show now. This is, it's called A Car Crashes into a Home. So this is the Nanos. He approved this show. And these guys that we were just watching a minute ago with Inton, they were talking about this show. So I want to give you a little glimpse of what this show is. Welcome in, Misty. Welcome back, Misty. Good to see you. Misty's been on the case. I remember she is not a fan of Nanos. Not a fan. And hopefully, what's the date? Nanos should be having his kind of showdown coming up, because the supervisors are going to be pissed because the way he responded. But thank you again, Misty. Welcome back. So we are going to play just a little glimpse. If you guys don't know about this show, Sheriff Nanos approved for his show, his department, to be on A&E, to have like, you know, like the show Cops. It's kind of like that. So here we go. We're going to just give you guys a glimpse.
911, where's your emergency? Oh my God, I don't know. Something crashed into my house. I'm scared to death to go out there. Oh my God. I went to open the front door and the whole side of my house is gone. I don't know what the going on. Can't even imagine something crashing into my house. Okay, oh my God, what the?
Whoa. Jeez. It's pretty harsh. Some pretty harsh language. I might just mute it for a minute. YouTube's been funny with my channel. I mean, this lady's got I mean, I get it. Someone just took her house. I'd probably be doing the same thing. But we do have the closed caption on. This is just a reaction to this. It's car crashes into home, police search. So this is kind of the show. So basically, they just follow the Now, what's happening is there was some shady emails going around between the producers of the show and the Pima County Sheriff's Department. So kind of like, let us know when something good is happening, kind of thing. So I don't know. I don't want to get copyrighted on this one, but you guys see it. You can go to YouTube and type in Desert Law, A&E Desert Law. Makes me nervous to play that, so we'll just with all the cussing. But here we go. This is back to the Brian Inton. They're talking now about the show, and he says, the guy on the left just said he doesn't think it's a good idea for any law enforcement to do it. Nanos does it for money. Not him, but he wants money so he can have more money, because that's the thing. There's money issues going on.
So yeah, it's a mixed bag, and I can tell you that the agents I spoke with, while during my career said that they wouldn't want to have anything to do with anything like that, because if something goes bad, God forbid something goes bad, you've done it on public record right then and there. Certainly now that there are body cams, that same thing still applies, but it's kind of like driving your car with a camera on you the whole time. It's great if not until something happens that you screwed up, and then you've really caused yourself some trouble.
And just back to the head of homicide and cold case being moved out, I can't help but wonder if the people with more experience were still in those roles, if we would be in a different place now with the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
We'd be in a different place. I can't say for sure that it would have been solved. I'll bet we would have been way farther down the road and possibly solved. It's one of those what if type things. And I think the reason, by the way, that the involvement in the show bothers some people is the reason that it kind of sticks in the back of my mind, that there's all these feelings that the sheriff is out there for his own aggrandizement and for building up his department.
Exactly.
And this kind of plays into that narrative, whether it's true or not. It plays into that narrative.
Yeah, and again, when you see all the hundreds of emails and the time that it's taking the personnel in the sheriff's office to respond to these producers, you do just wonder, there's crime in Pima County. There's a lot of crime. Makes you wonder, like, shouldn't they be maybe focusing on that instead of like a reality show?
Yeah. I think there's positives and negatives to the show. To shows like that, and I think overall they've been a net positive. But in certain situations, they've been a significant negative in specific situations.
All right, everybody. Looks like we got Eclipse. Yeah, we're just reviewing his show Eclipse, so he's not actually in here. But I saw him last week. I pulled up. I actually gave him, he has an 857 shirt. So I gave him a shirt. That was a couple weeks ago. He actually said he watches the show. He watches 857. So shout out Brian Hinton. I watch all his shows. Everybody loves him. And all the other YouTubers out there. If you see this link, I'm going to put the link in the chat. I want to hear from you guys. Do we have anyone that wants to share their opinion? Saturday night, right? Is it Saturday night? It's Saturday night party time. Share your opinion. Share your opinion. I just put the link in. I'm going to let this play out real quick. I'm going to go get a drink. Be right back. And we're going to keep this train rolling tonight, Saturday night. Once this night is gone, it is gone forever. Someone's trying to connect, but it's not. It says they need to connect their cam. So we're going to bring someone on, it looks like, here in just a minute.
Are you surprised that they were so interested in this reality show based on what we saw from the sheriff? I mean, he did a lot of interviews initially. There were the press conferences. He seemed to be a fan of being on TV.
Yeah, it's very troubling when you see something like that, which indicates that the people at the top may be very much interested in media. And keep in mind, this is an elected official here, so any publicity like that would be just immensely helpful. It's also kind of unsettling that he would be involved in that. And you get some people in law enforcement, and I suppose any other kind of situation where the media is paying attention to you, you get to like that. And when that happens, sometimes the primary responsibilities you have take a secondary role to getting your face on camera or getting positive reviews, something like that. It's disturbing when you see that. Again, these are just my impressions. But it's kind of leaving a bad taste. Well, more than kind of leaving a bad taste in my mouth. I think that there was somebody much more interested in doing things his way than the right way, and getting his face on camera instead of getting other people's face on mugshots.
And you and I spoke last time about I had reported that a hair has now been sent to the FBI lab, a hair that was already at the Florida lab that the Pima County Sheriff's Office uses, has now been sent for additional testing, more comprehensive testing with the FBI. And since I spoke to you, the FBI actually put out a statement about it, which I thought was kind of interesting, trying to read between the lines of what they said. They said, we're still receiving your inquiries on this. This is not new evidence or information. Which I knew. This isn't like a new hair they found. It's a hair that was found initially and it's just now being sent to the FBI. It says, FBI asked to test this DNA 2 months ago with the same technology we've always had, when the local sheriff instead sent it to a private lab. Any further developments we will share as soon as appropriate. But the part where they said FBI asked to test this DNA 2 months ago, to me just showed maybe a little animosity that's still there between the FBI and the sheriff.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Make sure the mute's off. Nanos in the FBI, and Nanos does not like the FBI. He's mainly probably more scared of the FBI. Because if you go to Google and you type in Nanos, Sheriff Nanos, RICO investigation, Nanos RICO, RICO investigation, you'll see what happened. You can read articles about it. But we're going to continue this. We did have somebody try to get in here. I'm going to put the link one more time. Don't be shy. You don't even have to be on camera if you don't want, but if you want to get your opinion out, maybe you've been wanting to. Here is the link. There is the link, and we just had somebody come in, and I guess they were having trouble connecting, but we will wait to see if we can get someone to come in.
Yeah, that statement was a little bit more than a little animosity. For the sheriff, for the FBI to release a statement like that in any way, shape, or form criticize local partners is really, really not a great thing. And when they spoke, or when they released that, they didn't even use the sheriff's name.
Ooh.
And that is really kind of intentional as far as I can see, because if he's an elected official, he would like to see his name on these things. And so by not releasing his name, they're kind of indicating that they're at a distance working relationship wise.
And I think maybe trying to make the point like, hey, we wanted this months ago. We had the same technology months ago. Again, kind of back to, you wonder if they had the experienced people in charge of homicide, would things have been different? I'm kind of wondering if they had sent the hair months ago when the FBI first asked for it, if things would have been different.
I can't help but think so. See, when the sheriff is down into the weeds into a case so far that he is making the decisions on whether we're going to cooperate with the FBI or not on this one little hair. Imagine what else he might have his fingers on. They say, well, he couldn't really damage the investigation. He's just, a manager. Well, guess what? He's making specific, important decisions in the case. if I was a sheriff and my homicide people refused to send evidence to the FBI lab, we'd have a conference and find out about that. We'd want to know exactly why they felt that the FBI's lab was not good enough for them. And I think it's indicative of a feeling of animosity between the sheriff and the FBI. And it's really unheard of. And it's unheard of for the FBI to say, hey, we asked, we wanted to do it the right way, but the sheriff, for reasons we don't know, needed to send it to a lab 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, yeah, like I said, I think that there was definitely some animosity there. In the last couple of weeks, I've talked to people on both sides, smart people, law enforcement experts, people like you. Some believe
smart
that
people and people like me.
And people like you, yeah. Some people, but none of them have cute cats that pop up during the
yeah,
you're the only one.
I'm nervous again.
Yeah, which a lot of people liked, by the way. But
I'm glad.
Some people think that there was only one suspect and that it's totally possible to have done this alone.
All right, let's go one more time. I know we did it earlier. Put 1, 2, 3, or 4 if you think it's how many suspects were there. Was it 1 suspect, lone wolf, 2? Do you think it could have been 3 people, like a group? Or do you think they possibly had a bigger group, 4 to 5? Up to 5. I mean, it couldn't be more than 5. I think it. Let me know. Let's see what we got. Two. Lone wolf. Amanda with the 1 lone wolf. I think she's the only one. Do we have any other lone wolves? Oh, we got another lone wolf. Another lone wolf out there. 2 to 3. We got, I think, 2 lone wolves. Cool girl, you got to decide. Is it 1 or 2? Cool girl. I know it's hard, but if it's a lone wolf, that's different. Granny KD says lone wolf. Both grannies. 1 wolf. Lone. Frenchie. The lone wolves probably won't. They'll probably be right. I mean, it could be a lone wolf. People are bringing that theory back. They are bringing that theory back. So they're going to answer that question right here. Let's hit the play button.
And there are others who are 100% convinced it was at least 2 people, maybe 3 or 4. Where do you stand on that?
I think that your statement that you just made was absolutely all-encompassing and correct. Some people very, very rightly say that it's hard to imagine a single person doing this. But at the same time, you can't put your weight down on the ice. And I don't mean to be equivocal on this, but the finest, in my opinion, the finest investigative organization in the world is having trouble with this case. So I don't want to sit here on the internet and say I would have done this differently, or I believe this and this and this. I think both are possible. I think it's more likely statistically that it was 2 people. But when you go back and you look at a lot of the famous kidnapping cases in history, occasionally they are, and frequently they are, sole individuals. But when they are sole individuals, usually what you're dealing with is an infant or a child. Because think about this, you can't live your normal life if you are, if you have guests in your house, it's stressful enough to go to work. But if you have a guest who's trying to escape, it's undoable with one person for any length of time.
I don't know. She's 84 though. Let's see who we just had. We had something happen. I gotta look. What do we got here? The gym guy. How many gym guys carried boxes? It was one guy. One guy. One guy. Pull this up here. I just forgot what I was going to say. I was going to make a point about what he just talked about.
See, what you're dealing with is an infant or a child. Because think about this, you can't live your normal life if you are, if you have guests in your house, it's stressful enough to go to work. But if you have a guest who's trying to escape, it's undoable with one person for any length of time.
Do you think there could have been, and some others have called it like a chef and a waiter, a boss and an underling? Could there have been a boss of this operation and then some people that were just sort of working for him?
Well, in any situation, there's going to be somebody who kind of has a greater sway on what's happening. So I would agree with that 100%. I don't know if it was a formal, if somebody hired somebody. You generally, nobody but a fool would hire somebody to help them with a kidnapping. So it would have to be two like-minded individuals.
Someone that the other person trusts, like a friend, or?
Yes, exactly. That's what I would go with. The kidnappings that I worked have involved people who were friends beforehand, or acquaintances, or relatives, and they all worked together to get this thing done with a promise of shares in the ransom.
When, let's say it is more than one person and they've now like made a pact, like we are not going to say a word about this ever, does that usually stick traditionally?
No, that will not stick for very long at all. That's anybody who believes that. It comes down to one person everybody has a risk tolerance, and in that situation, one of the two will have risk tolerance that is not as high as the partner, which means they will bail before the other one will. It's like playing chicken.
Is there any chance the person in the video who we saw at the front door, who maybe is not the boss, let's just say the boss, could be dead? Like, have you ever had cases in the past where, they'll actually kill someone to make sure that they don't speak out?
I'm aware of those kind of cases. I've never worked one like that, but it's certainly possible. In that case, you're probably dealing with somebody who is probably much more obviously violent, has killed before, and I think might have handled the kidnapping itself in a different way.
And that's kind of looking at the suspect photo. When I immediately saw that suspect photo there at the beginning, when they released the photo of the perp at the front door, and this is where I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to make this a poll. We're going to make this a poll. What we're trying to find out right now in this poll, for fun here, is how old, looking at that perp's photo, looking at the perp's photo, how old do you think the perp is? So you can type it, but I'm going to give you an option. How old does the perp look in suspect photo at front door. All right, I'm going to say 18 to 21. Now I'm going to give you an option to choose 22 to 27. No, let's do it. Let's do this. 22 to 25. And then we'll do 25 or 26 to 30. And then we'll do 31 and up. How old does the perp look in suspect photo at front door? I'm going to type it. You guys can put in. Let's get this poll going. Looks like a lot of people already. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just watching. 50 votes. 55 votes. 58. We're going up. 70, almost 100 votes. We're almost to 100. Wow. This is surprising me, guys. Looking at that photo of the suspect's eyes. That guy does not look I'm not gonna say it till the poll's over, but wow. I'm shocked. This poll, I'm shocked. 31 right now. I'm gonna go because we're over 131 people. 69% think he's over 31. 27 27% for 26 to 30. Only 3%. Only 3% says 22 to 25 and 18 to 21. Wow. I mean, because that's what I would have been voting. I was going to vote 22 to 25. I would have been in the 3% range. I wasn't able to vote, but that's where I would be. Wow, definitely. Everybody thinks over 30. I was thinking this guy got in trouble probably in his juvenile, went to prison, got out, probably went to prison again, and then recently just got out, and he might be like 21, 22, maybe not above 25. That's why, Laura, that's why I think this person, welcome in, Criminal Network. Welcome in. I'm going to send you a link if you have time. If not, I know it's a pop-up, but there is the link. But everyone is thinking that the guy is over 30 years old. Everyone is thinking the guy is over 30. Crazy. I was thinking 22 to 25. Oh, we do have somebody else in here. We got two people. All right, I'm going to bring you on, Bruce Wayne. Bring you on, Bruce. See if I can get this going. There you are. Can you hear me,
Hey,
Bruce?
Damien. Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome in.
Hey, thanks, man. Been
Yeah.
watching you for a while.
Man, it's been a whirlwind. I never, when I started this show, it was really just to cover the crime going on, and then this case happened, and here we are today.
Yeah, what a ride, huh? 90 days.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
has been. What
Yeah,
are
I
your
watched
thoughts tonight?
oh man, so many thoughts. Hey, as you can tell, I'm from Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the Dark Knight in the chat there, so a little play on words there, Bruce Wayne.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Nice.
yep.
So
Hey man,
what are your
cult that you
thoughts?
went to was a pretty interesting thing there.
Yeah, that was interesting. Did you see the video that he made in response?
Yeah, I saw part of it earlier. To each their own kind of thing, but those kind of places are always kind of suspect, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was different. There's some things happening with that because there's been a guy that I talked to who wrote a book called The New Age Grifter.
You there?
You can look. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm having an echo. I ain't sure if I got something in the
Turn down
background
your
there.
phone on the background. If you have like a TV on or something, turn that down. But if it gets too bad, just let me know. I don't hear an echo on my end. So, but it's called The New Age Grifter, and it's all about that let's call it a
Get rid of this
spiritual.
chat if that does it.
Okay, you want me to take you out and come back in?
Are you still there?
Okay, come back in, Bruce. If you can hear me, come back in. And then come delete it and try to come back. Let's see, we have another one. I don't know. So we got another one. Diane, if you can unmute it. Diane, if you're able to unmute. If not,
We're unmuted.
oh, hi, Diane. I know you've been trying to get in.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting in because I couldn't get my speaker or my microphone and my camera to agree with sharing. Anyway.
Well, where are you signing in from? What state?
I'm in Ontario, Canada.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We have lots of fellow Canadians in the chat. One of our mods is from Canada as well. So,
right.
So, what is the Canadians? Has this been all over the news in Canada?
No, not really.
What about when it happened?
Some of it has when it happened, but yeah, like there's a lot of things aren't on our news, even from here. So don't feel slighted in the least. Anyhow, I've been looking at this over and over again. Let's give you something that I discovered when you were at that compound. I had already been looking in that area, but further to the east. And there's a lot of places like that are really quite extravagant that are in the middle of nowhere. But there's one thing that stood out when I was looking in that area, about 8 miles as the crow flies from where the compound is on Google Earth. There is a full-size airplane sitting in the middle of nowhere. Well, and I don't know how they would have got it there. I have no clue. There's no landing strip that's visible. I don't know.
Now you're saying it's near the temple?
It's about 8 miles east.
Okay.
If you went, let me see here.
Well, I mean,
the one thing that sticks out was the 2 backfire District Station 3. So it's
Okay.
east of that, and it's on a plateau, and it's a full-sized airplane.
Well, as much as that might be weird, a lot of people, like wealthy people, they might move it out there, and they got to have somewhere. That's the thing. If you own an airplane, you got to have somewhere to park it. But
Okay.
if you send me the link, there's like little coordinates when you
Yeah.
and if you send me like a map, I can actually just put that into chat and it'll tell me where that is, and I can, maybe we can go drive out. Maybe I'll get Alex and we'll go drive out there.
TEJNO Spring is on here as a place that's close by, like a labeled
Yeah,
geography.
if you give me my email, or I'll put the email in the chat right now, and then
I can give you the coordinates right now.
yeah, I just put the email in the chat.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring Bruce in here.
Okay.
But what did you have any more comments, or were you
I
just
do.
wanting to talk about the airplane, about Nancy?
No, I'm not. That was just something I thought I'd bring up to start with. The other
No,
one,
that's awesome.
in the year 2000, a woman named Linda Watson was murdered. Well, she disappeared, and they didn't find her body until 2003, and it was some hunters that were out by the Silver Bell mine. And that area, there's an old cemetery as well.
Yeah.
Just east of Tucson. But anyway, the thing about that is that her body wasn't identified until 2011. And they said that one reason that he may have picked that place to put her body was because that is where some of the bodies have been found from illegal migration.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, there's so many places in this desert. It's so wide open, and it's different. We don't have like the woods, like some states have, and it's just
There's
if
enough.
you have anything else that you want to that you think of, just pop back in. Is there anything else before we get up? We got Bruce. He wants to get back in. He had some trouble.
Okay. Well, I just want to finish with that. I think someone quite possibly has tried to frame Annie and Tommaso, because we don't know what were in those ransom requests. We don't know whether this person has threatened the rest of the family.
Exactly. Like it could be somebody that is mad at Annie and Tommaso, not necessarily.
Absolutely.
Because it's like, as much as they, Annie and Tommaso and Nancy all kind of had their own thing going on here because they lived in Tucson, and somebody that really wanted to get back at Annie or Tommaso, this seems like a pretty horrible revenge thing, and that's what a lot of people think this is revenge. Like, I'm having a hard time getting my head around it because it's so evil that how would somebody even like conspire a plan so evil that they would kidnap someone in their like last years of their life, and then you have, so that's why it's hard for me to like think that it is revenge, but it could totally be someone that's demented, obviously.
I think the ransom was an afterthought. I think it was revenge, wanting to sincerely hurt this family, and in the worst possible way, right? Who is the weakest link in the chain of that family and the most vulnerable person? Like this person who took her, or persons, I'm going to say person, the person who inspired this is a coward. a real coward, the worst kind of coward, to take out a woman, an 84-year-old woman. Really, like, I guess they wouldn't want to go up against Charles. They wouldn't want to go up against Tommaso, right? To me, they wanted to hurt this family in the worst way, and have that kind of thing. And maybe it was just directly wanting to hurt Nancy, because she did have that healthcare worker apparently living there. And now there was talk about this list that went. Now I know the people who are more legally founded have said that the FBI wouldn't have to take a list to the gun shops to find out who had a gun. They may well have to go to gun shops where maybe some illegal guns have been sold. Now, they didn't say which gun shops they went to, so I don't know. I don't think that person at the door would have had a legal gun. It would, people who do shit like this don't do it with.
It could have been, yeah, it could have been one of those ghost guns, or let's try to use the right word. I don't want to get in trouble. Pew pews.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but we'll get it. I don't, they're sensitive on here, but I don't. Yeah.
But the healthcare worker, her name was on that list, and all the people that I could see, I think there were 7, but they said 20 or plus names, but of the 7 that I saw, all those people were related to her.
Yeah.
And she was fired in 2023 by Nancy. So I just, makes you kind of wonder, like.
Well, here's what I also want to take out, and I try to put it in perspective, is if you take, everybody thinks that it has to do because of the last name Guthrie.
Yeah.
They have, for whatever reason, everyone goes, it has to be because it was Nancy and because Savannah, and they targeted it for revenge. But if you take the Guthrie name out, maybe the people didn't know that it was Nancy Guthrie. Now, I'm not saying, I'm just throwing this out there. And if you take the name out and all the conspiracy theories, you have an 84-year-old woman living alone that might have belongings in the house. Now, why they took her is because possibly the DNA was on the body of them. They freaked out. They took her. Now, a lot of people, Alex is talking about, different, the ransom notes. And what's interesting is when the case first started and I would run these polls, everybody said that the ransom notes were not real. And I'm going to bring Bruce in here since we're chatting. Bruce, if you can hear me, welcome in.
Yeah, I can hear you, Damien. Can you hear me?
The ransom notes were not real, everybody said, and then we started. But a retired detective said that no abductors ever send 2 deadlines. So if you remember, there was 2 deadlines.
Oh, yeah.
He said that's the weirdest thing ever. Why would you give me the money by Monday, but if you don't give it to me by Wednesday?
Exactly. Or the consequences will be worse if I don't get it the first time.
Yeah. That is interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
And could have actually been real. Savannah seems to think that those were real.
Well, there were items in that correspondence that would only be known by the person involved. Wasn't that the understanding of it?
From what I've heard, yes. I've also heard some of the former experts, FBI agents and whatnot, say they could have got a lucky guess because a lot of people would know what is in an elderly person's house. And they could say, she had throw blankets here or certain items that would normally be in a elderly person's house, and they may have got lucky. But it seems like that they probably did know because they were there, and those first two could have been real, and then maybe the Kalila trying to contact Tommaso and Annie also could have been real, but they're just sharing so little information that everybody's at a guessing game at this point.
Yeah, I sure hope it moves along.
Same here. It's been an exhausting 3 months, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this case has really captured the nation's attention, even international attention. And for them it seems like they could share a little something more. They want our help, but they don't want to give us anything to try to go off of so we can help them better.
I kind of understand that. Once again, like the ransom note apparently had information on it that hadn't been publicized. So,
yeah, just anything that they could give us, yeah.
And that's the thing is we do have certain people, and I'm not saying I believe that the ransom notes could be real, but we have not had confirmation from the authorities. So I know, and so that's where there's still kind of like the authorities don't want the suspects to know obviously what they're looking into. And so they do throw things out, in my opinion, to throw the public off, to throw the suspect off. So some of this information is being released or not being released. It's, for instance, like I always will say, Brianna Whitney was like the number one reporter. I always say it, in Arizona. And she had an inside source from the FBI Phoenix that told her it was a burglary gone wrong. And she wouldn't come live to her platform, CBS she worked for, if that was not true. Nanos, I remember that day when she came out with that, I was like, wow, it was like breaking news. It wasn't 5 minutes later, and Nanos already had written out, "You guys didn't hear that from us." That was his quote. To me, I really think as much back to what I was saying, if you take the Guthrie name out, it could have been, and they might have stolen stuff. They might. So I'm saying, as much as we want to think about the conspiracies, they should be looking at local, groups who would be doing something like a home invasion, right? Because
that's a good point too, Damien, is not knowing what she had in the house. You would think only certain people knew what she had in the house. She could have. I mean, people like that. She's successful, has a very nice house. She could have a large stash of cash in there, and somebody could have found out about that or already knew about that cash, and that could have been a motivation right there. I know a lot of people say the life insurance don't come into play without the body and that type of thing, but nobody knows what she had in that house. And desperate times, people do stupid things, man. And if somebody was hurting really bad for money and they knew she had a huge rainy day fund in there and jewels in there, certain things that they could get out of there and get some quick money from it.
Well, her daughter's a jeweler, okay? So let me just put it that way. Her daughter's a jeweler for the last however many years. We have the biggest jewel and mineral show in the world, not just in America, in the entire world, is in Tucson. And it just started basically the week Nancy. So Nancy, through her connections of her daughter, are connected to most people are, if you're a jeweler here in Tucson, connected to this. So you can bet that, yeah, Nancy probably over the last 40 years living in Tucson has bought jewels. And she probably kept them in the house. I mean, where else would she keep them? So to me, I know we want to think about these big conspiracy, which it could be, right? Like, but the odds are pointing towards stupid, simple, And it could be that they didn't know it was Nancy. And then they woke up the next morning and they went, oh, that was right. So,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could be totally wrong. We all could be totally wrong with all the different theories, but
And
I'm
probably
going to
are.
play this video because I don't think Alex saw this video. But let me show this video of the Instagram and everybody else that came in. This is the Instagram video of the girlfriend of the. Put it up. So, do you remember the photos that were taken of the neighbor of the guy carrying the gems out of the house, right?
Right.
Yep. Absolutely.
So this is the this is his girlfriend that made the video the next day or a week later. I don't know how long, but it was kind of funny. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but
Yeah, I saw it earlier.
I did too. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is for anyone new coming in.
Right.
But this is the girlfriend of the guy who was carrying the boxes. Now, if you zoom in there, you can see the guy with long hair. That's the guy, and he's literally carrying them out. Look how many gems there are. Look at the back of the truck. So to me, I mean,
Yeah, I was watching that live, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic that that guy might have had probably lots of cash and lots of gems. But you know, I'm just keeping all options here. But
Yeah.
here, this is kind of funny. Not funny, but just her tone is kind of funny. See if I can make this bigger though.
Make up at the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show. Jason's been implicated on Twitter by a reporter, I guess, in the Nancy Guthrie case. We are just picking up mineral flats and putting them into our car at the largest gem and mineral show in the world. How do you call this investigative reporting and you don't know that? This is a genuine tragedy that we cried about at the show. It's genuinely sad. And for you to do shoddy reporting on this at a random person that's just trying to do their job is absolutely disgusting.
Disgusting.
Jam bottoms, yeah, this was at 8 o'clock in the morning. We didn't expect to be on the news. He looks guilty AF. Guilty of what? Ben, Dems getting ready for ballot harvesting. Touch grass, Teresa. Nothing to see here. What is wrong with you? Oh my God, I had to look several times. Is it a man? It's just long hair. Good luck with life. Isn't there a gem show nearby? Ding ding. Some of the people actually know what's going on in Tucson instead of weirdos on X pretending to be reporters. Why is Candace from Portlandia in Tucson? That's at least funny. And finally, that's Jason from Virgo Gems. Those boxes are filled with crystals from the Tucson Gem Show that everyone knows is going on. This is a tragedy. It's incredibly sad, and despite having this information, this investigative reporter still has this post up. So this is a random and disgusting, stupid thing to happen. Please let actual investigators do their job, and prayers to the Guthrie family. This is a terrible thing. Our hearts are with you. On today's
All right, what do you guys think?
I hope you really don't talk like that.
Yeah.
So offensive. Like, wow.
Yeah, he's very wealthy.
I would feel
He's
bad for
very
her
wealthy.
husband if that's the way she really talks.
I mean, these gem people, they have people that fly in from all over the world, literally to come to Tucson. Like, imagine that's your life. And once a year, you get on a plane. You could be living in, you know, Russia. You could be.
Oh, no.
If you ever been to Tucson, you got to go to the gem show. It's crazy, and the amount of money that comes here. We're talking $1 billion worth of jewels comes to Tucson during that. I mean, I'm making up a number, but I'm giving you. That's how big it is. But anyone else in the chat, I'm going to put the link. Do you guys have anything else you want to add? I know Bruce, you just got in. Diane, did you want to stay in and chat?
Do. I just wanted to mention about people were saying that one big clue would be the vehicle. And I think that the police department has already been focusing on the vehicle when they did the big SWAT thing over at Luke's and the one at Carlo. Is it Carlos? So
Yes, Carlos.
they're following a vehicle. They're looking for a vehicle that was seen in a camera so many minutes after it would have, like Nancy's pacemaker was disconnected from her smartwatch.
Yeah.
So they must have a really good hinge on that, I think.
I would hope so.
And I think if it was gems, a family would know whether Nancy had gems or Julie have any account that, and if it was stolen or not. So I'm not totally discrediting that, but in my mind, they spent 40 minutes trying to find some kind of document they were looking for. And the reason I say that is because if you own property, which most of us do, you don't own the mineral rights. And Nancy's husband was a mining engineer, and it's possible that he owned mineral rights for some people's property, and that might have been an outstanding grudge situation.
Interesting.
It does have motive because, yeah, obviously, if somebody has those mining rights, but it seems like the FBI would be able to crack that.
I'm sure they will, yeah, or have been. I'll leave. That's fine. I have things I have to take care of, but yeah, I think that someone also has added a picture. Now, someone the other night on one of the chats said that all the pictures in Charles Guthrie Sr.'s obituary were all of, there was no pictures of the other children, only with Savannah. But what they were looking at, from what I can tell, they were looking at Find a Grave. And Find a Grave pictures, when people will adopt that page for that person. And sometimes family puts them up, but it's usually other people. Now, on February 12th, there was an anonymous post when I looked to try to find out where they were getting that idea from, that it was only Savannah on there. Other people had posted those pictures of Savannah and her dad and her mom. But this last one, there were some from earlier in February that might have been posted by family. But this
We're looking at it right now. We got the page pulled up right now.
Great. There's like 15 pictures on there. And the last one that was posted, I think it is, maybe or second last, is anonymous, and it's of a young man.
Yeah, I posted about that on my Facebook.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, and I thought that was really
very odd.
But looking at it here on the computer,
pardon?
It's interesting.
Well, it is odd because
but here's what I want to add, and not sorry to interrupt you, is if you click on anonymous, this person has added photos to 10,000 people's profile. So this person, I would say this is like a
one of those people that adopt the page type thing.
Well, this is what we call, I think, a troll, that somebody they might find entertainment in posting random photos on people that have passed away.
Well, and the other thing too was on Ancestry, when I was trying to look back on, the family, and over the family, I noticed that some people had developed trees of the Guthrie family and Nancy's family, and they have her as deceased on February 1st. I thought that is terrible, really.
That's the internet. Yeah, the internet, they do that. But yeah, I mean, obviously we don't have that confirmation.
No.
But it's
I wonder who the other
interesting.
one is I wonder who it is that the picture is of. Is that maybe Annie's and Tommaso's son? Or is it somebody playing?
I think it's just someone playing a game. I honestly,
Okay.
I mean, because the person who's doing that, they posted to 10,000 photos to other people's.
I hear what you're saying, but
So they're just going in and they
Mhm.
might have a mental illness and they're doing it for entertainment. I would hate to even say that. Yeah.
Probably.
That's just what I'm speculating.
Okay.
But
thank you.
Yep, it's been nice talking to you tonight, and I'll talk to you on the next one.
All right. Take care.
All right, stay warm in there in Canada.
Hey.
It's 42 degrees here tonight. All right. That's Fahrenheit. Bye now.
Great night, Diane.
All right, Bruce, what are you thinking? I know we had some trouble with the connection. So what were you wanting to?
Oh, we're good. My battery's running a little bit low on the phone, so I just want to throw something out there real quick before I log off too. I guess to the perp or anybody that knows him, if I know they always, well, Brian Kohlberger did, and they watch these streams and they're in the chats and that kind of thing. But people do make mistakes and that kind of thing. And yeah, it was a cowardly act. But if you want to save yourself a little bit of trouble, instead of making law enforcement track you down and find you, maybe you should just go ahead and turn yourself in, have a confession. Maybe you'll get a little bit of leniency. That if they have to come hunt you down and find you, I can promise you, you're going to regret that decision too. The same way you're going to regret the decision to take Nancy that night. So, and anybody involved, the same thing. You better be the first one to come to law enforcement and have a confession ready to go, and you can get some leniency. Otherwise, it's going to be bad news. So, just get a little courage, turn yourself in, get as much leniency as you can, and stop the nightmare for everybody. You've got people all around the world worried about this woman, worried about this family, and you can provide a little bit of relief by just putting an end to the nightmare. And just go ahead and turn yourself in and get the best deal for yourself that you can, because you're going to be caught eventually. There's no way around that. They're going to get you.
How do you think they're going to find them? Through DNA, or is it going to be through someone ratting them out?
I've bounced that around in my head, and it's been just like everything else all over the place. Probably, I would say another arrest. There's more than one involved. Somebody's going to get arrested, and they're going to be looking to make a deal. It's probably not their first rodeo doing something like this, and it won't be their last. And they're going to stumble, trip up somewhere along the line. And then I'd say that's where the truth's going to come out about Nancy. They're going to be wanting to use that as some kind of leverage to give them information. So I would say another arrest is going to be how they find out what happened in this case.
Now, do you remember when they were in Rio Rico and then everybody heard the helicopter 84-year-old woman?
Oh, I remember it well. I was up for so many hours that night watching Jonathan and stuff. And yeah.
And so did you think that was odd that because it was when you live in Tucson and you don't hear, I've never heard about Rio Rico. I mean, there's nothing that happens there, right? It just doesn't.
Right.
We don't ever hear we don't hear of things happening in Rio Rico. It only has 10 or 20,000 people, and it's pretty low key. Everyone just keeps to themselves, and there's no big things that ever happen. And so for that to happen, where Carlos is down there, and then it just so happens at that exact time that an 84-year-old woman is getting transported out. And so what I've been trying to find out is who's the family of this 84-year-old woman in, if I'm an investigator, right? not like for the FBI, but like for a media source, right? If anyone can find out who the family member, because we can't, because there is medical, a HIPAA, right?
Right.
So they can't tell us like, oh, that was Ethel. That was Ethel. It wasn't. So, but if the family came forward to me and said, look, that was my nana, my nana,
Right. Yeah.
and yeah, but right now, to me, like they have to tell us if they found Nancy, or it would be like serious breaking the law. I mean, they can't just like.
I believe that they would say something. I mean, to be honest with you.
But here's where I'm thinking
you know.
is we don't have any proof other than them just saying no, it's not. And I get we have to
And
take we
they
have
say
to
that
believe
quite
them.
often. Everything is not related. You know, it don't seem like any tip is taken seriously, and it's so quick to say not related, not related. Every single thing that comes up, so fast to say that.
Yeah, and this case is at the level of like I'm not saying it has anything to do with a president because Nancy is, but I mean as far as the coverage, that we need to find out who the family is, like where they can go, yep, that was my grandma. And I'm not, you don't have to tell us her name, but just show us, hey, yeah, here's her helicopter bill, right? Maybe
Right.
we'll help pay for their helicopter bill, right? We'll do some
Yeah.
crowd um
Something that simple. I mean, it wouldn't harm the conviction or anything to do with Nancy case whatsoever. It's something that simple to show the public, hey, we ask you for help. You guys are trying day and night, night and day, 3 straight months now. We can at least let you know for sure that that was not, and here's who it was.
well, they have
There,
said that. I mean, the people have said that that was not Nancy.
right,
So I mean, we're just supposed to believe them, right? Like,
right.
okay, that wasn't Nancy. Just move on, move along. Well, 3 months later, I'm just asking because they're not gonna. They already told us it wasn't. But then who the heck was it? Because
For God's sakes, who was it?
it was
So we can at least
exactly
put
the
one
same
thing to
age.
sleep.
Yeah. So that is kind of interesting that
Yep.
the only reason that I think it could be is because Mark Kelly's involved, right? And when you have political people involved, they are willing to hide things, right? And
Unfortunately, yes, they are.
I mean, people have talked some crazy speculations, so that's one of my crazier speculations. But other than that,
Yep,
if
that is
anyone in
definitely
Rio
out
Rico,
there.
but yeah, well, thank you for coming in. Anything else you got? You want to share
Yeah.
with I haven't.
Yeah, just a couple of things I haven't heard too many people talk about, or if any, talk about. They talk about the oversized holster that the perp had on the front porch there. I kind of think that was maybe because there was a silencer hooked up to that gun. That's why the holster was so long. I won't say too much more about that. I'll just put that out there for people to think about. Maybe an angle for somebody to, and maybe investigate, see if there was any silencers bought recently, that type of thing. In the two-way radio, this is probably conspiracy theory sounding, but something about that tells me because you can communicate through that ring cam, correct, with your voice.
Yeah, most of them you can.
So I'm thinking on that two-way radio, and Chat can probably have a field day with this, but that's fine. You can have somebody further down the road that she's familiar with, and you can key that radio if you get in communications. Maybe, I know Nancy had the hearing aids and everything, but, it could have been a vibration setting where she was alerted. And when she talked over to the thing, they can cue that radio, and a voice that she's familiar with says, come to the door, please. I need you. It's an emergency. And that got her to the front door. And
But
at
they
that
said they
point,
got her from the bed. So, like I said, I think either they were hiding out in the bunkhouse in the back, and then, you know, maybe they were waiting for her to get home. But if she was the target and they had been there stalking the house, um, they either they had it completely planned, or they were trying to decide in the previous weeks if they were going to do it, and they finally did it. But the whole crazy thing is what's the motive? It always goes back to what is the dang motive? What is the motive? If there is nothing taken, right? Now we have to assume, in my opinion, that not everything's true. So they could have been there to take stuff. But if nothing was taken, they were only there to take an 84-year-old woman. Now, who literally sits at home and makes the plan to take Nancy, and why? And so that's where we're back to, was this a revenge to just get back at Annie or the family, or was this ransom? Now, if
Yeah,
it was a ransom, they didn't follow the normal ransom procedures that people do. And this is not like the cartel does not want this kind of attention, right? They don't.
well,
And
absolutely not.
so that's what's confusing, is a lot of the conspiracies, and even my theory of it's a local, you know, robbery gone wrong, and home invasion gone wrong kind of thing. There's lots of holes in every theory. So it's like, that's what's so confusing about this case. And people, I think the big media is even confused, because the public still wants to talk about it because there's so many unanswered questions.
It's definitely keeping it a mystery, unfortunately, and hopefully in the days coming soon, they'll either make an arrest, have a person, you know, of interest that they're looking for, or at least give us something else to go on, so people can continue to dig and try to help them. Because I know so many people are. There's so many people who I see them in all different chats on all different channels. They're doing work on their computers. They're making donations. You guys are out there, boots on the ground. You're searching all over the place. You got people out doing walks with snakes all around, for God's sakes, trying to find the lady. At least somebody, you know, give something back. Just give a little something back to go on, so maybe people can narrow it down just a little bit more. I mean, I
Well, and
understand
that's kind of
keeping the
where,
integrity, but come on.
and that's where, you know, with the way that Tucson isn't that big of a city, like, let's just look at the map here. So if you look at how small Tucson is compared to Phoenix, so look at, you can see what I'm looking at, but it's about
Yeah,
the
I can see it.
size of like just Phoenix, just Phoenix. Now we're talking the metropolitan Phoenix. So look at how big Phoenix is. I mean, so Phoenix and Scottsdale are about the same size as Tucson compared. But then up here, you got all these other offshoots. There's 5 million people up there. There's cameras up the wazoo up there. And then you come down to Tucson and we got the dark sky. Remember, we have the dark sky ordinance.
So dark. Yep.
There's a lack of cameras. And so most likely, if you're a detective and you're on this case, you're thinking, well, this is Nancy lives in the foothills, like the wealthier neighborhood. This was probably done by someone in the city. So now, if you had to circle around in your mind and you said, if the suspect lived in the city, where would he most likely live? Probably in like the rougher parts of the city. Now, I'm just speculating, but if you're a detective, you're allowed to speculate in the sense of the percentages. The percentages would say that the guy would be right in this area, which is really known to have drug dealers, right?
Yep.
And then maybe down south.
It just seemed like it would be a big step up from being a drug dealer to, living in poverty type area to, okay, now I'm going to go try to pull this one off. I guess maybe to try to come up out of that poverty or something, but don't seem like they would have the sophistication to pull off such a crime as this, though.
Yeah, and I mean, that's if you believe that it was like a really sophisticated, but looking at the guy at the front door, I mean, he doesn't look very,
no.
I mean, he kind of looks like an amateur. I'm not being,
He did look like an amateur.
But this is where
entire face not covered, grabbing the vines for whatever reason that was.
But this is Nancy's neighborhood right here. I think that's the CVS. Try to not get everybody dizzy. So this is kind of a different view. I don't know if anyone's seen this kind of view, but it's kind of neat. So this is the CVS over here to the left. How's it look on there? All right, perfect.
Looks perfect.
So here is the CVS. Now you drive down this road. And then as soon as you go around this curve is when. So then you go down here. So like you were saying, I think it was you said, maybe it was someone else. You have to know this neighborhood to get around.
Yes, I think several people have said that. Just judging by what we see with y'all out there streaming and driving those roads and stuff. I mean, it'd be so easy to get lost. Even people that's been there for a while seem like they still get lost at times.
Well, I'll put her exact address in. All right, there's her house.
Beautiful house too, by the way. Paradise out there.
Yep. Did it go away? Oh, that's her house right there. And so the thing that I noticed about her house is coming in from the street. There's not one house that you can really see the front door that easily. And when you get to Nancy's house and you pull up, you can literally see the front door from the street. So in my mind, it looks like an easy target house just because here's her house on the maps. All these other houses, the driveway's kind of windy, or you can't see the front door. But this is Nancy's house. And so if they were coming down this road, they literally could park at the end of this driveway right here and get to the front door and be out within 10 seconds.
Quickly.
Now, I don't know when this picture was taken, but the neighbor looks like has a bunch of construction going on. So there's lots of construction workers that look at that's a construction job going on. They got the trailer out. So
yeah, there's a lot of construction workers come in and out of that house.
Something was going on there for a long time. I mean, I don't know how long ago this picture was taken, but
perfect view straight to her front door from on top of that hill too.
But what's the other interesting is, never realized that, but this is a cul-de-sac. So somebody could have parked in the back here and they could have
or dropped somebody off and
dropped them off.
that
Yeah, I was going to say dropped them off and then waited for their call and then came around the front and picked them up.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely revenge abduction, says Tony. Well,
I know y'all
anything
looked
else?
at the gym guy there on the one side of Nancy, but haven't heard much talk except for maybe on Sleuth about the neighbor on the opposite side right there. And maybe they could have been some kind of neighborly feud, property line type thing, because I'm pretty sure that we'll say they instead of he or her moved in right in that house there. And Nancy had a water hose kind of drug out across the yard there, kind of close to that property. And Sleuth was thinking there may have been something there, a little bit of animosity going on. They may have crossed paths, had a few words right there, and that could have been something that happened. Try to be
Well, it'd be interesting because
correct,
Mark the Shark actually had an interaction with that neighbor that was
not a good one either, right?
No, the guy was really, but you know, I just don't know. I mean, I just haven't thrown that theory out. Everybody, I think what's happened is everybody's kind of they've kind of settled in on what their theory is, and it's hard to get them off no matter what it is. If they think it's the family, they probably still think it's the family. And that's probably because of the fault of the authorities. They haven't released enough to let people.
Right. Only Nanos has said they're cleared. So
right.
I mean, somebody else needs to come out, and if they're cleared, somebody from the FBI, which I know they don't talk much, but you know, anybody else other than him says they're definitely cleared. Yada yada yada. I don't see how you can say they're cleared anyway. I mean, so you got their phones and you got you can track their car. That they did exactly what they said they were going to do, lie detector tests, this, that, and the other. But I mean, really, until the case is solved, I don't see how you can say a person is cleared, which doesn't mean that you're cleared forever, though. It just means you're cleared for right now.
Yeah, I'm listening. I just got an email, so I am.
Oh, you're good, bud. I'm ready to jump off of here. I'm gonna get this phone charged up and everything. I appreciate you, Kyle. This is the first time I've called either one of you guys, but I watched every single body out there. You are doing a good job, man. You're doing a good deed on top of that, most importantly.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all about keeping the awareness going. So thank you
Same
for
thing with people in
coming
the chat. I see them all over different channels and everywhere. People are trying and people really care. No matter what theory you have, you know, at least you're here. At least you care, you know, and putting forth the effort.
Yeah, and that's what it's about is you know, not letting it go, because there's other cases that I'm covering, if you know, Holly Dasso, and so maybe if you go to my page you can watch that case, and we're going to be talking about that one.
I've seen that as well too.
That's just as bad. That's almost, yeah, I mean, so anyway, thanks for coming in, Bruce, and we'll catch you on the next one.
All right, man. Sounds good. Everybody have a great night and enjoy the rest of the weekend, and maybe we'll talk again soon.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Come back. Bye-bye.
All right, I will. Bye-bye.
All right, we got another one coming in here. Where did it go? Well, we're waiting for them to come in. We are going to finish watching up this with Bruce or Brian. And he's talking about, what were they talking about on this one? What does the FBI secretly know about the Nancy Guthrie case and the reality TV show emails? So we'll continue watching this. Looks like we got some new people in the chat. Welcome in.
Again, these are just what we would sit around in the squad bay and bat around.
Be right back.
Yeah,
Right back.
and the thing too is if that person, let's just say, was, and
Shout
it's
out Brian
kind of
Inton.
a possibility, but was killed, you would think that
you know, they must have had friends and a family. And if someone just disappeared, someone else besides Nancy Guthrie then disappears, wouldn't someone sort of wouldn't that sort of get out somehow?
Especially if it happened in Tucson, yes, because guess who would be investigating it? The Tucson or the Pima County Sheriff's Department would be investigating it, and that would be kind of an interesting synergy if all of a sudden they had somebody who could potentially be a suspect end up dead or missing.
I guess at this point we only have evidence of one person because we've only seen the person on the camera in the front. Granted, that doesn't mean that they don't have evidence of behind the scenes that we don't know about, maybe shoe prints or, you know, something from a different person. But do you think it's possible for one person to have, you know, got Nancy out, put Nancy into a car, or would that have to be a two-person job?
Well, I saw Jim Clemente on your show and was fascinated by what he said. Jim and I have worked together on several things, and I very much trust his opinion. What I would need to know from Jim on whether I believe Jim believes it's one person, and I would want to know what leads him there. I'm not disagreeing with him, but and if he says, yeah, there's no absence of a second person or no evidence of a second person, I would need more than that. I mean, what evidence do we have of that, of one person except the camera? If we're saying that we don't have camera of the second one, that to me doesn't in and of itself say there were two. But if Jim says it, I take it very seriously.
Do you think the agents, and you know, it seems like the working theory, we don't know, but it seems like the working theory is that this was some kind of ransom situation. You know, it sounds like they believe the initial notes were real and then something went wrong and the whole thing changed and now the people have disappeared. But do you think they have to look at the possibility, and this is one of the questions I've gotten a lot sort of behind the scenes from viewers, that the ransom is like like a rouse, like they're using the ransom to cover up for something else that was really the motive?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not going to tell them they're absolutely wrong. It's not what I believe happened. I believe that this was an amateurish kidnapping that went.
There we go. He agrees. See, I think we're on the same page. I'm gonna pause it right there. Looks like they both have their eyes closed. I'll give them a
bad. And they broke the first.
Brian looks like he's falling asleep.
Rule of getting.
All right, there we go.
A ransom.
Okay. So he just said he believes it was amateur. I did get the email. I didn't have time to read it. It's a long email, very long email. I'll have to, maybe I could have you on the show, right? But some of these, I mean, I just don't, I don't know, but I could have you on the show if you want to come on. Here's the link. If you want to come on next time, I'll read it. I understand if you, but here's the link. Anyone that wants to come in, I did get the email though. Long, very good email. It's a great email. Let's see where it's at again. So long and detailed, so I didn't have time to read it. I got Richard. I got your email too. Thank you, Richard, for the email. And let me know if you got any emails. We got one. Jody sent me one. Fire codes around the front door locks. Fire codes around the front door locks. Focus on safe and quick exit during an emergency. The exact rules. What am I reading? All right, here we go. Monk's theories are very interesting and analytic and related in a step-by-step way. Loved your show. I've watched most of the videos. I do find I got more understanding of how different theories are born when they are seen more completely. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for the it's a constructive criticism email, very nicely written. Anyway, thank you for the email, Jody. Let's see what we got. We got another one here. After 90 days, there's still one possibility, important aspect of the Nancy Guthrie case that no one has discussed: the full moon. Now, here's what's crazy. I got to Google this. Maybe someone in the chat, the chat can Google this. I think there's 2 full moons in May. Can you guys Google that? How many full moons are there in May? I think there's 2. Yes, there's a full moon tonight. I think it's tonight. I don't know. I think there's 2, Tony. I think there's 2. So if any of these weird conspiracies with the full moon, remember, are happening tonight, they need to be on extra alert if tonight is the night. I meant to say that earlier. There's 2 full moons in this month. May 12th. Now, do you understand how rare it is to have the 1st? So there was tonight and the 31st. So it sounds like tonight, maybe yesterday. But do you know how odd it is that there's 2 full moons in 1 month? It doesn't happen very often. And so Nancy was taken on the same thing, January 31st, May 1st, or February. Anyway, it's just something weird. I mean, probably means nothing, but it is ironic that Nancy was taken on a full moon night. Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to look in the bunkers if there's no reason to, because these bunkers are owned on private property. 2 full moons. Yeah, it's interesting. So yesterday and on the 31st. So the 31st is one that we might need to watch a little extra. Maybe me and Alex will do a little like that would be the night to go out and stay that night, like throughout the night on the 31st of May, in my opinion. It's just something to think about. But yeah, the landfill, they should have been looking at the landfill right away. But this is pretty interesting. I really like this guy. He's like a realist. He's just breaking it down. The last thing he said, I'll rewind it a little bit, but he just says the guy at the door is an amateur, straight up amateur. It doesn't look like anything.
And that's losing what you have to bargain with, losing your bargaining chip. And then when it went sideways, and by sideways, I mean the Guthries and the FBI would not pay a ransom without proof of life, they're screwed. They broke the first law of kidnapping.
And that's why we are where we are.
Yes.
Yeah. Something else I've been wondering about is a vehicle. There was some surveillance video early on from quite a ways away, but it was possible. And the sheriff's office said that it is part of the investigation. They're looking into it of a white SUV going by. And they said early on that they were reviewing thousands of images of vehicles, I'm guessing from like traffic cameras in the area. But I just think back to the Brian Koberger case, you know, that white Hyundai Elantra, that was sort of the first big break when they said we have a vehicle that we want everybody to look for. Are you surprised that we still don't have a vehicle in this case?
Yeah, I really am, Brian. I just in the world as it is today, with the technology we have on doorbell cameras, and the fact that doorbell cameras are used by a large percentage of the elderly population. I'm not saying that everybody in Catalina Hills there were elderly, but a lot were. I am surprised that we don't have anything more on the car. And as far as, you know, the white car they're talking about, you have to go in to their chroma key and to the technology and determine, well, was it white? Was it beige? Was it light blue? Things like that, that on a camera that is set up to see relatively well in the dark, how it modifies certain colors. So I would say hearing car. But yeah, I'm really surprised that we haven't seen that.
Is there any chance that they do have a car, and would they not release that for a reason?
Yes and yes. Yes, the Bureau, you know, we get a lot of these things where a new piece of evidence comes out and a new piece of evidence, and the FBI will say, everyone, we've had that since day 4 or day 5. We don't, you know, you're not on our list of daily case updates for the director, you know. So the FBI and law enforcement in general are only going to release what needs to be released. They are not a media company. They are an investigative and prosecutive organization, and media response to them is a necessary requirement, but it's a meet the minimum standard requirement.
Yeah, that's like why when they first released the photos from the front camera of the suspect, and you know, it was Kash Patel who actually put them out, I was thinking, you know, it doesn't seem like they do that unless they really have to. It's not something they just want to do.
I can tell you authoritatively that's the case. And it's not because the FBI hates the public. It's not because agents don't want the people to know. The FBI wants them to know. They want to tell you everything about the case, right down to the tiniest detail. They want everything to come out in trial. They are not hiding this. They are preparing for trial, where they will tell you everything, because that is where the public has the absolute right to know. We have public trials. We don't have public investigations. Those are the two differences.
So do you think there's significant information the FBI knows about this investigation? Because like, my sense is no, honestly. I mean, I just feel like there's so little, but what do you think?
If they had significant information, they would have more progress on the case.
Yeah.
I think what you would find is, if you could go in and get briefed by 4 or 5 different agents who are working it, you would find so much information that ultimately turned out to be of little or no value, but seemed so promising at the time. And it would probably light a fire on social media if the public knew these things, and it would light a fire that would not be helpful.
Interesting. And speaking of helpful and not helpful, I don't know if you remember, the Cajun Navy submitted a plan to the sheriff's office, it's like a month ago, saying that they wanted to organize a search, bring in resources, drones, dogs, and they wanted the sheriff to approve it, and they wanted to search where the sheriff wanted them to search. They wanted, you know, they wanted guidance from the sheriff. They didn't want to just come in and do it on their own. The sheriff basically ignored them. We never heard anything again. Well, now the Cajun Navy has come forward and said, we want to submit a revised plan to the sheriff's office. We want feedback from the sheriff's office, and we want to revise our plan so that you'll approve it and we can help. And I still don't think they've heard anything. Where do you stand on that?
I'd have to see where somebody said that there were negatives involved in it. I mean, why not? What are we losing here? You already released the crime scene too early. Now you're afraid that they're gonna, trump on your crime scene again. I'm not necessarily 101% hopeful that they'll find anything, but how is that going to destroy society in the Tucson area? Let them do it. Show them some respect. They're willing to help you. Why? If somebody could come up and say, this is the reason we don't want to do this, that would be cool. I get that if you have a reason, but not responding to them is a little counterproductive and disrespectful.
Also, I mean, just even if they just stayed away from the crime scene, I mean, there's vast desert out there, and there's a lot of other unsolved crimes. I mean, who knows what they would find out there,
Yeah, what's funny is I went 20 years ago or something. We were looking for a missing plane, and we searched for 2 or 3 days. We found 5 planes, not ones that people were still looking for, but planes that had crashed that nobody would even know were still there. They don't always remove the wreckage. I was astounded at
And we just talked about DEA was in here, and she said she saw a plane on the map. Remember? So he's talking about the planes. Welcome in, Nina. Welcome back. It's been a while. No, definitely not. Nina, no way. Good to see you back in the chat. Jules, Mama, thank you. Come on in. We are been live for quite a long time. I got to get the court ready, so I'm going to let this play. I'm listening to this with Brian Anton. Give him a follow. I'm going to put the link to this to his channel. Let's see where that. So you guys can give him a follow if you don't already. And I'm going to get the court 1 second. Well,
the things you find during an aerial search. And so I 100% agree with you. They could find all sorts of things that might work with other cases.
I do wonder if it's an ego thing with the sheriff, like not really wanting anyone else to have any success so that they can be the one in the end to say we did it.
I hope that would not be the case. I can't rule that out at all at this point. I would hope that he wouldn't want only him to have success in something like this, but I would hope that he would at least, I don't know. I just can't rule that out. It just seems to match some of the scenarios.
As always, I really appreciate Steve for taking the time to talk with me. He always has such interesting insight when it comes to
Man, I'm muted again. That's okay. Nothing was happening. I was killing some time. I'm trying to find the next link. But while I'm doing that, I should be back. I'm pulling up another video. Yeah, some of these are wow. So what I'm going to ask, I normally don't ask this unless it's about this time. And but what did you guys have for dinner tonight? What did you have for dinner tonight? It's already past dinner time, so I usually won't do it. But tonight, what was the Saturday night? I love this. This helps me decide what I'm gonna eat. Chili. Tony coming with the chili. Cereal. Andy, nice. Very nice. I'm going to keep looking at these while I'm pulling up the next video. Did we have a poll going or did that close? I'm going to start a poll. I'm going to start a poll. I'm starting a poll real quick. All right, I got a poll ready. This is if this was your last meal, which would you choose? If it's your last meal. Ooh. It's only one lobster though. Now if you get 5 pizzas, you get 5 pizzas till they're all gone. One steak. Steak's winning. I didn't put cheeseburger on this time, but you can take that as steak. The cheeseburger would be steak too. It could go in that category. Oh man. That's the random poll of the day right there. The random. All right, we are back to the map. I'm having a little, let me see. That's what. Okay, we got the next. All right, we got the next one ready to go. But let me check the chat. This one, oh, my answer, you know what? I think I'm going to go with the steak. I think I'm going with the steak. But yeah, the lobster, I was thinking lobster or steak. But what's the brand of the hat? Let me get the brand of the hat. What is it? The Lost Quail? I'm going to put the website in. It's a local Tucson company here. Does anyone remember the company name? Anyone in the chat? I think it's right here. What is it? Did you guys remember the name? I don't know if this is it, but it doesn't look like it. Anyone remember the hat name? It was like the Lost Dove or the Lost Quail. What the heck? I'm looking. I am looking. I'll have to get back to you on the hat brand. I can't find it right now for whatever reason. But let me see. Maybe I found it. We'll see. Yeah, this looks like I found it. Okay, here's the website for the hats. I don't know if they have the hats on there. You might have to reach out to them. Yeah, they do have the hats, but you can't really buy. I don't know. I'll put the website and you can get a hold of them. Here we go. Okay, so we have the next video going up. We have the next video. I just put a link. That's a local company. Give them a follow on Facebook. The Lost Quail. Oh, with chocolate. All right, let's check the poll results though. Let me check the poll results. Okay, so it looks like steak. Everyone's getting steak. 5 pizzas, not just one. So you could stay alive for be like, I need to finish. You got to finish it all. So you could just eat pizza and might extend your life if you a little bit if you eat the pizzas. 24 tacos. Yep, that's a good one. And so it looks like steak is it. All right, we're gonna end the poll on that one. End the poll. I got to get the court going. I'm almost ready. 1 second, and then we do have a TMZ video that was been released in the last 48 hours, and it was pretty good. It was pretty juicy as far as new information. They're trying to say something about it being staged. I've heard that like a couple times, like this was staged. It doesn't look staged to me. I am doing a little multitasking, but I have that TMZ video ready to go. And I'm going to check what you guys had for dinner. And then that'll give me some ideas to eat at some point today. But thank you, everybody who has donated tonight. From the beginning, we had Adrian, Mystic Mom, April, Mary, Adrian, April, BJ, Root, April, Adrian, and Misty, and Ginger, our lone member who became a member today, Ginger Show. Welcome to the membership. Pizza. I might do a pizza. Saturday night, why not? Why not? Saturday night. And while we're getting this ready, let me know where you guys are signing in from. I know I do that a lot, but I like to see all the different states because we are building a community. It's cool to see everybody coming in from the different states. We got Detroit. Welcome back, Last Child. Welcome back. Vermont. Steak is everything. Yeah, it is exactly. Welcome in, Christine, and all the mods. Thank you to the mods. Leftover steak and shrimp from dinner last night. Wow. That sounds like a good Friday night and Saturday. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you for all the nice comments. Honeybee. Honeybee. See Kate's comment. Where is Kate? I'm looking. Where's Kate's comment? Kate, where is your comment? Kate, attempting to locate kidnapping suspect involved in taking an elderly woman without permission. Suspects left stand. All right, let me check my phone. Let me check my phone. And thank you, Michelle. Michelle, I got your Cash App. Thank you. I appreciate the support. And we're gonna play this while I'm looking into Kate's message. Kate's is saying attempting to locate crime rate elderly without meds and without permission. What the heck? I don't have anything about that going on. Do not. What is that? Sorry, this is throwing me off a little. I read Kate's comment. I'll look into it, but I mean, I need a little bit of a more of a confirmation. You can email me a link. I'll look into it, but it doesn't sound. I'm looking on the pages, and there's nothing posted on the pages on the main on the scanner pages. There's nothing. Thank you, Marine Girl. Thank you for joining. Yeah, if you could send me a link to my email so I can read about that. I don't see anything on that, but I'm still looking. Still looking. Sorry, guys. Things kind of hit a break. When somebody says an elderly woman's just been kidnapped without her meds, I'm just so thank you for your patience right now. I'm trying to get anything confirmed with this story, or if it's people do this. I mean, I'm not saying, but sometimes rumors get out, and I do not see anything about something like that. Do not see that. But you can email me. I'm checking my email every second. The court's on. The court's on. Dang it. Everything got put on hold real quick. But thank you for tuning in. We got still 785 hanging in there. I don't see anything about this, so let me know. Let me know. Let me know if you hear it. If not, we got this one ready to go. 777 again. We hit the 777 number. We keep hitting these synchronicity numbers. Every time. The people troll. Click the crime radar title you read out loud. If you just send me the link to 857 Live, I can just read what you're talking about, but I can't. I'm not multitasking that well right now. But I do want to get this video going for everybody else. We will keep following. So this is TMZ. Now this is with TMZ and Dr. Brucato. Here we go. I'm going to look into this. I might make a call real quick.
Levels of intelligence involved here, which has pointed to me for a very long while now to a group of people, at least two. There is someone behind the curtain who's more intelligent, more scheming, and then the individual who actually carries it out. Because one of the prime reasons for eliminating a person other than financial is that they know something, or that they've walked in on you doing something or are aware of something, and you have to get rid of them. It's entirely possible that that happened elsewhere, and somebody staged blood in the front of the house, the door being open in the back and so forth, to give the impression of an abduction, but she is actually killed somewhere else.
Hey guys, it's Jackson Buhai here with TMZ. Now, we are approaching the 3-month mark since Nancy Guthrie was initially abducted. And as many of you know that have been following this case extensively, TMZ was one of the first media outlets to receive the ransom notes and alleged demand letters from a variety of people claiming to be involved in this case. Now, aside from that, there have been many topics of discussion regarding how many people were involved, what actually happened at the crime scene, what evidence was left behind, and what the authorities are doing to actually profile the person that abducted Nancy Guthrie in the first place. So talking to me today is Dr. Gary Brucato, a clinical and forensic psychologist. Doctor, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yes, sir.
So something I want to get into is the dichotomy between what we see from the Nest doorbell video that Nancy Guthrie had at her front door, and drawing a contrast between the behavior of the person in that video and the actual ransom letter that we received. Now, I can't exactly get into what it says specifically, but it seems to us, at least, and to also the authorities, that the person writing this letter was most likely the person that abducted Nancy Guthrie, but also someone that is very astute, someone that knew what they were doing, and someone that had been planning this abduction for a very, very long time. But it seems like someone in that video who is walking up to the camera, they kind of don't know what they're doing, trying to cover that camera with their hand before turning around and grabbing those shrubs to cover the camera. He seemed very disoriented, didn't seem like he was a career criminal. What are some things that stand out to you?
I think it's very astute to pick up on the fact that there are likely multiple psychologies and multiple levels of intelligence involved here, which has pointed to me for a very long while now to a group of people, at least two, that are involved in this situation. I think that the individual that we see on the camera is likely a stooge or a goon or a hired person or a confederate who wasn't as emotionally involved in this, who saw this essentially as a gig, a task. The lack of emotionality points not only to not particularly feeling invested in or caring about the victim, but can also point to a person who is way too cool under pressure when committing, being about to commit, or having committed a horrendous offense, which can suggest a person with a kind of psychopathic character structure. Normal individuals or even career criminals who are not psychopathic are going to show a little bit of physiological activity when they're about to do something horrible. They're a little nervous, even just about capture. The only evidence of fear of capture on the video was the costume that the person wore, which was not especially professional. I do think that your question is in line with my sense that what we have here is what I've called the waiter and chef idea, right? That there is someone behind the curtain who's more intelligent, more scheming, and then the individual who actually carries it out, about whom I think the mastermind figure couldn't care less.
So you're intimating there was a mastermind behind this entire thing that, subsequently hired somebody else to conduct the abduction?
Or at least knows them, is in some confederacy with them financially or for some other reason. I think the motives of the individuals are a little different. Probably there's a financial element, but it's entirely possible that the person behind the curtain, who I am convinced to some degree, whether minor or major, knew the victim. That individual may have had a mixture of motives. There could have been an emotional element mixed in there too.
All right, we got Dr. Brucato here. Dr. Brucato. Now, what he is talking about is basically the perp. Let me rewind this real quick, that last part.
Possible that the person behind the curtain, who I am convinced to some degree, whether minor or major, knew the victim. That individual may have had a mixture of motives. There could have been an emotional element mixed in there too. Looking at this case very carefully, using statistics and likelihoods and years of experience with this stuff.
And Dr. Brucato, his is a lot of statistics. So there's always the 1%. There's always the 1%. I can't hear you. Can't hear what happened. We froze. Hello, hello. Welcome back. He a lot of his analysis is based on percentages. He's a psychologist. Okay. I should probably get his exact definition. I thought he was a detective. Dr. Gary. But here we go. The percentages of crime. This is like so small of a percentage that an elderly person is abducted.
I am convinced, as are many of my colleagues, that what went on here falls into one of two general buckets. We have ruled out the likelihood of a sexual motivation, a clear robbery situation that went haywire. What we're left with is the question of whether there was an abduction attempt for money that went south, and then somebody attempts to collect the money anyway through ransom, or there's some mixture of real attempt to collect ransom and phony people that are just parasitically trying to reach out to the family for money. And the second likelihood is that there is someone who knew the victim, wished to eliminate her for some reason, and created a charade of there having been an abduction where it was actually just a homicide. And when a ransom note is written, the person isn't even with us anymore. That is a phenomenon that in my work I have called elimination murder. And it is very typical in an elimination murder to create the impression that an outsider with no connection to the victim came in and did it. and you work very, very hard to cover your tracks and conceal your connection to the individual. However, if you're not a career criminal, you mess up and you don't fake or stage a more likely motivation for an intruder, like a sexual motivation or a robbery. And so what you're left with is the question of, well, then what? So people don't tend to do that very well when they try to do it. So I think one of those two things is going on.
Right. And so what I want to ask you is, in your experience, from the time that we see the guy at the front door in that doorbell footage, and the time that Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnects from her phone 42 minutes later, it seems like he spent a lot of time in that house. And what you're intimating is, to you, with the information at hand, it seems like this was somebody that went in there with the intention of harming her instead of taking her for ransom. Would that be correct?
That's one of two scenarios that I would propose. I also think it's important to remember that, technically speaking, it is entirely possible that she was not actually taken from there or killed there. It's entirely possible that that happened elsewhere and somebody staged blood in the front of the house, the door being open in the back and so forth, to give the impression of an abduction, but she is actually killed somewhere else, or whatever fate befell her, I'm sorry to say, somewhere else. The reason, of course, for doing that is to give the impression of a total stranger coming in and doing something. It is in that context that somebody sending ransom notes can be part of a deception process. But notice there's never any proof of life in these. In a real ransom situation, based on statistics, generally the ransom note is communicated within 24 to 48 hours, and the matter is resolved in a week or less. And the reason is that the offender or offenders do not want someone in their presence for that long, because it leads to too much risk of capture, and the person is precious cargo. You don't want anything to happen to them, or there's no financial value in the abduction. You certainly wouldn't have a person who was bleeding and didn't have their medicine or any of these other things that happened at this scene. That suggests to me a situation where somebody is already, unfortunately, possibly deceased or was injured due to something that exploded in the scene that wasn't expected. So what I'm implying is that it is entirely possible that that 40 some odd minutes was spent when there wasn't even a victim there. If the scene actually happened the way that people think, and I am inclined to think that she was at that house, but if that happened, it is entirely possible that what you had there was somebody ransacking the place looking for some item that wasn't something they were trying to steal, but something incriminating, something that was necessary for financial reasons in a larger way. In other words, you could be looking for something. But you wouldn't spend that much time there. Now, why do I mention that? Because one of the prime reasons for eliminating a person other than financial is that they know something, or that they've walked in on you doing something, or are aware of something, and you have to get rid of them. And so in those situations, when you eliminate the victim, you go into their property and you take whatever it is that incriminates you. In other words, there are all kinds of things that could be going on when somebody is spending 40 some odd minutes in a house. But as I said, the two most likely situations: elimination, masquerading as an abduction where there was some need to eliminate her for personal reasons, or an abduction that went south and you try to get the money anyway.
So it seems like to me that you're obviously leveraging your extensive experience in the field and comparing cases that you've seen firsthand to this one. Is there a certain case that stands out to you that you can draw a parallel from?
It depends on which of those two scenarios is true. If the scenario is an abduction attempt that went south, the most infamous case that would come to mind would be the abduction of the Lindbergh baby, where, to me, it's pretty clear that somebody went, up a ladder to abduct that child, and between being placed in the duffel bag and carried down, the child died, and the offender tried to collect ransom anyway. And in that case, I think what we see is a mixture of motives, where there's a financial motivation and also a desire for infamy, for connection to a prominent person, because forever you can't look up Charles Lindbergh with all of his achievements without reading about the person who took his child. So they're bound together forever in history, right? That's the one thing that happens. In the other case, when you're talking about what could be a staged abduction, there are many cases of what I've called elimination murder, where so a simple example
staged abduction
is the Susan.
Wow. That's what I don't, I mean, a staged abduction, that doesn't really make sense. But that's what people are saying. I'm seeing a couple other videos about a staged abduction, but this is from TMZ, Dr. B. Here we go.
Smith case where a woman had two children who were an impediment to a romance. Her significant other, her boyfriend, didn't want children, so she drowned them and created a story that a man pulled up in the car, carjacked the vehicle, took the children off, and then they were gone, and she cried crocodile tears on TV and so forth. So there, what you had was the staging of a story in which a total stranger with no clear motive did something where really the goal was to get rid of the children because they were an impediment to you. And so those kinds of
That's
stories
sad.
are actually, fairly common. But because you're dealing with unsophisticated offenders, they don't do a good job of it, and you catch them.
With the information at hand, is it possible for you to build some kind of a profile on who this person might be?
It depends if you're talking about the individual on the camera or the individual behind the camera. I am absolutely sure in my mind that this did not involve only one person for several reasons. But let's say we're talking about the person on the camera. The person on the camera appears to me to have some features of being, as I said, too cool under pressure. I don't believe this is this person's first rodeo with at least petty crime. And I do think that that individual has likely had some contact previously with law enforcement because they're clearly callous and detached under that kind of pressure. And people don't develop those kinds of features overnight. You'd expect an individual to have traits like that going back all the way probably to childhood. So you can expect a person who likely has had some connection in some way, previous arrest, at least on the radar of law enforcement. And I do think they're local because of the comfort level that we see there. And I do think in some way they had some knowledge of the victim. Now, I would add to that individuals like that, while they are not particularly afraid of bodily harm or threat to themselves, do tend to be very reactive to interpersonal slights to their ego. And what you tend to see with people like that is that people in a geographic area remember them. They remember run-ins with them, bumping into them, an argument in a grocery store, whatever, because their reaction is too extreme. They don't forget about it. They become too angry about it because of the wound to the ego in that narcissistic core these people can tend to have. So I would look for somebody with some at least petty background in crime, who would be local, who would be known to people as standing out, as having a kind of a temper and grudge and committing those kinds of, not committing, but engaging in kind of explosive rage when slighted. And I would also think that that individual has had some interaction with the underworld of the area, whether it's drugs, sex workers, things like that. Those are the kinds of people you would talk to. Now, you would show the image and you would say, look, I know that if you thought of someone you knew very well and you imagined them in a mask, you would still recognize them. If you wore a mask right now, I'd still recognize you, and I know you for only a few minutes. So chances are that person with that distinctive gait and so forth with a mask on would still be recognized as somebody that had seen him in day-to-day life. And I think what you would do is you would show that to people that are sort of in those areas of society that would likely interact with this kind of person. The person behind the scenes would be a scheming, reptilian kind of a person leading a double life, intelligent, cunning, would look almost like a pro-social figure to the victim if there was some connection between them, whether it was minor or major, would almost come across as caring about her, but in fact would have no interest in her whatsoever beyond what he could get out of her. And I think what you probably had was a conjunction, a nexus between these kinds of characters to engage in a elimination or an abduction.
So that's really something you said was really interesting me. You said there were a variety of reasons that you believe multiple people were involved. Now, one of those reasons, obviously, is the state of the crime scene. Another one is the dichotomy, like I mentioned, between the ransom note and the person that we see on camera. Are there any other reasons you believe that you haven't already stated that two people are involved?
I just think that there's too much of a distinction in the whiffs of emotive intelligence, personality, and psychology that we pick up from the case that suggests to me more than one person. I just don't think that the person on the camera had any investment whatsoever beyond this being a task. And I just think that if that was the case, you would do this in a very expeditious, neat, well-planned way. When you start to see things that are unnecessary or that go haywire or so forth, you start thinking emotion. There's some emotion that played in here. Or the person wasn't intelligent enough to anticipate or sensitive enough to anticipate what human beings do when you come in the middle of the night and try to take them. But I think it is important to bear in mind that it is from the hints of there being different kinds of characters at play that I get that sense. What I envision, if there was a true abduction from that home or even an elimination in that home, you have to picture a situation where 2 or more people would be necessary to remove a person, place them in a vehicle, have somebody driving while the other person is, perhaps tending to putting the person in the vehicle, that kind of thing, like an escape vehicle and the person inside or something like that. You picture 2 people involved. I just think one of them got caught on the camera.
Do you believe that the person behind this is local to Tucson?
I believe everybody involved is local.
And why is that?
I just think that the comfort level, the familiarity, and also it's a very odd victim to choose. I mean, if you were choosing a person for ransom, you would pick a person who is independently wealthy and likely to survive. You wouldn't pick a person octogenarian who happens to be the first-degree relative of a wealthy person and all of that. There's too many things about it that are a strange choice. The fact is that from a purely pragmatic perspective, there are other people you could have kidnapped that would have been easier targets, more likely to live, worth a lot more money, and would have had their own wealth. So I just think that the whole thing points to me to somebody that is trying to make this look like an abduction when it was something else.
It's interesting that you say that because, where Nancy Guthrie's house is located in relation to Tucson, in the Catalina foothills, it's a very deserted area. There's a lot of space between her house and her neighbors. And it seems like, because no other video footage has come out, at least to the public's knowledge, that after the abduction had it taken place at her house, they knew exactly the route to take where they wouldn't be seen by any cameras or any other people. So yeah, it's quite interesting. And yeah, I mean, it's probable that they were Tucson locals. Can you think of any other motives behind why these people might have conducted this abduction?
If it was a true abduction, the primary motivation is usually financial. And in most abductions, which actually are quite rare in the United States, most abductions are by people who know you. They're mostly of children with sexual motivations or in custody situations. When you're dealing with an elderly person, it's very, very strange to abduct them unless there's a financial motive. But as I said, it's a poor choice for somebody to take ransom because there's too much danger to the individual in terms of not surviving. If it is something that is being staged to look like an abduction, the general reasons that you see in an elimination homicide are an emotional one, like you simply loathe the person for some personal reason, right? And in those situations, you tend to see extra activity, like overkill activity or things that show the passion or the anger that you feel towards the individual, unless, of course, you're using a hired gun or a person to look like, a stranger did it. And the other things that you might see are the elimination of impediments, like somebody is in the way in a line of succession to something financial or a will. Somebody is in the way of a romance. Somebody has.
And that's why a lot of people go back to the motive of the family. I mean, obviously, but I just don't think the family is involved. I know a lot of people, it's hard. Once you get set, it's kind of like tunnel vision on certain topics. Dr. Gary again, yep. He was on TMZ. But we go back to the people we trust, right? So we go back to the people we trust. But what I was going to try to find is an old video here. Let's see here if I can find it. Okay, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna go back. We're doing a little throwback, everybody. A little throwback. This throwback is all the way to Friday the 13th of 2026. So share this out. This is rare footage you're going to see. We're going to a throwback. Here it is. This is February 22nd or 12th, 13th. Friday the 13th. Okay, just to get a little throw it in perspective. This is Luke's house, the raid. We're going to just pull this up for a minute and watch this. This is from the raid. Here we go.
Wait, what?
He's 16 and trying to get home. And he's like, I know that house. It's creepy. My parents said it's creepy.
So who lives in it?
Just start talking to this 16.
Over there?
Mm-hmm. I'm off. Of course, mine's filled.
We're trying to find.
It's okay. Mine's filled.
Oh, well, you can pour some of this out.
It was cold that night. Cold.
Do me a favor. Can you go film that? Just hold it. And I got to.
I want to fast forward to this interview with this kid right here.
That's like that,
okay.
yeah, that they weren't letting people in. And I just was like, I talked to one of the officers. I was like,
And you're
"Am I good to go?"
16. You're
Yeah,
like,
I
I'm
know.
going to live my
Yeah.
life. Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, I wasn't really worried about it, but I guess now it's something big. So
Yeah.
Great.
yeah.
Good
So
for you. Look at, we're all, boom, boom, boom.
yeah, we're all.
Well, I'm not going to post. I'm alone.
Oh, it's okay. No worries.
I'm not.
So,
Yeah.
I don't post Facebook.
This was February
and so you
13th.
said the house is kind of sketch?
I'm not even on Instagram.
Is that what you said? Like it's always dark?
Used to be, but what's it called? I think they moved out. I haven't seen a person there in a while, and they had like the dumpster guys, like trash cans.
Who's got that light? Is that you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no. Fine.
So,
I'm just don't want to scare him.
10 o'clock live shot. Confirm source. Let me know.
So just imagine to where we're at today, guys. This is putting it in perspective. This was Friday the 13th. And every single media, this guy in the white hair, he's from Britain, British. This was a crazy scene. And I thought we went to bed this night thinking the case was closed. I went to bed thinking they had the guy under arrest. Just gonna fast forward. I just saw this video. I wanted to.
You guys from the neighborhood?
Did you just hold him and feed him because he had to go to
Marina area.
Right.
From where?
Marina.
Oh, really? Have you guys been following the case? Yeah. What do you think about all this? Has it been like scary? Obviously, someone being kidnapped, but.
One of my friends lives like by her house.
Oh, really? So you've been down this street?
Oh, okay.
I was at his house.
So what did you guys hear like that happened tonight as far as like why the cops are here? Have you heard anything?
A couple people got detained.
Detained? Did you hear anything up about at the Culvers? Anything going on at the Culvers?
Someone got like detained. Like,
Yeah, I heard that.
Ernesto, are you reading the statement or am I reading the
Oh,
statement?
look at this girl right here. Okay, everybody, you see that girl right there? Now, do you guys know the Crocodile Dundee? Give me a crocodile if you guys know crocodile. You guys know Paul Hogan. That is Paul Hogan's daughter. Crocodile Dundee's daughter. She's a news anchor. I think her name's Brinley Hogan. Hogan is the last name. That's his daughter. Yep, I met her. She's nice, really nice, sweet, really down to earth. She became a news reporter for, I can't think of it, but that's her right there. And so, I mean, look, these people are all from LA. They came out from LA.
Thank you. I'm wrong there, Molly. Oh, no.
Thank you for the super. Appreciate that. Didn't see the name. NES, thank you.
Hey Ernesto, am I reading the full statement or are you reading the full
Nick,
statement?
good evening. There's been a lot of police activity here in the last few hours.
Okay.
Police have been coming and going from this checkpoint all day. We've seen momentum building on this case. The sheriff hinting that progress is being made.
I'm going to walk out this way.
Feeling confident and then tonight this movement. But they are still being very cagey.
What are you saying to? What are you saying to the
Public and released a statement saying that they will not be giving any more information at this stage. It has been an agonising 2 weeks for the Guthrie family, and no doubt tonight they are hanging on.
Okay. Something going on at Culver's?
All right, guys, what do you think about that? That is, you heard the accent. You heard the accent. So I was just throwing this up. This was from back in the day on February 13th. Now, well, I'm going to pull this off here real quick. Checking in court for a minute. What's going on in court? What is going on in court? Oh, okay. Well, looks like everything's good to go in court. All right. What's next? What's next? Let's check the email. I just got your video, Quinn, or your email, Quinn. I will review that email, Quinn. Quinn is talking about the video that I posted of day 2. So what we're going to do, I'm going to take a little 5-minute break. 5-minute break. I got to get something ordered real quick so I can eat. I've been on a long stream. I don't know how many hours, but I'm going to order some Grubhub. Get some dinner. I haven't eaten anything today, so I'm going to get this video playing up. Well, that's going on. So give me 1 minute. Need to eat. I'm starting to get a little woozy. So I will be back in about 5 minutes. Well, we're waiting for that. I'm going to put this on. And hopefully you stick around. I'll be back. I'm just going to order a little bit of dinner. See if I can do it as quick as possible. But we will play this in the meantime. Thanks for hitting the like, super chats, super stickers, or joining the membership. Thank you. It really helps the channel grow every month. Keep the positivity flowing, the awareness going. But here is, I'm going to play this well. I take a 5-minute break. I'm going to put a little thing here in the chat. All right, I'm gonna order some dinner, guys. Give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna play this video. Be right back. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna order some Grubbity Hub Hub. All those dinner ideas. I'm gonna get some, but I'm gonna play this. If you guys want to chat amongst yourselves, be right back.
Just to walk down here, it's down here. Get a little but it's not really, it's just unknown. Nancy, wife, her family grew up with Savannah and Annie, so they know me pretty well.
Guthrie case.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. See who we got in the chat hanging in there still. Looks like court's still going on too. Busy night here. Busy night. Catching up with everybody in the chat. Exactly. I made that. If you want to, I'll put the link in the chat to this video. I did. People are asking. I ordered Chinese food. Chinese food. Please don't ever leave us with that music again. I know I had to cut it short. It was it's sad. And that's kind of where, I mean, we talk a lot about everything going on in the case, but it is a sad thing. I mean, it's just I can't imagine what they're going through. Cannot. Excuse me. But here is the link to that video if you want to watch this video on your own time. Just checking to see if X right now, seeing if anything new has come out, seeing if Pima County. Could you imagine? Right now, we're sitting here after a like an 8 hour, I don't know how many hours stream, and all of a sudden Nanos comes out. SWAT, SWAT. I mean, could you imagine? At this point, I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's just been so quiet. Well, let's see what is the latest when we go to X. When we go to X and we type in Nancy Guthrie, let's see what people are saying. The latest. Let's see what Lori Sidorsky said. What is generally confirmed? Let's see if I got try something here real quick. We're always experimenting here, trying some new things out real quick. I want to try something. All right, sorry guys. Here we go. We're back on the Twitter. What's the latest on Twitter? As of 2 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago now, Lori said the timeline confirmed versus unverified. She was reporting missing. Nancy reported missing after not being in contact. Law enforcement began canvassing the neighborhood, asking if they had footage, the neighbors. So what's unclear, the white SUV versus a white van. Anyway, that's some pretty detailed stuff. Looks like some AI, something AI put together maybe. Dirty Dollar. Dirty Dollar. I just asked Alexa where Nancy Guthrie, and she said Nancy lives in Charleston, West Virginia. So I guess she just moved and didn't tell anyone. I don't think so, Dirty Dollar. I do not think so, Dirty Dollar. I wish you guys could read this better. How come it's so blurry? Why the heck is it so blurry? Is that better? $30 thinks that Alexa told Dirty Dollar that Nancy lives in West Virginia now. I mean, if it was that easy, right? Could you imagine? They just find her in West Virginia. See, I don't follow this Hindustan Times. I don't follow this. I'm going to mute that page because it's annoying. All right, I muted Hindustan Times. They will no longer be seen. It's just too much. So 30 minutes ago, said no, nothing else on Nancy. OK Magazine. It's a nice photo of them, but yeah, there's a different Nancy Guthrie. I'm sure there's lots of Nancy Guthries out there. You got to email that to me, Nick. Email that to me. Email it. 857 live. Woo, long stream. You guys are the real ones sticking in with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyone who's helped out with hitting that like button. I don't know how many we got, but probably a bunch. Anyone who helped out joining the membership, super chatting it up. Thank you guys. Let me see what's in the Twitter world. But if you have a tweet or an X, whatever, an X post, I'll do another update here to check the latest in a couple minutes. See, there's so many wild people are, claiming that tarot cards are coming out. People are doing tarot cards. Sleuth Intuition. Let's see what he's got here.
How do we begin to covet Clarice?
Oh my gosh. That scared me. Man, Sleuthy is getting, oh man. Holy moly. I gotta. Now somebody asked Gronk, no, there is no publicly available photo or video of Nancy Guthrie in the Uber. So somebody asked that to Gronk. No photo. JLR is asking, where is Nancy Guthrie? Gina Milan says the same thing. Pray for Nancy Guthrie. Put some prayer hands in the chat for Nancy. But we are just checking the recent Twitter X. And what I did is I just typed in Nancy Guthrie latest. So this gives me the latest. 1 hour ago, Criminal Network, Nancy Guthrie update. Let's go back to the basic. The feds were asking neighbors about a white SUV long before any Kia footage surfaced. So that is a good question. Remember, we were looking for the white Kia, the white SUV, and then all of a sudden, silence. So shout out to Alex for getting that posted. bringing us, in perspective. We need to look at that white Kia. Let's check the chat. What do you guys think? Anything coming through? I know Nick. I know a lot of DV comes out of Sarita, Green Valley. Families try to take money. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a 10-hour long. Yeah, wow. Yeah, we're getting pretty long. We're getting pretty long. My voice is getting pretty rusty. So I probably should get ready to eat that food coming here. Should get ready, but let me see who we got in the chat. Any last final comments, guys? I think I am going to sign off just so I'm refreshed tomorrow. Now, here's my TV. My TV broke. It won't power back on. I just bought this TV. It's a Hisense TV, probably like a year ago. So I don't know what the heck. I need to maybe get a new TV tomorrow. Looks like everyone is getting tired too. I am, but thank you guys for tuning in. I think I am going to call it. So everybody enjoy the rest of your night. Have a relaxing night. I will try to be back tomorrow again. Maybe do a little drive, a live drive around Nancy's. Maybe bring some flowers back over there. But other than that, I'm gonna look into the kidnapping. If that ends up becoming something real big, we will jump on that. Okay, I'm gonna get on that, Lore. You might see me back out. You might see me back out. I'm waiting to get that. I can do a lot more. And thank you, Cadams. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll get on it. I'm on it. Thank you, guys. I got a couple more super chats. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to look that up right now. If it ends up becoming something big, I will be out there for sure. Thank you, Asian Ann, Darlene, Linda. There's a missing elderly woman, Damien. I got it. I'm going to do my best to gonna get the scanner on. Good night, Gail. Thank you to the mods, all the mods helping me all the time. Thank you, Lorraine. Hiders. Amanda, Christina. If I miss any, I feel bad. And I haven't eaten, so I'm kind of a little bit woozy. I'm waiting for this food to come. But thank you, everyone. Keep the positivity flowing. Shout out to Nick, Kathleen, Last Child. Thank you for coming in, Kate. Let's eat. All right, everybody. Thank you again for tuning in. It was a long one. We got a lot talked about. We got to review lots of things with even the alleged cult, the son. So it's been a fun day. Thank you, guys. No, not really, Jay. Really, we're just all about making the community. As you've been following my channel for a while, you see I do lots of different things. But the main thing is about bringing awareness. And so if you have any cases that you want me to talk about, we can help bring awareness. You can make a post about something. Um, it helps, I think, as far as the community. So thank you, everyone. Jeanette, catch you on the next one. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your night, and I hope you find that relaxing spot in your house. I'm gonna get the scanner feed up here in a little bit, but have a relaxing night, and I will catch you on the next one. Peace and love.